But still, good afternoon, Guhari. Good afternoon, Rukmani Nagar. What is this? Auditorium, right? Yeah, auditorium.
Is this an auditorium anymore, though? It's not. Because if you see the stage, ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest esports event that India has witnessed for MOBA Legends 5v5. And of course, today will mark the final and the grandest final push of the day itself. And of course, I'm going to give you an intro. I just want to ask, my co-host, how are you feeling?
Don't ask me things.
You don't want to be asked. You don't like questions.
I'm the one who asks the questions. Why are you throwing it to me?
Then should I just answer, like, I'm fine?
No.
Okay.
I'm not fine.
You're
I
not
need
fine?
help.
You need
I
help?
can't say that thing but again.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, good afternoon and welcome to the Mythic Showdown Season 2. And today marks the final day. The grand finals will be held after this final push. That is the best of 5 lower bracket final series. That's going to be held between two teams that you already know, but that is Shinyu's department, okay? He will counter you. But of course, welcome, good afternoon. And of course, you waited a little bit, but right now, the moment is here. Of course, it is brought to you by none other than War Drum Games and partnered with Prague News. So I think Shinyu right now will obviously call out the teams because that's his department, right?
Are you ordering me around?
Yes.
Why? Who are you? Who are you?
Hello, I'm Ray.
Go away now. Let the team come here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll first introduce the team, which will be sitting behind Ray, of course. But still, it is gonna be team IQOO S8UL. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause as they mark their way to the center of the stage. This is team IQOO S8UL.
Come on, make some noise!
Make some noise, guys! They look good, they look fresh, and they look ready for their games. But a game cannot begin without their opponents, right? So now, introducing the team who will be the challenger in the lower bracket finals. It is gonna be team Hey Boston! Please welcome them with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go!
Come on, cheer them up, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be the lower bracket semi-final. The two teams that's gonna play against each other. You guys are too far away. Come here. Stand here. Guys, come here.
They might be standing too far away, but the prize, the trophy, is not that far.
What? You guys don't want the trophy? You guys are standing far away? Huh?
You're supposed to stand near
Madara?
as much as possible.
You don't want the trophy?
I saw it already.
You don't want it already. You just saw it.
I want it, of course. Everyone wants trophy.
Why are you
Who
standing
doesn't?
far away?
It's okay. So
Blame Cody and move on.
blame Corey and move on. Okay, we'll blame Corey and move on. But if you cannot steal the Lord again, I'm gonna blame you. But still, regardless of that, let's not break the momentum of the teams as they're gonna be ready soon, right, Ray?
Absolutely.
So without much further ado, we would love the teams to just shake each other's hand and maintain the spirit of sportsmanship. Please once again give a huge round of applause to both the teams. It is Team IQOO S8UL versus Team Hague Boston as they mark their way to the sitting area that they are supposed to sit in. But before that, Ray, what are we expecting for the lower bracket? Is it going to be 3-0, 3-1, 3-2?
Should I be very, I'm a caster myself. Should I be analytical or should I just be...
Just say the first thing on your mind, yaar.
Hmm?
Just say the first thing on your mind.
First thing on my mind.
You're too late, never mind.
No,
Let's
it's going to
see
be a
what-
3-2. It's going to be a 3-2. Okay? Good enough? Yeah.
Okay, good enough, but let the team answer it down as we will soon head towards the caster deck. So let's the caster take the game away.
Absolutely.
Let me run.
Go ahead.
Well, that was a quick switch up, right, Debbie? Well, now that we are here, what are we expecting?
Me. I'm expecting 5 games, bro.
You have a lot of energy.
Oh.
Do you?
Everyone should get to play.
Oh, look at that, the trophy.
Oh, wow.
Can we take it
so
home?
I said
It's
it's the goal.
customized.
It's
Can we take it home?
customized?
Can we take it home though?
No, I don't think so. But someone
I'll
will
steal
kill
it
us.
away.
But the
I'll
teams...
I steal it away while they're sleeping, you know?
Can we do that?
I live
Can
with
we share?
I live with them.
Okay,
I
then.
mean, I have access, so
But do you want those 15 players to hunt you down if you
20?
15?
Maybe more than that because they have managers and everything. But apart from that, I think both the teams, this is going to be a very, very important game, right? Because a lot of things. One, the thing that stands the most is going to be who is going to go and take the final slot in the grand finale. GodLike is already waiting out there, so it's going to be either IQOO, S8UL, or Hick Boston. Whew.
Big Boston. They defended the game yesterday, right? 1 HP. That's kind of small.
And you remember the play from Joseph?
Joseph, okay. The insane Cabals, right?
Yeah.
I feel sad for the dude.
I mean, Madara was the MVP for me at least yesterday because he stole the lot at a very crucial time. And I know he's giggling out there on the stage.
Yes.
I wish we could just focus the camera on towards him so we can see Madara smiling a lot.
Oh, he's excited.
He is already shy, so it's fine. But apart from that, you know, IQOO, S8UL, they have been the talk of the game for a very, very long time.
Yes.
Of course, under a different banner, but the players themselves, they are already. But Hick Boston, they have almost made it to the finals
Yep.
of the other LAN events that have happened across in the last few months.
Yes, exactly.
So, you know, is this the team that can, you know, just take a 3-0 lose and just, you know, be okay with that? Or
No.
No, right?
No. That can't happen actually because this time around I think they defeated one big org.
They did?
Orientix.
Yeah.
And this is another big org. That's
Not just big, you have to use the big,
big,
or,
big,
right?
very big
We are talking
org.
about IQOO, S8UL. We are talking about a lineup
Yes.
that have been there
Yes.
like forever.
Forever. The moment, it's like this, right? For S8UL, they have been the mascot of MLBB in India.
Yeah.
So, they're trying to take that
They
away.
have won some of the biggest tournaments in
Yes,
the past.
exactly.
Right? But I think in this game, right, let's just break down the lane by lane.
Yeah, lane by lane.
Madara versus Apex, what do you think?
But, oh, jeez, this is a very, very tough situation you're putting me in. But
Of course, that's my job.
we have to be, you know, very theoretical here. Because from what we have seen, Madara have limited choices of heroes.
I do agree with you on that.
Yeah,
Like,
and,
he does not explore his hero pool
he,
yet.
he does not explore. He does not play the Khalid. He does not play the Hilda. He does not play any support. But that's
I mean, he
out
can play the
there.
support, but he's
Okay.
just limiting himself
Limiting
because his
his-
team,
okay, yeah.
most likely, you know, this jungler is gonna take a not an utility. It's gonna be
Yes,
an assassin.
he's going to be
right?
assassin, of
That's
course.
what.
He do not want Godspeed on the utility. So back to Apex though. He has been the godfather of MLBB in India.
I think he has inspired a lot
He's
of the
inspired
players.
a lot
right?
of people,
He has
yeah.
inspired generations.
Yes.
Like, if we just take generation in 2 years back, and maybe that's what I'm saying. But I
It's
think
true,
different
though.
generation. When I'm saying like, you know, people when he started playing the game, he
Yeah.
had made a name at the international stage too.
Actually,
And
true.
apart from that, you know, the domestic leagues that he have been playing in, the domestic
Yes. That's
tournaments that he have
what.
been playing in, right? He has
Yep.
been winning. He has been consistent in those games, not just with his performance, but he's able to keep this team together.
Yep.
And it's not only him; it's also the rest of them. And I feel staying together is also a very important and a huge part of any, you know, team
Yeah.
that or any competitive team that they're out there. More so because of the synergy that gets built up.
This is why it's important that these 5 people always have to stay together too.
Yeah.
But we were focusing on the lanes, right? So
We
I
were.
want to go back to the XP lane here. A very interesting matchup. Corey Cutie versus Anti.
If you talk about EXP, I just saw a glimpse of something from yesterday, but
Oh.
I hope we can see something similar to that because I think Anti, he might be out for blood today.
Oh, he is definitely going to be hunting
I mean,
for
he
blood.
would not let that slide.
Nope, he doesn't.
It doesn't
because
matter who is.
we know, right? For a long, long time, he have been the dominator into the XP lane, no matter who he is. And
Yeah.
most of the time, if you ask the other XP laner, who is your XP GOAT? They
Yeah.
would usually say NT, no question, just NT.
He has set the standards
yes,
for a
he
long
set the
time.
standard. No,
And people are trying to
Yeah.
take away that legacy at this
No.
point, right? Now.
No.
Right?
It's in trend.
When the tournament scene is blooming, people are coming for that title. Like, Anti, he is there to defend it.
Yes.
At this point, right? And I think most of the players, they are there to defend it. People consider this lineup
Yeah.
at, the word apex, right? This team has been the apex
Yes.
of the Indian teams at
That's what.
some point. But Hick Boston, once again,
Yeah.
I think following their legacy, they have really given us some surprise plays.
Yeah.
Games we did not expect to go or turn around the way they did.
Yep.
And in overall, I would say they're very eccentric in a way that they go for some really crazy picks.
Yes.
Not on their
True,
own.
true, true.
Because Madara just can use 3 heroes, apparently. I hope he improves his hero pool, of course. But apart from that, the rest of the players, right,
Yeah.
they are really dynamic. Yesterday, we saw Lilia out of Shenzhen.
Oh yeah, Lilia.
It didn't work so well, but
True.
he's trying.
He's trying.
Yeah.
They are actually walking out of their comfort zone a little bit. But then again, it's like for against S8UL, you can't do that anymore. So they have to be very locked in. And the fact is that, into the hero pool we were talking about, I also want to mention that Corey must get his hero.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't, they are an assassin kind of player into their team. So they need to have a winning XP lane.
What is a good part about Team Hick Boston is that even Crisis can use the fighter roles.
Definitely, and
Right?
that's the main
I think some
point.
teams, they have been restricting their goal laner just to, they will say like, no, we still want to play the marksman, which,
True.
yes, it is a good hero, but not all the heroes are working because of this double fighter comp, which is so dive composed, which is so brawly,
Yeah.
that you cannot get the time to farm in your lane because there will be
True.
3 to 4 people jumping on towards you, and if your tank is not rotating.
It's done for. Now that we talked about how much of an damage jungle-centric team that Hick Boston is,
Yeah.
I would like to have a highlight onto the way that S8UL are also playing. They are rare enough, an XP-centric kind of team,
Yeah.
right? You don't see that often in this kind of big teams. That's why they are so different for S8UL. They're going to be focusing on to the damage for NT,
Yeah.
and then if that doesn't really work out, they have the second option,
Yeah.
Radium.
Radium has always been the standard. Like many gold laners came, they're gone. They changed their teams, new names, new banners. But Radium
Radium.
has always been there for the longest time. Like I remember my first tournament where I casted for these teams. It was like Radium versus Kyle, Radium versus Crisis, Radium versus Kaizen. I mean,
Yeah.
so like Radium versus Aaron,
Everyone.
versus Radium. Like
Yes.
I don't know. Like the standards these players have created is just
That's-
unmatched so far. But I think since we saw the loss yesterday from IQOO S8UL, maybe there could be a new rising star. Maybe.
Maybe.
But were they playing seriously?
Oh, that's a great
Like,
question.
we didn't see the marksman out of Radium yet. He's going for the fighters. Like, I think it's very rarely that we have seen the marksman on towards him. But apart from that, the fact that he's still reverting towards the fighters,
Adjusting.
adjusting.
Definitely true. And that's why we love to see what the game entails. Let's head into the game number 1 drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be IQOO S8UL and Hick Boston onto the lower bracket finals. We're going to be seeing them in the game number 1 draft. The draft are set in, Sinu, and we can see. This is what I told Sarah, actually. Hick Boston will be banning away the 3 heroes here.
I think very worthy heroes. I mean, very nice bans because those 2 heroes have been those pocket picks, and they are still trying to keep Asuna on towards that Eve, which I really like, of course, but
Yeah.
only when the map is expanding river.
That's what expanding River Eve.
I know, right?
It's like I think Eve is one of the most used hero into the Mythic Showdown LAN event,
Yeah.
into the qualifiers. So I think it's very important that they prioritize onto this as well. But for Higboson, though, they need to get Madara heroes onto the first phase, which is going to be the Gatot.
Yeah.
And Crisis has been able to carry the team against RNTX with the CC. So that
Is it
has
just
to
Crisis
be
or
red.
Cody Cutie?
It has to be Crisis. It
Yesterday
should-
it was Cody Cutie too. He picked up the
it could-
Paquito, right?
Oh, wow.
Remember that?
Oh, no. You know, I hated I hated the Paquito into the XP side,
Yeah.
but I loved it into the gold lane side because the Paquito damage is insane
I
if it's
know.
into the gold lane
Yeah.
side. So let's see how much of a flex it can be. But the thing about S8UL is that they already gotten the Hilda into the first phase and
Wait,
Xborg.
look at that. Look at what just got
Oh
played.
my
Finally.
goodness! Godspeed!
Oh, finally, Godspeed is bringing out the Fanny. Like after a very long time, but what really worries me
Okay.
is the heroes against him, the Hilda.
Ah, the Hilda.
And Apex was the one who I think he killed the Fanny in the air yesterday. Like it was one
Yeah.
who was trying to cable out his way.
Oh, yeah,
but
he
then
did,
he
he
got
did.
killed while being in mid-air.
Oh my god, absolutely amazing right there. I think this will be a very, very tricky, if any, gameplay coming through from the side of Higboson. But Godspeed, that is his comfort, mind you, so he will be able to cable around. But the thing about the jungle here is that both of the jungle have quite of a limited hero pool, so you might want to prioritize onto the first phase yet again. But Higboson, they banned away the Uranus, not giving away any chances for the frontliners to come into the hands of NT, either NT or Radium, we'll never know yet. But do they want to go damage onto the gold lane side here, Sinryu?
I think if they go for the damage, it could work because you can see the Hilda as well as the Eve. The Hilda can rotate quite fast.
Yes.
The Eve, on the other hand, has to maintain his distance
Yeah.
while taking those team fights. So in a comp where there's a Garudkacha, where there's a Fanny and also a CC, the dive is insane, right? So I
Yeah.
think if they want more damage out of this comp, they can still try to pick it up, but at the end of the day, it's safer to pick the fighters because they need to mark the backline. Maybe go for the Lapu Lapu is still open, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
The Yu Zhong is still left
Oh,
open.
yeah.
So it
Oh,
could be one of the things. The Farsa, yes, it works because there's the Eve. The Farsa can outrange her. But the Yu Zhong for Radium would be such a good pick out here.
Yuzong for Radium, that is going to be so big of a threat for the CC as well as the Farsa
Yeah.
too.
They need dive, right?
Yeah, they need dive. Now, I think the Farsa is definitely going to be a better pick here into the mid lane side because of the clearance that it have, and Senju hasn't been able to get his Farsa for so long. And I think, oh wait, look at that! It's going to be the
Okay.
Granger!
Oh,
Finally!
finally.
Radium.
I mean, it
Oh,
works,
and
but
Thamus.
okay, anti with the Thamus.
Double
and
damage.
I'll tell you one thing. These are the two heroes, the Thamus as well as the Asuna, which
Asuna?
turned the game around. Not
The
Asuna,
Asuna?
I mean Eve.
Oh,
Asuna on the,
the
Eve.
Asuna?
Yeah, same thing. It's Asuna Zero, by the way. But
Okay.
still, like, Asuna on the Eve and Anti on the Thamus, they were able to turn around a team fight completely. Like, really just turning around a 3v4. But, oh, wait, what?
Lord Crisis onto the Claude. Oh no, that is gonna be meaning. Damn, so this means that they want to stay into the goal lane for so long. But there's also a change into this, the laning phases, right? Because you kind of stay into the lane longer than usual, longer than before, and the HPs are also tighter and higher. So it means that longer laning phase and the Trinity build and the change into the DHS is also making the Trinity build very, very valid.
But the Thamus will be on a vengeance.
Thomas will be on vengeance, he will be having the countenance, and he will not be dying anytime soon. But for Crisis, he has to avoid the Thomas.
I love the fact that Hig Boston, they have gotten most of their comfort heroes. Like, for Crisis, he has been the person who also shines on the, marksmans, right?
Yeah.
And giving him the marksman really works. Cody Cutie, I think he did very good on towards the CC. But apart from that, it's going to be how well Godspeed and Shenzhou can enable the early game. Because the early game is going to be very important. In the late game, it's going to be the Xborg with the fire missile dealing a lot of damage. But I think the Farsa can take away the Firaga armor. But
Yeah.
I love how Madara is posing on that picture, man. Like, it looks so good.
That's a Pookie Madara, bruh,
I
onto
know,
the
right?
Gato.
He even opened up his glasses. Like, I want to,
Oh yeah, I want to look good.
yeah, you want to look good.
I want to look good.
And it does look good.
And I hope he want to play good too. That is
Yeah?
his main hero.
Look good, play good.
Yeah, that's all he could you know, he can do here
But that is
today.
Shenzu's iconic pose too.
Oh yeah, that is
Right?
like, it's been for
And
here
look
for
at
so
look at both the
long.
goal laner. Look at both the goal laner.
Oh, okay.
They're doing the faker pose.
They have so much
That's the
of
faker pose.
fake posts.
Yeah.
But for Corey Cutie though, he looks like he just wanna, flex.
He's flexing. He's like,
Yeah, he's
yo,
flexing.
man, I'm
Eh,
here.
I'm here.
But enough with that. Do you think anything is out of the ordinary in this, the spells wise?
The sprint onto the cloud, I think it's more of a, them trying to outplay us a little bit. But onto the other side, I think we also know that there might be a waste for them to able to run away without the flicker, with the sprint onto that RWM rather than the flicker. Because, for a long while when Yves and a goal in meta was still valid, whenever you pick out the Yves, you usually go for the Claude to try to have a better time.
I mean, the Claude can actually avoid getting freely hit, but again, we'll see how it goes. As ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is gonna be the first game in this lower bracket finals. This is Team IQOO S8UL versus Higbossen. And the first game is gonna really matter here, Debbie, because both the teams, they would love to get the first point because it kind of eases the pressure, right?
Yes, that is why it's important to win out into the mid lane side. Here again, that's going to be the Wings by Wings already popped by Senju to try to win out onto the lane as much as possible. But the clearance coming through from Apex and Asuna together is definitely up to the par here. But right now, I think they might be able to have a good start because Godspeed, he already gotten his blue buff though.
Yeah, I mean, now they want to go for the skirmish, but look at Madara HP. Oh, but it's going to be Apex. And the heal out of Madara really turned it around. And with this, the first blood secured by Team Higbossen.
That's definitely a good start. Getting out the first one under the 1 minute of the game. Madara able to get a ton onto the perfect. Remember here, yet again, if you want to have a greater time to the early stages, you want to shut down onto the Hilda. But right now, we can see the builds coming through. Wilderness Blessing is, of course, going to be the standard rotation-wise coming through from the side of the room here. But onto the other side, it's going to be a Master Assassin for the Claw, which means that he want to stay in the lane as long as possible so that he'll be able to have a good amount of damage he can deal. But one thing that's kind of weird is that the first side is on the Wilderness Blessing too. I thought that he would want more damage, right?
Yeah.
But wow, this is actually very common here for the Yves.
Yeah.
Vitality. Tenacity.
She knows that she'll get dived on, so she wants to, keep herself safe. But at the same time, it's going to be the Farsa dealing damage from far away.
That's right.
It's just going to be Godspeed going in for, finishing that kill. But again, up top, 1v1, the goal laners is going to continue until and unless there's some rotation. The tempo or the momentum will not break through unless one of them overcomes. Again, onto the mid lane. Asuna is the target. Look at the flicker committed by Shenzu. Takes down Asuna, but Apex comes out of nowhere. Takes down Godspeed. Shenzu onto the next block, but the Wings by Wings will take him or fly him towards the safety. He lives, but the turtle out here, J-Ho, easily securing it. Corey Cutie out there, getting taunted by 2 members or getting engaged on by 2 members. But again, Madara needs to maintain the distance because he's against Nextborg. Does not want the true damage to take him down.
That's a cool way to start a team fight and the turtle fight as well. S8UL, of course, they are going to go for more.
Oh, they're going for more. Madara still thinking if he wants to go in with the Unbreakable, but his HP says like, not today, but here comes Godspeed against Apex. He wants to return the favor. Apex still not level 4. 2 members jumping on towards him and Will takes down Apex, but look at the backline. There is the blazing duet by Claude onto Asuna. Is still going for more, but the AOG just missing out a little bit, but Claude will go back. Madara is all by himself, but Godspeed again going in the backline, but Radium is there, but J-Ho will take down Crisis, and now the side of these 2 teams will go for the disengage, but the damage has been done. 2-4-3 is the score.
2-4-3 is the score. A perfect relay of events all over the places for both of the teams right there, but Crisis not even having enough of a damage, wasn't able to successfully get a perfect survivability. But J-Ho, the entrance from Radium as well, that was amazingly well done. This means that S8UL, they are able to equalize onto the goal that they lost it out. Senzu still, he was the one able to get out the damage is done, but not enough for them to survive. But onto the top lane side though, Madara trying to give out a little bit of a vision or a ton against Radium right there, but they still aren't trying to fight for anything right now because this is the moment we are actually reverting back to a bit of a damage onto the gold lane side. So this will not be as broly as we think. Mid lane Apex, okay, he's just trying to give out a reason though.
Yeah, I mean, Shenzu is always maintaining the distance, but still Godspeed too would not like to, go a 1v1
no,
at this
no.
point, right? Because he needs his purple buff, which is not yet there. And Crisis have been free farming. He was free farming for most of the part, but he got taken down once.
Yep.
And because of which, he needs to now again secure the gold which he has lost. So far, with the second turtle spawning in, the lead is just off about 400. But look at that again, the
Yep.
blazing
Oh,
duel on the
LG.
back line.
Oh,
There she dropped
what?
down
Center?
along with the feather strike. But nobody falls yet. Radium get locked in, and Madara will
Okay.
secure that kill with this again. Madara getting stuck up. Anti picks up the kill. Godspeed goes in as soon as the target. They're still trying to choke more. But Corey is already low on HP. But Godspeed, on the other hand, gets taken down. And Corey Cutie falls as well. It's going to be a 3-4-1 in favor of Team IQOO S8UL.
How do you want to fight with the gold lane? The marksman's into the gold lane and brawling it out. This is not the case you want to do, but now the turtle is going to be free for the taking for the side of S8UL, and this means that they will be able to have a gold lead 1.4k, which is definitely necessary when you have a Grander onto your side. Crisis will have to somehow change out onto his lane so that he'll be able to get out the damages done and get all those items necessary, because he's going to be later than the Grandeur when we talk about the damages done. But onto the item builds, we can see that the Sky Pace are already built away by Radium here. He also already got some kills onto his kit, so that means that if he gets his kill, he'll be able to get out the stacks done too. But onto the other side of the Claude, is actually behind into the goal and the bot lane though.
Oh, look at that. The power of the wilderness will lock him down. And the Sky Piercer will secure that kill. Radium picking up one more kill, or the first kill in fact, right? So with this, it's going to be some more stacks for the Sky Piercer, and now they want to go for the invade.
Yep,
On towards the
yep,
purple buff. They
yep.
know that Fanny really wants to fight for it, and
Okay.
he'll go for it, and
Fanny?
they're still going for the cable, but Lordspeed is low on HP, still trying to maneuver his way out. He got the purple, but Madara will be still trying to run. Meanwhile, Corey Cutie got locked inside the RWM and has to fall. A purple for your EXP laner.
Oh, that's definitely something that you don't want to do right there, but the closing of the gap from Apex onto Senju and getting a kill onto him as well, that was definitely necessary.
Oh no! Once again, the target, the Wings by Wings is not gonna save you. Radium will go in and gun her down, and with this, more stack, 8 for 4.
Double
7 minutes
stacked.
into the game.
Yeah, double stacks onto the Sky Piercer already. Both were from Senju, by the way, and that's definitely not something you want to do. This time around, I think Higboson have to slow down. They should slow down. They should wait for Crisis and get him out onto the far lanes as much as possible. Godspeed, though.
Oh, what happened? Like, he's going for a 1v1 but not dealing damage. But even if he's dealing the damage, the fire missile is healing him back up.
Yes.
Now, the third turtle of the game is level 10 versus level 9. And
Nah.
it seems like Team
Don't
IQOO
do
S8UL,
it.
they really want to
Don't
take
do
it.
it.
Godspeed, low on HP, should not be doing it, right? He should not be doing that.
Okay, this is how I like Jay, man. He's so, very generous whenever he plays with a Granger, because he usually want to give out the stacks most of the time. He doesn't really care for the damages. He doesn't really care for any of the kills also. He's just going to give it away to Radium. That means another stack onto the Capricia, no matter how small or big it is. But already, the dominance are secured by NT, which means that he will be able to stay longer into the team fights. And also the Corrosion side is going to be giving him a lot of damage too. And the amount of heal that the Tamos can provide with the ultimate form, it's definitely something that Higboson cannot handle right now. So the only way that they are able to play this game is if and only if they give Crisis all the gold and not send Godspeed
Yeah,
here.
but look at the mid lane. The target is going to be the turret, but still they're kind of zoning out really well. The Revitalize still cannot keep Madara safe. And with the RWM, they will lock 2 members down. Cody Cutie able to get out, but Shenzu falls. Double kill for J-Ho. And now Godspeed wants to go in for the assassination, but his HP is running row. And a killing spree secured by Radium while Fanny was in an air.
How can you have that much of accuracy on a Rhapsody on a flying Fanny? You can't really do that. But that was a amazing read for Radium. Third stack on the Sky Piercer, and he will be able to get out every damage item available for him. 7k gold lead onto their hands. S8UL looking like they are very, very ready to go for any of the team fights that they want right now. But second item taken away by Crisis just now. It's actually very late. It's the DHS. yes, the very necessary item, but you're gonna need the Trinity to have the full stacks onto those DHS, and he's far from taking that. But also, I want to talk about the item built away by S8UL right now. He already gotten the Whistling Lantern, which means that the frontliners coming through from the side of Higboson will be struggling because that's extra and true damage coming through from the Eve right now.
Yeah, I mean, first they're giving stacks to Radium, which is already going to deal true damage. But look at you look at that, right? Just from those hits from his ulti, that is going to be the Death Sonata. The HP bars are chunking so low, and now they did it at the perfect time while the Lord is here. Fanny will be able to recall back, but still, it's like, this Lord pit entrance is completely off limits for Team Higboson, and they have to surrender the Lord. It's still a level 1 Lord. The Holy Defense should be still up there, but again, Madara is a target, already chunked low, and is trying to survive, but the Sky Piercer will seal the deal. Radium picking up the 4th kill in this game, getting more stacks.
That's definitely a good start on to them right now, but Godspeed will be having that macro factor onto his hands, but I would like if it was Crisis who have all those gold to the side, but I don't think it will be happening anytime soon. NT will be trying to deal with the lane pressure here right now. The mid lane is where the Lord will be mosing down. They want to get inhibitors right there, but for the side of Higboson though, they do have high ground scenario. They will be able to get that, clearance if they want.
Whoa, Radium, almost, Godspeed 2. Both of them low HP. Could have been a close call, but both of them survives. Now the Lord marching from the mid lane. The Holy Defense will get procced up, lowering the HP down. The Feather Airstrike dropped down, but the members are kind of far. Radium once again is the target by Godspeed, but he is able to maneuver his way out, able to heal back up. But the turrets or the inhibitors are still standing. The second tier is all taken down. The Lord is not there anymore, but the waves will be there. But oh no! Finally, Godspeed takes down Radium. He will fall, but he has done the work. And now Madara taking a bit of damage, going back, but Cutie going all by himself, taking a lot of damage. One more hit should do that work. And Asuna with the Void Blast will take it down. And the last Insanity will take down Shenzhou 2 against 4. It's not a fair number, but what's fair in MLBB? MOBA Legends, it does not really matter. Again, Madara trying to clear out the wave. Crisis is there, but still, they will be able to hold on to their base.
That was amazingly well done. They did lose out on to Radium, but okay, that's a dead
Wow.
body. Senju, he died.
That was personal.
Yeah. That was personal, W Twilight. But onto the other side, I would say that still it's worth it for the side of S8UL, but NT though.
He still wants to go for the chase. Godspeed is not having an easy game whatsoever, right? He's constantly getting hinged on or, getting ahead of himself. But again, the Feather Strike drop down will take out the Firak armor. Now is the chance for Godspeed to do something. But he takes down Asuna. But Radium will take him down. 1 for 1 would be the trade. But so far, they cannot capitalize out of that. They do not have the waves. They do not have the Lord. So for now, they have to wait.
They have to wait, but still, something is looking lively for the side of Higboson. Maybe it's because it's 12 minutes of the game, because that is where they usually shine. This is their signature, late game monsters. But these S8UL, they are not making any kind of mistakes. It's mostly onto the hands of Godspeed, who is trying to dive in most of the time and try to get out the damages done. And I think it's still worth it. When you are behind, you can lose out onto your jungle for a kill or two onto the side of the winning side. Yep. But S8UL, they did lose out onto Radium as well. But the thing is, it's definitely not really that much of a big, equalization. But on the other hand, Radium full build.
You have to consider 10k goal lead, right?
He got 10k goal lead. They got 10k goal lead already. This is the most goal lead that we have seen in this tournament so far, especially into this LAN event. And then he also got the Win of Nature, which means that Godspeed cannot really fully commit on to Radium too. And he should always go for Asuna at this point. But yeah, that's definitely going to be hard.
It's going to be hurting because, even the poke damage as of now is lowering the HP of Madara. The Firak armor still holding on. The last incentive will be used up, but the Revitalize will keep Madara safe for the time being. But so far, the Lord was the target of Team IQOO S8UL, and they got it down. So they still have the advantage here, Debbie.
They do have advantage, but right now, look at that. The minions are pouring in one by one, wave by wave. And Godspeed though is just trying to get a clear onto it as well. But right now, this is the reason why we like a Hilda, who have the early advantage, right? He's right. Apex is out there. just trying to get it into their circle.
Oh wait, one more last insanity will
What?
wait out the flicker out of Shenzhou. Feather airstrike drop down, but not enough range. And the mid inhibitor will fall. They're trying to just poke more, but look at Godspeed going back in. Can he pull up Joseph from yesterday is going to be the question. The AOG for the safety, but the Lord is finally here. The waves are getting cleared out. Cody Cutie onto the front line. Godspeed going in with the cables, but they're still trying for more. The blazing do it again. Crisis trying to clear out the wave while the Lord is still there. And again, the Godspeed goes back in out of energy. Still trying to fight it out more. Cody Cutie as well as the rest of Team Hig Boston. They're still trying to do more. Godspeed going back in, trying to take down one more member. The Feather Strike is back from HP. Apex will fall. Anti's low on HP. Can they chase them down? Anti is the target, but they Godspeed, but they cannot take him down. The waves are here, and Team Hig Boston, they need to respond, but Godspeed is not done yet. The Wind of Nature used up, but Godspeed tried to take down Asuna, could not do so. Crisis with the Wind of Nature, want to go for a 3v1, one more hit, but he cannot finish the kill off. Cody Cutie back in action. The freeze is out from Asuna, still survive. Cody's throwing his best. The RWM 3 versus 1. They're still surviving with low HP, but now the one member, he will lose immortality. The AOG dropped down, and Cody Cutie will still fall, but Radium gets taken down. But again, Shenzhou locked in by J-Ho. Crisis is there, but Shenzhou has to fall. The fire missile is enough. The last insanity being used up. The immortality is not there. This is going to be using the blazing duet. One more hit, and they will get the shutdown on towards J-Ho. Madara is still there, and Nasur as well as Radium, they want to chase him down. The slowdown is there, but they cannot finish off the kill. Apex is finally back, but still they need to go for the separation here.
What a grandeur defense coming through from the side of Hig Boston, but a re-engagement coming through from them as well. Did you see the 3-item switch from Radium? That was the point where he was able to survive any kind of damages coming through from the side of Hig Boston. They usually went for him. I don't think Godspeed was expecting that much of a item switch, and you can see he was still surviving. They can lose out onto their jungle here at that point, and if he is still surviving, it's still okay. And I think Corey tried his best to try to get a kill onto Asuna as well, but Asuna perfectly got that feather, on point, the blood wings on point, and that make him survive. That's the tankiness that you want on the base right now, but still, things are looking very lively for the side of Hig Boston. They were actually dead for the first 10 minutes of the game, and now with one fight, they are trying to equalize onto the goal, but 7k still onto the hands of S8UL.
Yeah, they still want to go for the Lord fight. Look at Team S8UL, IQOO S8UL, they want the blood, they will take down Corey. Crisis on the back line with the blazing duet, cannot do the damage. Godspeed goes back in, but cannot get the kill. But again, on to the back. AOG used up, but J-Ho was isolated. He will fall down, but Apex is chasing Godspeed, who does not have energy left for any more cables. He falls. 2 for 1 is the trade. Minions marching from the mid lane. Team IQOO S8UL, they still have the advantage, but can they finish this off? Shenzhou as well as the rest would want to just still defend. Madara low HP bar dropping really low. Apex gets taken down, but they will take down Madara as well. 1 for 1 is the trade. The Feather Airstrike still doing work, but no, they cannot finish off this game with just minions. They have to go back and take the Lord.
Hig Boston, they are standing just because of the high ground that they have right now. This should be a good lord for the side of S8UL, but they need to wait for Apex to come through right here, because look at the naked base standing for Hig Boston. But mind you, yesterday against IQOO and TX, they were able to defend and win out without any of their inhibitors left. But right now, they are in dire need for a contest onto this lord. Right now, they can try something. They need Godspeed alive. They need their retribution alive. And S8UL, they know that Hig Boston will try to contest for it. They should pull something different. They cannot really go for direct Lord take.
They have been here even yesterday, right? Game number 1 against Team IQOO, RNTX. They lost all their base. All their inhibitors. They were almost at the mercy of just 1 HP on their Nexus, but still they pulled it off. And this is still a game number 1 we are talking about, right? The fight is not over. There's still time. 4.5k is the lead, but the Lord is going to be very important. What they need to do is just play the slow game for IQOO and TX. They can let the minions slow push, but Team Hig Boston, they will be very desperate for this Lord here, Debbie.
This is a desperation call right now. Godspeed needs to be onto the Lord Pit as fast as possible, but S8UL, they're going to be careful though.
Oh, they're gonna be careful, but Madara has to burn up that AOG to worst to the back line to find the safety. Jeho still on the front line, does have the immortality left for him. Corey Curie as well as the rest, they're still trying to just find a way in. Just one crack they need to take down Asuna. That's what they need, or maybe Radium too. If they can take either of them down, the damage would reduce significantly. But this Lord still being used up. Look at the poke damage coming out of Radium, keeping the members of Team Higboson at bay. And as of now, the fan is still going for that split push up in the top lane, trying to just still arrive. But look at Madara, does not have a way out. Radium with the snipe will take him down. Jeho finds the Lord. Radium will take a double crisis, will lose his immortality. Can he find escape? No. Are we going to look at a maniac by Radium? Is going to be the question as the side of Team IQOO S8UL. They're trying to look for a wipeout. 1v1. Shenzu able to go out, but Fanny will fall. Nevertheless, it's still a win in the team fight for Team IQOO S8UL. And all they need to do is just march with the Lord and end the game. Shenzu versus the entire lineup of Team IQOO S8UL. It's just an impossible feat. And I think Team Higboson, they know it too. Game number 1 is of Team IQOO S8UL.
Radium with the perfect shots onto the rest at the end of there. Sonata's able to get the perfect victory. This is going to be game number 1 secured by IQOO S8UL. And they are going to be able to get a good lead onto that right now. But I am going to be imagining who's going to be getting the MVP though.
Ooh, who's going to get the MVP? Radium? I mean, he did pretty good, I would say, but you asked me a question after I hyped it up so much. It's not fair. Let me think right now. My brain is still processing. But what a game, I think, losing those inhibitor turrets and as well as with Team IQOO S8UL, really playing that slow game, right? They waited for the minions to accumulate. You saw the number of waves, minions that were there in the bot lane.
Amazingly well done. They did not rush for the Lord because they know that they need to have a very, very good time to try to ask for it. But it's actually Asuna. Wow. That's the tenacity mate who plays for the team. The second time he got an MVP from the year. A full build already. A change that onto the items as well. Unable to be taken down by the dive combination coming to the side of Higboson. The outplays that he did onto Corey Cutie was also amazing. And now he will be grabbing onto that MVP too. 600 gold per minute, that's something for a mate, it's okay. 85% KP, that's something you want to talk about though.
Yeah, I think he did his work really well. And apart from that, the fact that, he was able to keep his position properly maintained, right? He was on a tenacity. On top of that, he had the Winter Crown.
Yep.
And you saw the outplay, right? Against Crisis, against Corey Cutie, against Godspeed. So many people jumping onto him and still he survives.
He survived.
Right?
That's a Neve without mobility, man. Just the flicker. And he was able to do that for a long, long while. But I think we want to have a highlight onto the goal lane, right? Radium. Yeah. Amazing onto the Granger. We were actually expecting him to go for the damage, right? Because, that was a sure cost. And then he got the Granger, the nerve down Granger. He stayed into the lane for a long, long time. But he was able to get out the stack of the Capriccio done. And the amazing outplay that he did against every member of Higboson, every divey member. He switched out onto the Wind of Nature, bought out the Immortality, and switched it out again with the Rose goal, and that is where he was able to stay into the team fight for so long, and that is amazing. And now that he is alive, they are able to get out the damage as well. They could engage most of the time because they have their damage dealer still available for there. But Godspeed, I think he was amazing onto that Fanny too, but what can you do? Win without a blue buff.
I mean, the main purpose of the lineup for Team Higboson to win was just mark the backline.
Yes.
And more so, it was to take down Radium and both Asuna, isn't it? This 1v1 matchup, it didn't really matter when the team fights broke out. Because Crisis, he was there in the back line, dealing the damage with the Blazing Duet, lowering the HP down. But all the members Godspeed, Corey Cutie, even Madara, he could not actually use this AOG for going in those team fights. He had to use
Yeah.
it for running away or,
Yeah,
finding the safety.
that's right.
And he was trying to survive, but the stacks were just so much from Radium. And he was using the Revitalize to heal back up, but by the time he was healing back up, it was dealing enough true damage to take him down.
That was why he was able to stand. He wasn't able to stand into the front line most of the time yet again. And I think he was trying to dive in also. But if you are trying to dive in, you are not taking onto the back line most of the time, and that kind of became a problem because Apex right here, right now, onto the Hilda was able to get a lot of kills onto the Fanny as well, and of course Senju too. He wouldn't let the bird ult, right? He's just there
Yeah.
onto the face.
I think the CC was kind of not just there yet.
Oh, bronze.
I mean, I feel the CC against the Thamus was something that was, the matchup was just not really working for Corey Cutie in that game.
Nope. This is why I despised CC into the XP lane. They did use out yesterday, of course, but then again, it's like, it's not really that best, but it's okay though. That was amazingly well done for both of the sides as well. Rich Guy, of course, Asuna was everywhere, all over the
I got
place.
caught lacking.
You got caught lagging.
I mean,
It's
I was just looking at the result once again to just figure out what went wrong.
Okay.
But at the
what
same
went
time,
wrong?
I feel the way the team fights were enabled, the way the Fanny. I think I'll just be upright, okay, about this. A lot of the cables were missed by the Fanny.
Yeah, true.
He was not able to get the angles. Like, I don't know if it was the nerves of the first game or if it's just a warm-up that he has not yet gotten. But in a way, the Fanny missing out those cables really limited the things that he can do. And we saw him dying mid-air while running away, low HP, isolated. The support will never come through because he's so deep inside the enemy composition or enemy lineup
Yeah.
that it's very difficult for either Madara, either Corey Cutie, and even for Shenzu to go and help him because Apex is always on the front.
He's always on the front. And he's always diving too deep into the enemy line. And then when you're trying to engage most of the time to the front liners, you kind of, forget about the back lines too. And that's where the problems start rising for the side of Higbush. And they cannot really go for a proper team fight because they are always isolated by the Hilda. Apex onto
Yeah.
the damage dealing potential onto that hero too. And I think this time around Zay also did a very, very good job being the frontliner of the team too. So let's see how the second game entails for us because Higbush, they have the first pick and IQOO S8UL, they will be having the second pick. So this time around Xbox ban, not the Martist.
I think the Xbox 2, I mean, for J-Ho, he's just on a different level. Like any heroes he plays will get banned for one way or the other, but I
Yeah.
am anticipating a Martis ban 2 in the third slot. I think the Xbox was a problem indeed because Madara, he cannot just sustain the true damage, right? The fire
Yeah.
missile can easily hit not the Thamus, but the Kacha, right? And that kind of is the problem. But at this point, they're leaving open the Martis in this game, and they're letting team IQOO S8UL also not pick up the Kadita out here.
That's what I think the Kadita was what I was actually imagining Higbush to ban away most of the time because when Asuna is a very, very vulnerable target, he usually loses it out too. So that's also a big reason. But S8UL, they understand that the Yiv could be a very, very big threat for them. Even though they are the one using it, and now Godspeed Hero will be denied again. Two of his most used heroes will be banned away. So at this point of the time, it's the part where we say that the teams do understand each other at this point, and they're just trying to deny every hero. CC again picked. Oh man, I don't like the CC.
I think it should be on the gold lane though.
It should be on the gold lane. I have always, manifested a
Give
gold lane
something else
CC.
to Corey.
Yeah, give something else to Corey. Like the Lapu Lapu was there. Lapu Lapu was there.
Esmeralda is also-
Esmeralda is there. Why? Okay, it's okay. Because there might be something that they want to take away. But for S8UL though, it's going to be the Jushin that they pick up, the damaged hero Jushin. And there we go, Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Possible, what do I say, flex? Heroes will be banned away. So at this point of the time, it's the part where we say that the teams do understand each other at this point, and they're just trying to deny every hero.
I think
CC
so.
again.
This is the problem because as of now, we'll still see that they're giving the Zushin plus the Esmeralda, and even if they pick the Lapu Lapu, it will be a losing matchup. And what they can do is just pick up the Baxia.
Like the Lapu Lapu pick up the Basha for who? Godspeed.
Esmeralda is
Esmeralda's there.
Maybe?
Okay. It's okay. Because there might be something that they wanna.
I think he can go for the Lapu Lapu. I mean, not the Lapu Lapu, the Bagsia for God's sake, because it still can work, but they are now stealing away the Thamus along with that. Yeah.
Possible, what do I say, flex? Actually, I think it's necessary that they give out the gold lane CC into the hands of Crisis rather,
think so.
because
That's
you
the
cannot, you do
problem,
not want
because
to
as of
see
now,
the
we still
XP
see
CC yet again because it doesn't
they're
really
giving
have that
Social
much
Plus
of a
Desperate and
tankiness
even
that
if
you
it's a
want.
Lapu
But on to the other
it's a
hand, I
mashup.
think the Gimme is a very, very good pick.
What
It's
they
a
can do is
comfort
just
for
pick the
Senju
box.
right there. He was able to do stuff with this hero too. So let's see how S8UL will be able to, you know, answer to this. But there's also one fact that the buff on the
I think he can
Lolita,
go for
which we
Lapu Lapu.
slept on, is
Not Lapu
definitely
Lapu, the Bagsia
amazing,
for God's
man.
sake, because
Oh
it
man,
still
but heal
can
that, okay,
work,
heal
but
that.
they're now I know, right? And what I also feel the fact that they're still going for the Hilda. I mean, even if they're not picked it up, it's not like. I mean,
think
it
it's
feels bad, but
necessary
it's
that they give
never
out
gonna be
the
Madara
gold
picking up that
lane
hero.
CC into the hands of Crisis rather, because you do not want to see the XP CC yet again because it doesn't really have that much of a tankiness that you want. But on to the other hand, I think the Gimme is a very, very good pick. It's a comfort for Senju right there. He was able to do stuff with this hero too. So let's see how S8UL will be able to, you know, answer to this. But there's also one fact that the buff on the Lolita, which we slept on, is definitely amazing, man. Oh man, but heal that, okay, heal that.
I know, right? And what I also feel the fact that they're still going for the Hilda. I mean, even if they're not picked it up, it's not like. I mean, it feels bad, but
necessary
it's
that they give
never
out
gonna be
the
Madara
gold
picking up that
lane
hero.
CC into the hands of Crisis rather, because you do not want to see the XP CC yet again because it doesn't really have that much of a tankiness that you want. But on to the other hand, I think Fanny Ben and Gagato Ben S8UL, they're just
Yeah?
trying to nerf down the jungle and the roam too. I think that's definitely something you want to talk about here, right?
Definitely, I think limit. I mean, they could have given the Fanny, but with this lineup, it's going to be difficult to counter the Fanny once again. But apart from that, I mean, the other heroes, I would have also. I mean, if they pick up the Bagsia at this point, I think it's not a threat, right?
It's not. It's
Because they
not.
have a Zuxian
Yeah.
to punish the Bagsia,
Ah, that's
but,
right.
but
Oh
they do
wait.
not have enough meltdown.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, the Jushin doesn't really have that much of a momentum anymore as much as we would like it to be. Because this time around, I think it's kind of delayed with the amount of ways he is able to get a displacement reaction. But on to the other side, I think Suyo Ben coming through from the side of Higbushon. Oh my goodness. Jay onto the Yi Shen.
Wow, this is the first time I'm looking at this hero, getting picked. But apart from that, I mean, the other heroes, I would have also. I mean, if they pick up the Bagshi at this point, I mean, what do you think of the Isunshin on Jay? Because it's a hero. I mean, looking at his playstyle, like he who wants to play for the farm, right?
Yes.
And this is his type of hero. He can farm all he wants and join the team fight once he's ready.
Yeah, he's like that. He want to stay alive for the objective, but if this is a tanky Shin, that's something that we have to focus on. Okay, I think we can. Coming through from
I
the
know,
side of
right?
Higbushon. Oh my goodness. Jay onto the Yi Shen.
So at this point, they still go for the Bagzia, but onto the roam and not onto the jungle. But they pick up the Hayabusa instead, and against the Dukshin, it's a really good pick. They can actually try and counter him down, but the problem is gonna be the Hilda once again. I mean, looking at his playstyle, like
I
he
think
who wants to play for the farm, right?
must be.
And this is his type of hero. He can farm all he
We
wants
were
and join
expecting
the
the
team fight once
Basha
he's
though,
ready.
but not into the roam, but into the jungle. But still, Mandara might be able to do it out here. But right now, onto the other side, I think I don't really like that the Yishin is definitely. Oh my goodness, what is this? What is this?
Nerfed Harith?
Nerfed Harith, but more sustained Harith.
It's good enough for Radium. He wants to be sustaining the team fights, right? And I think for his playstyle also, I mean, this draft has a pretty good potential for the late game, but lacking out control except for this Luxian.
Okay, I think that's what they needed. That's actually what they needed. But right now, I think Harith is more of a. We were expecting the Basha though, but not into the roam, but into the jungle. But still, Mandara might be able to do it out here. But right now, onto the other side, I think I don't really like that the Yishin is definitely. Oh my goodness, what is this? What is this?
Nerfed Harith?
Nerfed Harriet, but more sustained Harriet.
It's good enough for Radium. He wants to be sustaining the team fights, right? And I think for his playstyle also, I mean, this draft has a pretty good potential for the late game, but lacks
Yeah.
crowd control except for this Luxian.
Okay, I think that's what they needed. That's actually what they needed. But right now, I think Harriet is more of a. We were expecting the Bastia though, but not into the roam, but into the jungle. But still, Madara might be able to do it out here. But right now, onto the other side, I think I don't really like that the Eastern scene is definitely. Oh my goodness, what is this? What is this?
Nerfed Harriet?
Nerfed Harriet, but more sustained Harriet.
It's good enough for Radium. He wants to be sustaining the team fights, right? And I think for his playstyle also, I mean, this draft has a pretty good potential for the late game, but lacks crowd control except for this Luxian.
Okay, I think that's what they needed. That's actually what they needed. But right now, I think Harriet is more of a. We were expecting the Bastia though, but not into the roam, but into the jungle. But still.
Well, with the draft already rolling in here, what are we expecting for this game? Because we are seeing some really unexpected heroes, but there are the counters available. For the Esmeralda, they have the Baxia. For both the Zuxin as well as the Isanshin, they have the Hayabusa. But then again, the Hayabusa has the punishment too. The Hilda, I don't know, it works back and forth maybe in some way.
Okay, I think this is more like a comfortable, like more damage-centric draft coming through from the side of S8UL. Whatever we have been saying of how much of a utility that J-Ho has been onto the for the team. He's a team player, by the way. On the E season, you got to be greedy, right? So can he be greedy? That's the question.
They can't be greedy, but they have to really play the early game safe. Otherwise, it's going to be still a problem. We are seeing some really unexpected heroes, but there are the counters available. For the Esmeralda, they have the Baxia. For both the Zuxin as well as the Isanshin, they have the Hayabusa. But then again, the Hayabusa has the punishment too. The Hilda, I don't know, it works back and forth maybe in some way.
Okay, I think this is more like a comfortable, like more damage-centric draft coming through from the side of S8UL. Whatever we have been saying of how much of a utility that J-Ho has been onto the for the team. He's a team player, by the way. On the E season, you got to be greedy, right? So can he be greedy? That's the question.
They can't be greedy, but they have to really play the early game safe. Otherwise,
Okay.
well, I think we are finally back, right? It happens. These things happen. Does not really stop us from doing what we need to do. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be the game number 2 in the lower bracket finals at Mythic Showdown Season 2. So let's see. The first point, Team IQOO, S8UL, they bagged it. Now, will it be another 2 points or will it be a breakthrough?
You know, I actually think that Higboson do have a chance to win this out just because they have a Kimi onto the hands of Senju right there. So they might be able to have a good side onto the mid side right now. But look at that. That is Asuna onto the juice and able to go out with the displacement reaction. So Madara might have to be really, really careful on how he is able to zone himself out. Look at that.
Oh wait, Godspeed wants to go back in, but it's just a skirmish we don't really care about because we need to see the other lanes. But it's fine. Now they're going for more. Look at Madara getting the chunked HP backed up by the Revitalize. He's quite healthy now, but again, Zushin is trying to get the stack up, and the rest of the team wants to collapse. The first blood might just come through with the HP bar so low. Apex says, I will take the first kill, I will take the second kill, and now they're hunting for more blood. Godspeed picked up, taken down.
Wow.
3 kills just in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
3 kills just in 1 minute and 10 seconds. That's definitely a good start for the side of IQ S8UL. And now we can see a lot of damage and a lot of cooldown coming through from the side of S8UL because of the emblems that they have right now. A bit of a tenacity for the Esmeralda, which means NT want to stay into the team fight as long as possible. Not much of a festival of blood because, yeah, he won the tankiness mid lane.
Once again, there will be the Dauntless Beat connecting, and they will connect more kills. 5-0, just 1 minute 40 seconds, 30 seconds apart, and 2K goal lead.
2K goal lead, and now the Yisenshin will be able to have a good lead. That's what you don't want to do when you are against a Yisenshin. 104 is already good enough, and Godspeed being taken down onto the early phases is already been so bad for the side of Hick Boson. They have to be very, very careful. Apex leaving into the jungle for the side of Godspeed, and he's not really having a good time trying to get out the farm so far because look at the levels, right? They will not be going for this first turtle. And giving away the first turtle, Yisenshin, yeah,
I mean,
that's
you
trouble.
know, the best is that keep the enemy's HP low. I mean, not HP, but levels low, because you want this Ethan Shin, this lineup, this entire lineup to scale up. And if you can just do it from the get-go, it's so much better, right? Because the Ethan Shin gets constantly pressured and constantly poked in. He cannot do that.
He cannot really do that, and now I think that is something that they want to do. But the mid lane, Madara.
They want to do more kills, and Madara once again falling. And this is the 6th kill up top, though. Radium against Godspeed. He's out of shadow, and that will be an outplay by Mr. Radium as he picks up one more kill. And with this, Shenzu has to burn up that flicker quite instantly.
Instantly, Flicker already wasted away, and this is why I actually hate out the boss into the roaming, man, because you are not that tanky and you will not be able to have any kind of sustain to the early stages. But J-Ho,
Oh my god, the mid lane is like the brawl zone as the teams are again going at it, but the pickup as well as the dive from an anti will take down 2 more members, and now there is just Corey Cutie against everyone except for Radium, of course. It's not going to work, right? The damage is outdoing them, and that's more kills. 0, 10, just 10. I mean, just 3 minutes into the game.
oh, that is 3 minutes onto the game, and 0 to 10 doesn't really look good, especially against
Onto
a
a scaling
Hayabusa.
lineup.
Yeah, a scaling lineup. And then I think this is the reason why the Harry was picked, because you don't want to be taken down very easily into the early stage of the game because of the seal and the spellwhelm that you have with the extra sustains now. Of course, the Harry is changed up, but hey. Okay, man.
It's okay. They're
Okay.
not going for it. But again, oh wait, Godspeed, he wants blood now. After they've gotten enough blood shred, but they cannot finish off the kill. Madara will get taken off. Killing spree for J-Ho as he picks up the 3rd kill. 3-0 and 7. This
Wow.
Isan Shin.
3-0-7 into the early stages. 4 minutes, not even 5 minutes on the game, and the turtle will be absolutely free this time around again. And man, this is definitely gonna be bad for the side of Higboson here. Okay, Senju.
Oh no, he's in quite a bit trouble. Cannot escape that. He will fall. Apex picks up 1 more kill. Asuna low on HP, but still able to maneuver his way out. Look at Cody Cutie trying to hunt him down. That will be the first kill secured by the side of Team Higboson. Now Godspeed going in with a shadow kill onto his J-Ho, but he's able to outplay that. Pick 1 more kill. Madara against 2 of Team IQOO S8UL. They will take him down. Now Cody Cutie wants to go back in against Apex. Anti's there in the vicinity, but still they will not find any more blood apart from Asuna in the team fight.
Yeah, everyone have a goal lead for the side of S8UL. 1 point K for the gold lane as well, so that's definitely going to be a good start for the side of S8UL. But the bottom lane is what they really wanted to go for. Corey Cutie able to sustain it out quite well, but then again, the Stardom side built away because of the lifesteal that it have for the Herod, which means more tankiness, more sustain coming through from the side of Radium, so he'll be able to stay in the team fight as much as possible, and Crisis will not be able to get out the damages done. But Godspeed here, he is gonna be so pissed.
He's gonna be pissed because his purple is getting invaded, and the retribution will secure it though. But the only good fact, before that, another team fight breaking out. Asuna has to burn up the Crimson Beacon, but again, look at the HP. Asuna survives, but Apex does not. But again, the members are low. J-Ho, 1 more hit away, uses that.
Okay.
That ultimate, but still cannot survive.
Madara?
It's not going to be working. But Radium, on the other hand, will pick up a kill on 2 as Madara. 1 for 3 is the trade, but this time it's going to be Higboson winning it out.
Yeah, that was definitely amazing to say the least, but that's going to be a little bit of pause coming through. But you know what? This Hayabusa is actually a changed Hayabusa. I cannot say it's nerfed or buffed because the shadow, right? The quad shadow, the range is getting smaller, but the cooldown has been updated. It means that the cooldown is also decreased. So it means that you want to stay into the team fights as long as possible. So he will be able to get the War X and go in and out without difficulty. You're not a go in, shoot, and get out. You can stay into the team fights and have that sustain. So I like the fact that Godspeed is actually going for that War X first build, but I also think that he got the turtle too, right?
I think
He got
the second
the turtle.
maybe. I didn't see that quite well. I actually did. He actually got the turtle. But you know what really fancies me is the part that Team IQOO S8UL, they only got the kills. They have not yet pushed the turrets.
Oh, yeah.
So
True.
since the side of Team IQOO S8UL had gotten so many kills, so many, assists on them, the shutdown goal, the bounties, is going to be really hefty.
Yes.
And getting it back, you can see already the goal lead kind of reduced down to 2.3k. And if they get more shutdowns onto us heroes like Anti-Radium, and maybe once more again onto us Apex and Jeho, this gold will even reduce significantly, which can really turn it around. But the problem is, it's going to be a bit problematic. But look at the first turret falling from the side of Team IQOO S8UL. That too onto the mid lane.
That's actually a very, very good deal for the side of Kickboss on here because honestly speaking, if you want to have all the kills, you also want to have a little bit take of an objective mid lane. I think Crisis, he's okay.
It's okay, but again, they still want to, keep the pressure maintained or the vision maintained around the turtle pit because they need to take it down too. Again, up top, the Radium wants to go for a 1v1 against Shenzhou. Did burn out the Zaman Force, but does not dare to go under the turret because that might be a bit too much. But at the same time, you can see Team Hig Boston will be the first one to start the turtle. Jeho is in the vicinity, and Cody Cute is zoning them out. The Mountain Shocker will be there, but Jeho Godspeed secures the turtle with the help of the Retribution. But Cody Cute will fall instead, and Anti finds a double, but Crisis takes down one, and a shutdown onto us Anti, and now a double kill from Crisis. Radium is there with the Zaman Force dealing the damage, but the Revitalize will pick back the HP, but now Godspeed goes in with a shadow, but cannot pick up the kill. He is settling for the purple buff instead.
That's definitely going to be a good comeback coming through from the side of Higboss, and now they are going to be equalizing onto the gold 700k. Not K, 700, but that is definitely a good start. Crisis yet again. We finally have the CC into the goal lane side, and now we can see the difference that it's been making. Although it's going to be a Thunderbolt built away by, the goat himself, that definitely onto the top side. Okay.
Look at the goal shift, right? It's now into the side of Team Hig Boston. Even if it's like just 50, doesn't matter if it's 100, but the gold difference has been reduced.
It's taken away. It's taken away, and that's a big deal for the side of Higboss. So now they are able to see signs of life. But then again, there's almost Matara.
I think not yet, right?
All
Not
right.
yet. This is not the time you want to pull the triggers. You have to wait for the lot. 45 seconds still.
Yeah, there's still time. Now that the fact that the top lane and the bottom lane and the mid lane turrets, I mean, not the bottom lane, the mid lane and the top lane turrets has been taken away by Higboss is definitely a good one. That even though they lose out onto the kills, they win out onto the objective. Even getting the turtle also was a very important factor here right now. But Madara, though, I think he's trying to give out a little bit of a vision, but cannot really go into that because he was sure that S8UL will be there. Top lane, 1v1.
Oh no, the shadows does not connect, but he has the Dauntless fleet from the Mountain Shocker, but Jeho does not want to go for a 1v1. He knows the side of Team Hig Boston can still rotate, but the waves are still going to be crashing in. And Team IQOO S8UL, they have to respond, but at the same time, they have to keep the vision around the Lord pit. The Lord will spawn, and this might be a breakthrough, what we are saying, because in the early game, it was Team IQOO S8UL, and now the mid lane shift in the gears from Hig Boston have gotten the lead significantly reduced. So with the goal lead not really mattering, it's going to be the way they will place themselves for the setup.
Yes, that's definitely a good one right now. We would have thought with how the early stages of the game had went, it could have been so much of an easy load for the side of S8UL. But now I think Hig Boston are finally coming to the part where they are able to go for those extensions onto the team fight. Just because of Crisis, I would like to mention that because he was the one dealing out the damages, and when he was out of the lane, he was the one turning out everything in every place. But Madara,
in trouble, but he uses the Revitalize. Next time it's going to be Apex in trouble. He gets taken down. Radiant Radium with the Zaman Force, but he's getting jumped on as well as the Shadow Kill. Asuna falls. Shenzhou picks up the kill, and with this, two members down. But look at Godspeed, still trying to chase down onto his Jeho. So is Radium zoned out, and Anti still trying to sustain whatever he can, push the member away from his team while also maintaining the vision around the Lord. And at this point, they're trying to just get on towards him. They want to take him down before they take the Lord. The HP is really low, but again, the Zaman Force is up. Radium is going back in, dealing the damage towards Crisis, but Madara gets taken down. Radiant picks up a kill. One more hit. Shenzhou did not get fall, but Crisis, he picks up a mega kill. He picks up a double. But Apex shuts down Corey Cutie, but Jeho is just zoned out by Crisis. He's able to get out, but again, God's Speed is going back in, but look at Asuna completely unguarded, and Crisis! He takes him down, and Apex is in trouble. They're trying to chase him down. He's still trying to run under the safety of the turret. He will be able to get back down, but the Lord is in the side of Team Higbossen now.
Yeah, there's no way that Jeho will be able to come here right now. But Crisis, man of the match, I would say. He is able to do this yesterday also, and now he's able to do it yet again, which means that this is a turnaround that Higbossen were trying to look for. He got all the damages on his hands, the Malefic gun also, and the War Axe as well as the Hunter Stride. I think that is definitely something that they wanted to go for. I mean, for Hayabusa, of course, but now I think there will be a much of a damage needed coming through from the side of Crisis as well. And I think Radium trying to enter into the team fights right there, it was amazingly well done. But he had the sustain, but he was lacking onto the damage because that is the Harriet who has been toned down a little bit. But now the Lord is marching into the mid side though in favor of Higbossen.
You know what the good part is going to be, the holy defense still intact. The second tiers are not yet down, right? So in a way, they can still defend it down. They might lose the second tiers, but that's still enough. But now they're collapsing onto the side of Team IQOO. They're lowering the HP down on towards Anti, but that shield will keep him safe for now. But look at the damage that is being dealt out. The Lord will clear it out, but Apex just too far away for his team to respond to him, and he will be the casualty of that. But now more stack of minions are coming through. The holy defense will be down. 12 minutes into the game. This is going to be Team Higbossen charging inside the base of Team IQOO S8UL, but Madara getting a bit too overzealous, and so is Shenzhou as both of them get shut down, and this is still IQOO S8UL holding on to their inhibitor turrets.
They could have gone without trying to get all of those kills and getting taken down, but Jeho might be
Oh, wait, Jeho wants to go in, but Corey Cute is just too tanky. He's sustaining it all. Crisis going back in, and he wants to take the bloodhouse towards Jeho, but the Traceless will find him. The safety of his team, and the turnaround didn't come through. It's still going to be the Shadow Kill used up onto his Anti. He finds the kill, but now he's out of Shadow. Will fall in the hands of Radium. It's still a 2-for-1, and the fights are just back to back.
The re-engagement coming through from S8UL. I think they are actually amazingly decided here because the Macro Vector coming through right now is, oh my goodness. Jeho,
Whoa, he wants to go for Genzon to Madara. The Dauntless Fleet connects the HP bar again, lowered down to 0. Madara falls again onto the backline. Look at Apex is going all in under the turret, but Jeho will get that kill onto a Shenzhou, but Apex will fall indeed. But this is just two members standing for the side of Team Higbossen while the side of Team IQOO S8UL are making way for the waves to crash in.
There is definitely a good comeback coming through from the side of S8UL. They know that they are going to be having the manpower, 5 members of them available. So Higbossen, they cannot really try to complain about that though, because even if they want to go back, they are forced to go for the team fights, and that is costing them quite a lot too. That's onto the side as well. Madara and Shenzhou yet again not with the best performance, but right now Anti though, he's trying to give out a little bit of vision. The Shadow coming through as well. I don't think it will be engaging, but
I think, you know, that sneak peek was very scary, right? He was like, I'll just check that bush, and like, wait, 3 of them. No, not yet, let me get back.
Maybe Godspeed was not Kyrie Kumar, that's why.
I mean, at least they didn't get punished so far, but again, you can see IQOO S8UL, they want to zone them out. Madara again being on the front line. He does have the immortality though. The traction pulse will just not connect onto his Anti, but they're doing enough. Cody Cutie jumping onto the back line. There is the Crimson Beacon used up, but Cody Cutie getting zoned out. But look at that, the HP bar again. Jeho has enough damage to punish them down. He takes down 1, the immortality loss. He picks up a double. And now Radium takes 1 more down, as the Lord Pit will be in the control of Team IQOO S8UL. They do not have their jungler. for Team Hig Boston. Now there's 2 members there, but Anti still trying to zone them out. Radium again with his Zaman Force. They want a wipe out. Shenzhou falls. Cody Cutie, he cannot run away anymore, as that is a wipeout in the 15th minute of the game.
And the lure into their hand as well. Corey, QT, and Senju wasn't able to hold on for so long. But the amount of decision making coming through from the side of S8UL, they know that they will be able to win it out most of the time and trying to get a re-engagement. And that's definitely on point. But Apex right now will be visited by Godspeed here. Not much of an engage coming through, but there's a Mount Force just for the clearance.
Whoa.
Okay. What was that damage?
Exactly right. I thought that I had it this nerve, but what was the damage?
Okay, that was amazingly well done. But now 15 minutes of the game, the Lord marching into the mid lane side. There might be a possible engagement because there's no clearance coming through from the side of Hig Boston though.
Yo, they will take down the inhibitor quite easily. Once again, you can see Godspeed low on HP, but again onto the mid lane, Madara getting low on HP. He will be able to regen back up, but Crisis as well as Shenzhou trying to clear this wave out, trying to clear the Lord out. They will lose 2 inhibitors. The top one is there, but Godspeed goes in with the shadow kill. He will find the kill, the shutdown on towards Jeho, and now this could be the green signal Team Hig Boston were waiting for.
That is actually amazingly well done by the side of Godspeed. This is something that you want to shut down onto Jeho as well. And now they'll be able to have a breather. You know, this is a comfortable position for the side of Hig Boston yet again, because even though they are losing out to the members and their inhibitors, so they usually shine brighter when they lose out all of those inhibitors. But we can never tell, because the amount of decision making coming through from the side of S8UL is so precise. They don't usually go for those throws. They are very disciplined. They only go for those fights when they know that they will win, when they know that they'll be able to trade it out with a greater good. And now this might be a possible engage, Madara.
Oh no, once again, they're still looking for more fights. The shadow kill onto the back line. Apex HP is low, but not enough to take them down. The Dauntless Speed will miss out, and so will the Starfall. They're missing out the skill. They still want to keep the separation maintained, but neither of the team, they're just pulling the big guns yet. They're not going for an all-out brawl, not the Hail Mary play. I think it's still time for the Lord to be there. That should be the trigger where they need to pull that off. But again, Radium is trying to run away with Apex on his side, and Madara is still trying to give the vision. He already lost his immortality. He's gonna be on cooldown, but will it be back before the Lord spawns?
That's definitely a question for another answer. But hey, a full bill already onto the hands of Radium, and one of the most important items, the concentrated energy, is already beaten out. So that means that he's going to be able to have out the damages because of the Holy Crystal too, and another sustainability too. And now that means that he will not be taken down easily, even with the quad shadow or the shadow kill.
Yeah.
But hey, the lore is already up, but the full builds are set in Corey QT with the Garden Helmet. He'll be trying to go for a little bit of a more HP so that he'll be standing into the team fight longer. NT will be spotted out though.
Yeah, he's still trying to poke them up. The problem for Team Hig Boston would be the side lane and the mid lane, right? Because they do not have the inhibitors out there. And now with the Lord already being juggled by these two teams, we are 18 minutes into the game, right?
Yep.
So this is going to be an involved Lord as the fight already breaks up. Radium with his Zaman Force trying to maintain the distance. Crisis already uses up the Winter Crown, but now they're going to jump in on towards Anti. Is able to go out, but the Shadow Kill, could it do the work? Not yet. Godspeed out of luck, but the stacks on that Lantern Flare will not connect, but the Flicker in from Asuna will pull the game, but the back door almost there, but Shenzhou is there to respond. Once again, Madara trying to sustain it all, but it's just too much for him. The Immortality is back on right time, but this is enough, but Radium with his own. Madara falls, Asuna picks up one more kill, and now the number advantage will be completely favoring Team IQOO as it will. Hig Boston, they need to pull up a defense, they need to do something, but look at Shenzhou getting engaged on by Apex. He burns up the Flicker, but he still survives, but the waves are not just there yet. It's marching down from the mid and the bot lane, but again, Cody Cutie low on HP. They're chunking, getting low down the Zaman Force. The base locked in, but Shenzhou falls. One more falling, and this game will be in the hands of Team IQOO S8UL as they get a 2-0 in this best of 5 series.
S8UL once again with the game number 2 onto their hands with a longer game this time around. But Hig Boston though couldn't stand a chance with the distraction coming through from Jeho from the Yishan Sin. I think this can be a well called decision making through S8UL. They know that they had the lead onto the goal, they had the lead onto the objective, they had the lead on everything. And now that they know that they will not be trying to go for the fights directly, they went for those, distraction plays, and
Yeah.
that really worked well.
True. I think the Bagzia was not working. I mean, we already consider the fact that if there is an Eve, then the Bagzia will suffer against that because it's very easy to get the stacks onto the Bagzia.
I think because of the Zeushin, he was taken down and the Godspeed wasn't able to do anything about it. But hey, it's gonna be the MVP. I think. Wait, who's it gonna be though? J-Ho, right? Because he's on the brute force.
Wow. I'm
Go
happy.
first.
I'm happy that he didn't go for a full tank build.
Yeah, finally, no Thunderbell, right? No Thunderbell.
I would be not surprised if I saw a full tank build out there.
So that's gonna be the Yi Sun-shin, and he's gonna be finally getting the MVP that he so overly deserved. And now I think that's giving him a little bit of a how do I say inspiration to go for explore outside and
Wait,
get
he
something
had
out of his
19
range.
assists?
Yes, he had 19 assists. The first assist that he got was under 1 minute, and he had 4.
Wow. I mean, in a fact that he has the mountain shocker, it does give you the free
Yeah,
assist.
that's right.
So he was getting free gold.
Okay. 11 deaths on Madara is, we can screenshot this. 11111.
It's 11-11 with
11.
1-1-1.
11111. Okay.
Okay, 5 ones. But hey,
I blame it on Asuna though. He's taking him everywhere.
maybe. But I think Shenzhou was trying really good, but he was getting marked on because they did not
Yes.
have enough crowd control to protect Shenzhou once, because Apex can directly run towards you and just like hammer you down.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
axe
what-
you down. He doesn't have a hammer.
The fact that S8UL did not want to fight onto Corey QT because Corey wants to fight, right? He have the countenance, he have the damages, he have the sustain, but they don't really care about him. They just ignore him and go for the backlines, especially onto Senju and Madara too. And this is why I actually despise having a Basha into the roaming position, because you don't really have the tankiness that you want to do or check out the boosters with that too. But I think it's more of a S8UL having the better game style, because they were always isolating with the Hilda, but also joining the fights with the Esmeralda. And then of course it's gonna be Raiden, right? He was always there. But then again, there's also a fact that Crisis at one point of a time was the the guardian angel for the side of
He
Higbosan.
did really good in that
Yeah.
team fight. Like
He's the
he turned it
savior.
around.
Yeah.
But I think in a way the Harith scales better in the late game compared to a CC. Compared to a CC, the Harith would definitely deal more damage and also
Yes.
has quite a bit sustain because of the shield. And there was nobody to stop the dashes of that Harith, so he was just freely hitting most of the members that were in front of him. And most likely it was just the luck of Madara to be there
Yeah.
on the receiving end of the damage.
Yep. And now things are looking very, very bleak for Higbosander. They are 0 wins, and S8UL are 2 wins ahead, which means that they'll be closer to the finals, and maybe closer to getting out onto the revenge plan against GodLike also. But hey, head with the Poki Madara here, he's got the Basha, but didn't really work out. But onto the XP side, I think NT is still gonna be undefeated. But then again, Corey QT did have more goal onto his side, and he was able to get all the tankiness
He was
down.
sustaining the team fight, but
Yeah,
they could
they
not get the damage
that's
transfer.
what.
Like even for Hayabusa, for Godspeed, it was like the damage not coming through. Like he needed to be the one to finish off those kills, but he was the one just trying to dive onto the back line. And the moment he goes into the back line, every one of them they clump up together.
Yep.
So nobody there to finish the kill after even if he has the
Even-
HP
yeah.
drop down to 1.
That's why. But we can see the Ritz guy in the carry. It's going to be J-Ho this time around, finally
Yeah.
making his ways onto this, screens right now, because we do see that the sandbag is going to be Madara with 11 deaths. Of course, the wingman is going to be Apex with a 19 assist. Onto the Hilda, by the way, but that's amazingly well done for the side of Higbosan too. But then again, S8UL are so much better into the macro management and the objective take as well. And I think Higbosan do have the ways to try to have, those moments for themselves, but it doesn't really happen against S8UL because they don't usually get out of discipline.
Yeah, I think for Higboson, they kind of took the pressure after the loss in the first game. They were like, we need to get a perfect draft, we need to execute it perfectly, and that perfection in some way or the other costed that early game. But then again,
Yeah.
they were able to get over that. They were able to, withstood the pressure that they faced in the first minute or two.
Yeah.
But after the Lord takes, after the Lord is defended, it seemed like they didn't know what to do.
Yeah, that's what.
They're all separated around across the
Yeah.
map.
Cross map play. I think it's also J-Ho who did most of all. Because of that reason, they weren't able to find out how to move around with it too. And Godspeed was so lost, right? We can see he doesn't really know where to go after he come back because S8UL were all over the places, no matter who it was. They were everywhere. But I think they are very, very ready for the next round too because look at them. They are so chill, even as soon as having fun talking, right?
I mean, one more game is all they need
Yeah.
to go to the grand finale.
Is Raiden sleeping though?
Radium, are you sleeping, sir? Oh, he woke up. I think he's just tired, maybe carrying the team every time. Let the man get some rest. But I think they're still having a lot of discussion, a lot of, maybe the adjustment that they need to make. But more so than this team, it's going to be Team Hickbosson trying to think through what do they want
Yeah, for
for
Hickbosson.
third game.
This is do or die situation, and I feel like they can play for Crisis again this time around. Keep him onto the CC because if they don't, I think the CC is such a good hero for them. But then again, you might want to prioritize on the hero for okay with the pink mirror.
Wow. Radium is really liking the pink color, right? Radium? Radium, can you say hi to the camera once?
Nah, he doesn't
Radium,
really
say
care.
hi to the camera once. We can see you. Say hi to the camera in front of you. He's having
mirror.
fun right now. But regardless, I think the same. I think the same thing will not be there for the other team, though. But
Yeah.
I think this is still comebackable for Team Hickbosson. They did it yesterday.
They did it yesterday against RNTS. We cannot stress this far enough because of the
You
amount of
cannot,
HP
right?
onto the base. And I think, this is another IQ, no, not IQ sponsor, right? S8UL. So
Yeah.
maybe,
The revenge carries on.
yeah, because
Like-
it's kind of similar.
But if they defeat, like Hickbosson, if they defeat IQOO S8UL, then are they the Slayers?
Oh wow, that's very questioning. But
Right.
yeah, I can't. But the thing is now, S8UL are looking very good though. 2-0 is the score right now. Hickbosson still yet to get a good win. And I don't think they have the best mentality right now. Even Godspeed might be tired too, because yeah, his fanny didn't work, his hair didn't work, and he don't get the landslide or the joy.
I don't know, like, they're still trying to figure a way out. Why not just give Madara some of his comfort heroes? Like, he got it the previous game, but at the same time, it was like he couldn't find much of a success when it come down to, what they need to do in the map. Because a lot of the times, those split-second decisions where you want to go for a split push, because you cannot split push on a hero like the Eastern Shin because he will get taken off. But in this game, even if he was going for the split push, Godspeed was not able to finish off the skills.
That's why it was very necessary that he got the early game and Apex. Yeah, right here. He made sure that the early game was into their hands because he's the Hilda after all. And you want the Hilda to be as annoying as possible even if it costs your life. And they made that, engage into the early stages so well that Godspeed wasn't able to have the required farm. Contrary to popular belief that, the Hayabusa can have out the damages, but he can't really have out the damages if he don't have his items. He's a very item dependent
need a
assassin.
snowball.
Yes, you need
need
to
a snowball.
And the turtle too.
True, but in this case, they got the second turtle though.
Yeah, they stole out the second turtle. That is the reason why they were able to have that much of a momentum to be backed onto their hands. But they couldn't really do it anymore because it was a little bit too late. But something, they were showing signs of life until the 12th minute of the game because Crisis was out onto the lane. Senju was into the goal lane at that point and he wasn't even there until the team fights, but they were able to win it up because of the Crisis. He was able to get out the damages done and get all of those kills as well, and it looked really, really good for them. But S8UL, they have a perfect solution for that too, and they did come back to it. And this is necessary when you have this kind of combination onto their side as well.
Well, I think the games have been so heated up that we need to go for a short break here, Debbie.
Okay. You know, we might want to eat something.
I mean, I'll let you have some water at least.
Okay, let's have
Because
some
you have been
water.
yapping more than me. You've been shouting more than me, right?
Okay.
Where is your
All
energy?
right.
Where is your hype?
All right.
No way, don't do that. But still, I think we need to even give the team some time to
Mm-hmm.
actually have some preparation done after they have been pushed to maybe this could be the final game or maybe this could be the turnaround. So we
Yes.
never know what's going to happen. But nevertheless, we still have to give them the time to actually just concentrate, make the adjustments,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and see what they can do after the break.
So, yeah, let's take a break.
We should. We're finally back again. Game number 3 still awaits us. So far, 2-0 will be the score in favor of Team IQOO S8UL. Hick Boston, they were close, but
No.
something is missing, right?
Something's missing. And everything is missing. Okay. But yeah,
Who's missing?
CC
I
was
cannot
the
see.
missing piece. But I think this time around we might be eventually
Wait, I
seeing
know what is missing.
What
The
is?
cables of the fanny.
Okay.
I got to
Sure.
roast him. But regardless, I think
Alright.
everything that has missed is fine, but now it's going to be the very decisive game.
Yeah.
Because if they lose this one for Hick Boston, then IQOO S8UL, they're directly going into the grand finale of Mythic Showdown Season 2.
Against?
GodLike Esports, but
Yes.
would they want that?
We won 5 games, right? So S8UL.
Hello, my voice, do you want 5 games?
No,
I'm just kidding.
It's okay. You will get Monster, I think.
I'm friends with the monster.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, okay.
I hope the monster helps me out, but so far, I hope some adjustments helps Team Hick Boston out of this because they have been here, but not this bad so far in this tournament. They did lose the first semifinals or the quarterfinals, whichever you see
Yes.
it as, 2-0, or it was 3-1.
Yeah, it was
Wait.
3-1.
3-1, it was
3-1.
3-1, right?
Yeah. After 2-0?
Yeah, and now, since they're down here, they need to figure a way out because
Yeah.
they're down by 2 games. It's not impossible feat. We have seen teams turning the tables around, going for a reverse sweep. I think it's possible, Debbie.
It's really, really possible, highly likely for EVT to happen because they are the gods of comeback when they were in EVT and now they are Hick Boston, right? But still same player, so they can make it possible. So I think they are hoping for a little bit of a win right now. But see, the thing about S8UL is that they kind of let go of all the pressures when they are 2-0 ahead. So they can be relaxing and, try to go for
We saw
something.
Radium relaxing.
He's
showing
relaxing.
He's
He's
chill.
relaxing. He's chill. It already happened and they still won, right? So
It's almost as if they're tasting the win.
yeah, that's
But
that's
if now Hick Boston takes it away, that would be something else.
That
It
would
would
be
be looking
something.
like, oh, we were just chilling right now. But who's chilling, who's not, I think it's only going to be getting figured out after we look at the draft and after we head into this game. But what are the adjustments that we think should be there?
no Basya for Madara, thank
True.
you.
No Fanny for Godspeed.
Fanny was in I think the issue didn't come from the Fanny, but then again it comes from the Fanny not having the blue buff. Right.
Okay, but I think even when he had the blue buff,
Yeah.
the problem was that he was not getting the smooth gameplay on the fan. Like maybe he's warmed up enough, so now he can pull up the fanny.
That's actually true. I think this can also be a possibility that the Fanny might be let go by S8UL, but the
be.
Lancelot shouldn't be. The Lancelot cannot be let go by S8UL. They will always have to ban it away. But this time around, I think Hick Boston, they might eventually try to go for a different kind of approach. Because, the Martis and the M1 been consistently banning, and we can see now that S8UL, they have a very, very good reply to all of those bans that has been consistently coming through from the side of Hick Boston.
I think even the Xbox joined that list.
Oh, yeah, he
because
already
game number
did.
2, it was game number 2. Right? It was game number 1, right?
Yes.
The Xborg really, really put the pressure once. We saw the early game, yes, that draft kind of struggles, but once you go to the late game, the fire missiles, they are
Oh, yeah?
really, really something that you do not want to mess with.
That's
Because
what-
once you get the scaling, it's going to stack up quite quickly because of the mobility of the Xbox. He can chase you down.
Yeah.
And even if it's not on a flicker, it's still the same thing. But again, what adjustment I want to see is better decision making from the mid to late game.
I think EVT has been very they are very good onto the later part of the game because of the amount of how do we put this, the amount of willingness they have on trying to go for the team fights, even though it's not really that much of an importance, and winning it out too.
Yeah.
I think that is where where their good factor lies. but it is actually good on team who doesn't really have that kind of discipline, right? Against, right, yesterday we can see from RNTX who did not have a
Yeah.
good discipline and they were able to punish it so easily too. But this time around, it's S8UL we are talking about, and they are very, very disciplined team with a big adjustment they have onto their, onto their rotations as well. Very good discipline. So let's see how this game will be brawling it out.
Well, we are again really fast tracking this draft. As you can see, the bans are consistent, but this time the Hild are joining that list. But the Eve will be left open, and I think IQ, S8UL, they would be more than happy to pick this hero because in the first game, this was the MVP performance.
That's what they want to go for. And Grok finally going to be taken away by Madara here, and Thomas directly, but it's going to be S8UL denying that CC pick that can come through from the side of Crisis, who has been consistent onto that hero as well. And now, still, this can be a possibility that the CC should be going to the goal lane side. Without further ado, Mr. Apex will be bringing out the big guns or the big sands. That's going to be the Khalid to go against the Grok as well. And now this should be a Fanny, okay, coming through from Higbushon. So, Fanny again.
I still think it is okay as
Okay.
long as there is no more
Hilda.
crowd control
Oh, okay.
available. Because these three heroes, they cannot stop the Fanny by themselves. And for a hero like Eve, it's pretty easy for the Fanny to go and find the assassination, but the only problem would be the front line.
Yeah.
That will be very difficult to bypass or find a way through. But now, as we already know what the three picks are in the first phase, the second phase is going to be really mattering because yes, they
Yeah.
have the sustain, they have slight damage, but they need a bit more of firepower and goal
Firepower.
lanes.
Okay. This, if they have a little bit of a sustain into the gold lane side for the CC now, they can, okay, wait, they ban out the Jushin for, yeah, they really ban out the Jushin for Senju. And Uranus also gone, so they are kind of lifting out the amount of possibility that that NT will be coming, bringing it through, okay.
I know you're smiling because you're just thinking about the
shut
draft and you're like,
Okay.
what can they pull off? What can they get from here, right? But what can they get is not the question. What can they deny would also be the question. This time, team IQOO, S8UL, they're denying the Zuxian as well as the Lapu Lapu.
Big one.
Big heroes, right?
Yeah.
Because the gold Lapu Lapu is still a thing. The Esmeralda not being there is going to be a problem, and they do not want this Lapu Lapu to be there. But at the same time, the Yuzhong gold is also a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
The CC could be flexed into the goal lane if they want to keep the Yuzhong onto the EXP by,
Okay.
that is Radium, he can just play either of the heroes, and even Anti, he can play either of the
True,
heroes,
true.
right? But apart from that, the mid lane for Higboss, the Kimi, the Farsa, are those the only two options that they want to go for? Neither of them.
Wow. I think the Kimi or the Farsa could have been a greater choice because the Ludos kind of requires a lot of spacing. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's going to be the Ruby and the Yi Xunshin yet again for the side of S8UL. A perfect way to close on to the gap, but this time around it will be into the hands of Mr. Crisis. Whether he will be going for a utility or another damage dealing hero, because this time around I feel like Higboson performs better when Crisis is the one into the carry.
I do agree with you on that. And if he wants to play something with more damage and less sustain, he can opt for the marksmans. But the marksman, I think in this game it's going to be difficult to position yourself because there's a lot of dive available. And in a way, with the timer already running down, they need something a bit more, a bit scaling into the late game for Higboss, and they're not having enough damage. And it's going to be a Yuzhong, more sustain coming in. So the only source of damage for now is still going to be the Fanny as well as the Lunox, which I don't think would be enough.
I wanted Crisis on a carry, man. Just saying. Because he's been performing so perfectly well onto this cloud and to this CC double time in a row. But this time around, I think it's actually going to be okay because they have Senju onto the mid lane side with the Lunox, and the Fanny will be the damage source also. But then again, the peel coming through from the Ruby is definitely going to be something that we wanted to see. But NT will be on a damage hero right now. That's going to be a CC, and Ruby yet again for the side of Radom too. This is also a very, very good combination. They are already going for a very good sustain in, the Yi Xunshin plus the Yiv, that is gonna be a lot of vision and a lot of slowdown and a very high team fighting composition. But for Higboson though, very pick off, but they're gonna be losing out to the mid lane side though.
The mid control, like I always mention, is going to be very important. But in this game, what we are seeing is that for Team Higboson, they need to enable their side with the rotation, right? The mid trio has to be constantly giving the rotation. And for IQOO S8UL, they need to buy that early game time for them. And in the last game, if we still see the same thing happening, then they might win the early game with the type of pressure they can put in. But can the Eve plus the Khalid combo do the same thing? Can they achieve the same feat that they did in the last game?
There is a possibility. They might be trying to win out onto the lane clearance, and they're going to be layering around all of those ultimates on the perfect timing because it can backfire if you go for the Raising Sandstorm and there's going to be the Armor Fender pulling them away. That's going to be very suspicious. But I'm sure they have enough communication to go through with that S8UL. They have that big crowd control. Meanwhile, for the side of Higboson, though, they want to go into the team fights for the hands of QoeQ, right? Because he's on the Tamus yet again. He loves playing the Tamus, and he will be able to try to get all of those damages done. But then again, who is he gonna be brawling with? Because no one for the side of S8UL will be brawling with him. He's not gonna be brawling with him. That's the second pick, Tamus, and I don't think it will be good. But then again, the spacing can be provided because there's a Lunox, right?
Yesterday, one of the Yu Zhong pick was really traumatic for the side of Team IQOO S8UL, I would say. And I hope they have been able to find a way to get through the Yu Zhong. Because if he dives onto the back line, then that's going to be a problem because this is the Fanny that they need to take care of. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we head into the game number 3 between Team IQOO S8UL versus Team Higboson. This is a match point for Team IQOO S8UL. Team Higboson, they are yet to score a point, yet to show us if they can turn the tables around.
This is definitely going to be decided for them right now because very, very important game for them. S8UL, they are very comfortable onto the lead that they have right now. But then again, Higboson have a scaling hero onto the side because of the Lunos. But then again, it's also J-Ho onto the Yi Xunshin. So there might be no saying but Godspeed.
Oh wait, he wants to go in with the cables, but look at the wall connecting Anti, able to just jump across the wall and still no fights that can take anybody down, but the Flicker already beat it out of Madara. Now the cable's already being used up by Godspeed, but cannot secure a kill. But he did in fact get the Litho Wanderer, but on the other end, it's going to be a 2v1, won by the side of Team IQOO S8UL as they take down the Yu Zhong onto the top lane. Madara low on HP, no Flicker, he falls to J-Ho, picks up a kill, and now Anti might be the target, but the wall stops. The Fanny on his track cannot get the kill, does not have the cutthroat yet, but J-Ho low on HP, still trying to maneuver his way out. Fanny again has to recall back, and this will give so much leeway for this Yi Xunshin to farm in the jungle of Team Higboson.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a good saga from the side of S8UL. But then again, NT is not trying to lane against QoeQ. He's just clearing onto those minions and trying to get the help onto the mid side as much as possible because, like we already mentioned, they have a winning mid lane. And that's exactly what they are doing right now. Looking at the emblem so far, okay, never mind. Madara, you got to be careful, man, because that's a lot that was coming through from Apex right there.
Yeah.
But Spell Vamp a little bit into the hands of both the CC and the Ruby on that. Both the side laners coming through from the side of S8UL, but a little bit of a thrill here and there for QoeQ as well as Godspeed too. But they are trying to go for a faster rotation, but still tenacity for the hands of Asuna because he knows that he's going to be a very, very vulnerable target. But then again, you can survive as long as possible. But now the turtle is going to be up right here. Madara still in a position without level 4 though.
Oh wait, they're going for a 50-50. It's going to be actually Asuna picking up the turtle, and now QoeQ is stuck inside the RWM. But look at the HP of J-Ho. He gets taken down, but will they trade off for one kill? Now they find one more. Anti is just menacingly out there. Shenzu is out of the brilliance, goes with the Chaos Assault, dealing the damage, but Asuna picks up the kill with the Void Plus. Now the Yu Zhong comes in the team fight. Asuna is the target, but Radium just stopping him in his track. His HP is dunked low, but the Shard Rescue will heal him back up, but it's not going to be enough as 4 members will secure him down.
Just one turtle fight and everything went down the drain for the side of Higboson, but into the mid lane side there might be something here for Madara though. Not much of a level 4 that he's getting right now, but Asuna, man, oh man, onto onto the Eve, was able to get all those good positioning as well. And with all of those damage that he was able to provide, the last kills, he hasn't been able to get it down, but he was enough there to poke at the members. But look at that.
Oh, one more engage this time. Godspeed cannot get out of that. The brilliance once again used, but Jeho is really up in front while Crisis is trying to find an escape. Inside the RWM, he'll be stuck, and Radium does not want him to go out, and Suna will pick up the kill onto Crisis. That's the third time he got taken down. Madara stuck inside the turret against 4 members, but the cavalry is here. Can they deal enough damage? The Fanny wants to go in onto Jeho. He's trying to do it now, but Radium will stop him, and that's one more time Fanny will go down.
The peel from the Wolf King, that's what they needed against the Fanny. So it didn't matter if they let go of the Fanny or not. This is able to be a good start right now. Corey though.
Oh wait, Corey wants to find one more kill. There's the Chaos Assault out of Shenzhou. One more hit, it should do the work. And the Apex, he gets taken down, and now there is the knockup. But look at the damage onto his Jeho. Fanny finally able to give the damage back, and Radium left all alone will fall too. That's 3 kills picked up by the side of Team Higboson.
Finally, a perfect re-engagement coming through for the side of Higboson because of the presence of QT right now. They are able to find something out there. Asuna might be trying to run for that, but right now I feel like the War Axe is already taken away by the side of CC, so that's definitely going to be a good true damage dealing potential and a spell vamp as well. But now the turtle is already up. Both the teams are not getting ready to try to take it up because they want to have a good clearance onto this lane so that they will be not losing out. But this time around, Higboson, they let go of the bottom lane, all the gold turrets sealed, just because they wanted all those kills, but still worth it.
It's worth it because they have the gold, right? So it should do the work for now because they are a scaling lineup, and again, securing the second turtle means that they will get even more gold. And the more they get these free economy onto their side, the better it's going to work for them, because for the side of Team Higboson, they're really dependent on that early game snowball. And by far, I think is not even close to what they need or want in this game. But again, a 1v1, Godspeed wants to go in, but he's just biting too much, then he can chew low on HP, out of mana. One more hit and he falls. Apex, he secures the kill, and now Madara next on the chopping block. He's getting really chunked, his HP low. There is the raging standstill, but the tech charge will get him the safety. The quick stand got up, but inside the RWM with I'm offended. They will lock down the 2 members, and now Crisis goes back in, but he's just another kill away, and Jeho finds the crumbs that are left behind, and he takes down Madara, as this is IQOO S8UL in the mid lane, taking down the tier 1 and locking onto the tier 2 of Higboson.
5k goal lead, and they are sitting in a very, very comfortable position where they have 3 War Axes onto the side, a lot of sustain and a lot of spell wham if you compare it to the Festival of Blood again yet. And now the blue buff is going to be in jeopardy here. Now Corey QT will be trying to zone them away Apex so that his jungler Godspeed might be able to have a greater time trying to get out the blue buff, because without the blue buff the Fanny is completely handicapped. Onto the other side though, they lose out onto the top lane side, so the turret is already gone. Look at Apex though.
Oh wait, Apex might be a bit too ahead, but look at Cody Cute, he's jumping onto us. Then the Raging Sandstorm used defensively with the quick sign, got really getting the HP back up, but Shenzhou onto the backline, low on HP, has to burn up the brilliance, but again, Cody Cute going in onto his Apex, he's able to find the escape, but again, Cody Cute, he gets taken down, and Jeho will find the kill onto his Madara, but Asuna locks down the Fanny, and that's one more kill without any trade towards the side of Team IQOO S8UL.
Bad fight, bad re-engagement, but Apex with the clutch onto the HP. That was amazingly well done. Without the presence of Crisis or the Yu Zhong, you don't want to go for all of those team fights because it's definitely going to be a losing one right now. But mid side might be getting secured by the side of S8UL yet again. One more turret into the mid now. Gone. The turtle is completely ignored though, but it's going to be the anti-heal. Hey, Godspeed.
Godspeed, he wants to go in, but his HP is not really his best friend today. He falls once again. The Yuzhong, Black Dragon in, Crisis, can he do something? But no, Aradium locks them down. One more fall, but Crisis gets a kill onto his Asuna, but then again, Jeho takes him down. 2 of the members able to escape, but the holy defense on the mid lane might just get procced at the 7th or 8th minute of the game.
Oh man, that's such a fast game. They are not even taking the turtle at this point. They're just going to go directly for the Lord if they want, because it's almost 8 minutes of the game. Brute Force already secured by Anti right now, which is going to be another assassin that he's looking for. But onto the other hand, Radium, he's going for the anti-heal, the Sea Helper, which means that he don't want the Crisis to heal out or have a greater time. But look at that, take charge.
Oh, take charge onto us too, but can they convert is the question. Here comes Radium with I'm offended, locking 2 members down. Yes, enough damage, he takes on 1, but the other one escaped. No, not today. 1 more kill, they pick it up. And 22-5 is the score, 8 minutes and 20 seconds of the game.
Pure domination coming through, 10k goal lead, and that is going to be the RWM just for the zone. That's so that they'll be able to get out the inhibitor right now. They are no joke. They are not doing any throws. They are very serious right now. S8UL, they are not doing the thing that they did yesterday. They are very careful on how they are playing. No throws whatsoever. Very disciplined to the way they're working right now. And on the other hand, the Lord is already going to be spawning right now. They will be able to take it out freely. No contest whatsoever coming through from the side of Godspeed too, because he's so behind on levels. But look at that.
Oh wait, Corey Curie locked in. No escape this time again. Madara next on the chopping block might be. Can he find an escape? The check charge used. One more hit and Raiho! He finds the kill. There's Shenzu with both ultimate, the light and the dark, but it will not be enough. Godlike for anti-ant. The runaway will not happen. It's just the fanny, but brought back. And with this, it's a wipeout. Higboson, there's nobody left on the map. Corey Curie will be back up, but can he defend? It's against 5 members with the Lord. Make it 6. Pandara is here. The waves are crashing in. Look at the wall. There's the RWM, and now they're locked in. The tech charge connect, but Corey Curie falls. Madara all by himself. Shenz is back up, and he has taken a shutdown, but Madara falls as well. Again, the minions should be enough, and this is it. This is Team IQOO S8UL. Securing the win and moving into the grand finale of Mythic Showdown Season 2.
Congratulations, IQOO S8UL. That was a well-deserved clean sweep coming through from their side with a perfect re-engagement, a perfect reinitiation. Apex is going to be a happy man. God Revenge is coming through.
I mean, you saw, right? Like, the Fanny never able to just freely use his cables, and Radium just so good on the I'm offended. Like, he's always there to just mark the assassins. Like, nothing you can do about that.
That was, oh man, I feel bad for Crisis actually. We hated him on the Yuzhong, and it was actually so true.
Yeah. But in a way, I think Higboson, they really tried well. The draft was also even there, but I think they just tried a bit too hard in the early game. Like, they were losing the lead, and eventually, they did not keep the lead to the point that it started to become a problem.
Oh my, that's why you don't really go for those, desperate draft.
Yeah, a bit desperate for
just
sure.
put a comfort onto the hands of Crisis, man. He was so good onto the CC. He was so good onto the Cloud as well, because there was no complaint coming through from my side, actually. But hey, we might be seeing the MVP of the game. That's going to be Expellion and T.
And he getting the MVP, and he will be the player of the match too, right?
Yep.
Quite a good performance.
Yep.
But I think the team even did better. Like, all together, they were really a good packed team. But hey, I think we need to hear it from the players too. What do they think?
Yep, we definitely do.
Higboson, they're eliminated.
Oh,
That's so sad.
Madara might have something to say though, right?
I think they have something to say for sure. So why don't we just throw it to the host just for, the post-game interview. So host, why don't you take it away?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for all the support that you've shown so far. And now we have the second grand finalist of Mythic Showdown Season 2. And it is going to be none other than IQOO S8UL, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, give up a loud cheer for them.
So can we have Higboson on the stage with us?
Come on up, guys. Don't be shy.
Can we please have Higboson on the stage?
Shenzu, Broccoli Man, please.
Give it up for Higboson.
First of all, congratulations. I mean, not congratulations, but good try. You guys did your best, and the result isn't exactly like how we wanted it to be, but the effort, that is exactly what matters. Madara, as the team leader, what do you think went wrong from your side?
You talk, bro.
It's okay.
Hype it up, guys. Let's hype them up.
I think it's the pressure from the lower bracket. I think this is the thing. That's it.
It's okay. Pressure gets us all. Pressure gets the best of us at the worst possible times. But the effort is what matters, right? You guys are finishing third. You guys have defeated RNTX in a 3-1.
And yesterday it was 3-1.
Exactly. The defense they pulled off, just absolutely amazing. And we were off our seats at practically 12 a.m., middle of the night. People were watching and cheering on for you also. That's a huge deal to be performing at this stage. But right now, you have been eliminated, which is sad for all of us. But I think that you all will come back stronger. Isn't that right?
We all wish
Yeah, of
them.
course.
Good job. So keep up the spirit, keep grinding. And Crisis, you did well. Every one of you did well. And we will be waiting to see you back in the next season. But this will be it from the side of Higgs Boson for now.
Everyone, let's give it up for Hig Boson.
And now, the champs of the lower bracket who have moved up to the upper bracket.
IQOO S8UL. Can we please have you on stage?
So, you guys, you used, not used, but Higgs Boson was a stepping stone for you to the upper bracket finals. And now, they are a stepping stone for you again to the grand finals. What was the game plan in your head?
Definitely, their jungler is a really good Lance player, so ban out his Lance. And here, Crisis plays fighter mostly in gold lane, so we have that information, so we can use that to our advantage. So mostly that.
So it was basically a strategy for the draft. And the draft was coming in from Saad, I believe. Of course, notebook player, it's fine. But other than that, moving up back to grand finals, it is going to be godlike into your enemy. Is there, I won't ask for your tips and tricks, no worries, but what's the mentality going to be like? What will be your confidence level going up against them again?
Yesterday, I brought out a picture of Tetsuya, so we lost. So today, I think I'm going to throw it out. So I think we are winning today. I think we are winning today.
And what are your expectations with godlike in the finals? Epics. What are your expectations with godlike in the final?
Sorry, I didn't hear it properly.
What are your expectations with godlike in the finale?
Definitely, we'll try for 4-0, of course.
Whoa.
And we'll try to not to repeat our mistakes with what we did yesterday.
So, they have got a clear mind and they are willing to go for that 4-0, but I think another person sitting in the crowd is also willing to go for a 4-0. So we'll see how that one works out.
But does the audience want 4-0? Do you guys want 4-0?
Nobody wants a 4-0 because we also want to cast 7 games. It's fine. So don't go too hard on them. Art, you also don't go too hard on them. Play for yourself. Play for what you know the best. All the best for the grand finals. Give it up once more for IQOO
IQOO.
And that was the lower bracket finals finally concluding. What's left now is going to be the grand finals of Mythic Showdown Season 2.
Against godlike and
IQOO
S8UL.
We have been waiting for this for the past month, ever since November. This was our aim. But I think we are going to have a major break now.
Yeah.
The players need to rest up and also
But
prepare for the
I
game.
don't want us to have a break. We need to ask the people. We need to ask the audience.
We need to go for the special segment of the night stream, the audience interaction.
Yes, let's go, Sarah.
Let's go. Can anyone tell me who is the first person we are going to pick?
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
It is going to be Mr. Indian MOBA Zain. Hello, sir.
Yes, God's plan, God's plan.
Which team will you be supporting in the finals?
Of course, IQOO IC12.
IQOO S8UL +1 fan for them. But any special expectations from your team?
Obviously 4-0 or maybe 4-1.
Oh, the 1 point grace. 1 point grace,
1 point grace,
for
yes.
the side of GodLike. Right, exactly. Thank you for that. I hope you have an amazing time at the LAN here. Next person.
Yes, let's go.
भाग गए मर्सी
भाग
भाई भाग
गए।
गए क्या सर प्लीज
Please.
It's going to be the manager for the side of GodLike Esports, Bipin. Let's go. GodLike आने के बाद sir has gone to bring up his team. Team को जल्दी लाना sir. That is exactly what we were aiming for. But for now, let's find
We
someone.
have a special person here.
Yep, we do have a special
Yes.
person. A special... RV, come up. Where is he? Where is he? RV को लाओ यहाँ पे, please.
But
RV
don't
को लेके
forget this
आओ.
person here. You know it, right?
Yes.
We don't need to explain
need-
it, but hello, sir. Hi.
Hello.
Woo! Welcome to Mythic Showdown. How has been the experience so far?
So far, the experience has been really good. This is my first LAN event I'm attending, and the vibe is really great over here.
Yeah, and you support one team, right? We want to hear the name. And from which year you said it?
I have been supporting S8UL since 2018. I've been fan of them like it's been ages.
Who is your favorite player?
Of course, it's been Radium. He's my inspiration as I play also gold lane.
Oh, the gold standard inspiring new talents in India.
Yes,
So that is
definitely.
something amazing to see. What do you think the score is going to be?
Of course, 4-0.
Ooh, 4-0.
So I think majority of the S8UL supporters, they are expecting a 4-0
But
from
we'll
them.
see that. We'll see that.
We'll see how it goes
We'll see
because
that,
GodLike
yes.
is one team to be looked out for, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank
And
you so much.
thank you for that amazing interview. Where was RV? We need RV. Has RV left? Huh? Ah, bro got scared. It's fine. But we will be searching for the next one. Well, I have found one. I have found one.
Romcom.
Hello, Mr. EXP Standard.
Hello.
What is your game plan? Don't tell me the game plan, but what do you think and plan on doing into the EXP lane? Same as yesterday?
I mean, as long as he don't go to non-meta heroes, I can get him.
You know what? Non-meta over meta. Layla over every single marksman, guys.
One thing. Are you going for the Paquito pick again?
Nah, that I just wanted to check the potential, and I saw the potential. I don't think.
Potential man. Is it? Potential man for a reason.
Yeah, since I couldn't try it out in scrim, so I did in tournament. If it work out, maybe I would again.
It's all good because end of the day you did pull off a 4-1, right? So that's what sorry, 3-1. 3-1 is what matters. That's what, right? Say yes into the
Yeah.
mic.
Yes, yes.
Don't be shy. You are being called the EXP standard of India. So you need to be confident on camera, right? These things, they're going to happen again and again. Or do
Yeah.
you think you won't make it to the grand finals, that you won't come to the LAN?
What? Nah. I will.
you will.
Yes.
But the EXP standard, we are going to see it on the finals. We are going to see it.
Are we?
Let's see.
Let's see. Confidence दिखाओ भाई. Confidence किधर है? ठीक है. पाजी को ज़्यादा disturb नहीं करेंगे अब. Let's move on to the next person. Where is this? Prasad. 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 Prasad भाग गया.
But we have Fredo here.
We have Fredo and we have Sid. Sid is live from YouTube. So everyone make sure to subscribe to his channel. Don't forget.
Hello,
But-
Fredo.
Fredo.
Hello.
Hello, bye.
Hello, Sarah.
Say something. War Drum head.
Well, I do have a
Isn't an answer.
head,
Speak.
and I'll probably have a tattoo of War Drum real soon as well, I guess.
What? Didn't get you.
I'll try to have a tattoo of War Drum real soon, I guess.
Oh. What are your big plans for 2026?
I think, like so far it has been an incredible year for War Drum as an organization trying to, promote the esports of this game. I feel like in the next year, it is definitely going to be much better if we can get a little bit of support from the game developers themselves, because that is the only support that we need right now to actually take it to the next level. And other than that, I feel like the teams are performing so well. I feel like we can finally have an international tournament, which is something that a lot of people have been saying these days. So yeah, I'm really excited to know what the esports roadmap will be, because I feel like there was a rumor that an esports roadmap is probably coming up in the next year, because that is what a lot of orgs were actually looking forward to, so that they can make a step and try to maybe get a team for their own franchise.
So the franchise tournament organization, which has been the topic these days for MPL and other such tournaments, when do you think we can expect such a roadmap for India?
I do not feel like, the amount of people that we have right now, the viewership and the audience and everything else and the number of players we have right now is not really enough to take it to that scale. We're not really on the scale of where Philippines or Indonesia are, and that's why I feel like the most logical way to actually approach for the esports scene right now for India is to try and maybe, gather the regions together, make it a South Asia exclusive, I would say, event. And that will probably bring more players together. And the thing is, who doesn't like rivalries between countries, right? That is much
Exactly.
more better to watch.
That's what. W Fredo, W War Drums for organizing Mythic Showdown Season 2. And I think that apart from a few little issues which we faced on day one, they have been recovered greatly. And the organization of the entire event as a whole has been amazing, isn't it, Shweta?
Yes, definitely. And as we are in the day 3 finale, what are your expectations with the grand final, Fredo?
The first thing that I really expect is Guwahati. We do know that we have not really informed you in the best way about the event going on here. But man, if you are from Guwahati, please show up, because the grand finals will be happening in less than an hour from now on. So man, if you have not attended a LAN event in your life so far, then if this is going to be your first one, then it's about time you make it here right now. We'll be really happy to have you here.
Yep, we should, because seats, like we mentioned, we have quite a lot of free seats available, and if you are in Guwahati right now, just show up for an hour. It would mean the world to us, because hey, after all, the LAN has been organized because
And
of the
it would
support.
mean a lot to the players too.
Exactly. The players need the hype. The hype is what matters at a LAN. So we'd love to see you here at the venue with us. There's giveaways ongoing, there's stalls, there's foods, everything is covered. Right, Shweta?
Yes.
So would be lovely if you join us tonight. Where is RV? RV is here. RV sir, please, आ
Hello,
जाइए.
RV.
ठीक है. 5 मिनट. SM भाई भी आएंगे ना? हाँ, ठीक है.
Oh,
साथ
we
में.
have Missy Jenny here.
Oh my God,
Oh my
Jenny.
God.
नहीं जाएगा. Jenny, come on. Oh my God, don't run. Don't run, we'll follow you. नहीं, आप आ जाओगे. अभी finals है ना, आप अभी आ जाओगे.
Please come here, please.
Exactly. Yep, this is the trap. फंसा के भाग गया तो अब नहीं आएगा तो
And now you
आप
can't
उसके
escape.
no 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 no
No, she
no more
can
escape
now.
no more escape बताओ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स कैसा लग रहा है
मस्त है अच्छा है एवरीथिंग इज गुड मैं देख रहा था अभी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तो स्टार्ट होने वाला है ना हुआ नहीं है
हाँ अभी शुरू होगा एक घंटे के अंदर स्टार्ट हो जाएगा
ओके आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड
Who are you
Excited,
supporting? We want to know that.
तो यार मैं क्या करूं ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब दोनों टीम में कोई ऐसा खास दोस्त नहीं है सबको जानते हैं अभी एपेक्स लोग को भी लास्ट टाइम मिले थे ना एनईसी में सो हुएवर इज बेटर जो डिजर्व करता है वो जीत जाओ बस और क्या ही कर सकते हैं
डिप्लोमेटिक आंसर है ना ये तो
क्या करूं दोस्त मतलब एक भी टीम में ऐसा कोई खास दोस्त नहीं है बट
For her
आई थिंक आई
situation
सपोर्ट
is
गॉडलाइक
that-
क्योंकि जीवो
हाँ
जीवो को जानता हूँ एंड इनसे मैं हॉर्नबिल में भी मिला था ना सो आई थिंक फॉर दिस वन आई विल गो विद गॉडलाइक
Okay, that's a pretty good answer because you know, girl power. That's what we got. And honestly,
she is hosting a girl tournament,
oh,
right?
exactly.
I'm definitely gonna
She's
promote
excited
this
for
one.
that.
देखो अभी फीमेल को भी थोड़ा सा स्पॉटलाइट मिलना चाहिए एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट सारा एंड डेबी स्पेशली डूइंग सो ग्रेट मतलब इनका कास्टिंग्स आर ऑन पॉइंट अभी फीमेल टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है MWCC का तो आप लोग भी आफ्टर दिस यू आर कमिंग नो अगर तो नहीं आया तो बहुत बुरा होगा
अब अगर मेरा टीम मेरे को खेलने बुलाएगा तो obviously I will come ना. They need to call me.
टीम तो अभी रजिस्ट्रेशन खत्म बहन तुमको कास्टिंग कर सब्स्टिट्यूट है अरे कोई अच्छा यामा निकल गया
I didn't play and they got out. That's kind of sad, but okay. I'll be there next time. Season 2 will come soon. Yep, but I will come to cast with you. We'll
Jenny,
cast
we are
together.
so happy for you that you're
Yes.
here. And please enjoy the grand finals. And we expect Godlike to win. Are we
Missy
expecting
Jenny
that?
expects that. A lot of us expect that.
Yes.
So far, we've seen
It's just an expectation, though, right?
expectations.
Yes.
They play a big part. And for now, I think we have seen 2 supporters in favor of S8UL from the ones we asked.
Yes.
And 1 in favor of GodLike. That too because of Zero. So that is a good thing.
But the hosting, you and me, we are also supporting different teams.
Shraddha, who are you supporting?
Of course, it is Godlike.
Ask me.
I
You know
the
my answer.
I know the answer.
You know my answer.
I
So
know the
don't
answer.
ask. It's fine.
No,
Everybody
I
knows.
want you to tell me, who are you supporting, Sarah?
I support Mr. Haydon Bush's wife, Mr. Apex, which is S8UL. Yeah.
So we also have different perspectives. So of course everyone has different perspectives.
Yep.
And now after a bit of time, we are gonna be starting the grand finals between
Exactly.
IQOO, S8UL, and Godlike. Everybody.
Yep. IQOO, S8UL, and godlike it is. Ray. The audience interview, I think we are done with it. But you, Mr. Abhinash Devaraja, conclude the audience interaction for us.
How am I supposed to conclude it though? Like, what do you want me to say? Any
That
example?
you know. You are one of the main organizers, so go for it.
Conclude it.
Yes, please.
I'm good at starting things, not ending, you know? Even though, what should I say? Well, I'm just going to say the grand finals is on the way. So what are you doing? If you're in Guwahati, you should be coming in right now at Rukmini Nagar Auditorium. And if you're at online, make sure you stay tuned because the grand finals between GodLike and S8UL is just on the way. I mean, you can already see it on the timer. So make sure you stay tuned because, well, the champion will rise the trophy of Mythic Showdown Season 2. Yep, that's it.
No. I want to ask you, who are you supporting?
How controversial.
Good evening, Guwahati. This is the Mythic Showdown Season 2, and you know what is up tonight. The biggest match, the most awaited match, the match that could have been the championship decider already took place yesterday. But tonight, these teams, which are born to meet each other once again, have reunited in this grand finals. We're talking about Team IQOO S8UL and Team GodLike. Both these sides have already proven themselves in a lot of past tournaments. But tonight, the challenge is up for them once again because they have to prove who has the stronger metal in them. We already know these teams are really good, but man, before we talk about the teams, let's talk about the journey of this entire tournament. Because back then, 1 year back, where all this began, it was just two boys who were really upset about a tournament that just happened that made it happen tonight. Because, of course, as you guys know, those two boys, they were really upset that India was being represented internationally in such a bad way. But they were really determined that one day they will make an event happen. They will make the entire community proud for what they have done and what they have achieved so far. And tonight is one of those nights where we can celebrate, we can all come together and say that India can do it too. Because this tournament is more than just a battle for showing esports of India. This is a representation of what our country is truly all about. With grit, with determination, and with the passion that we carry, we are here to prove that Indian esports deserves a chance, and the whole entire world has to be prepared for it because we are here to show you what India can deliver. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Fredo, alongside me, Sarah, and we are going to be your host for tonight's grand finals.
And I would like to welcome everyone once more to the grand finals. Call in your friends because this show is going to be a spectacular miracle for everybody to remember. We, War Drum Games, have worked so hard in the past 1 month, in fact, the past 1 year, to make this possible tonight. And this very game between IQOO S8UL and GodLike Esports will be the one to change India's fate in terms of MOBA 5v5 forever. Better the support, the better the chances for us. So bring in everyone you possibly can. But first, Fredo, a little bit about Mythic Showdown Season 2, shall we?
Definitely, Mythic Showdown. It was a LAN event which eventually made its way here through a lot of hurdle. Because of course, everyone out there was definitely prepared for the challenge, but the one who was setting up the stage for the challenge was not the one who was prepared. It did take a lot of, difficulties to come through and make it all the way here. But tonight, finally, we can talk about how enjoyable the night is. The crowd was not really there, but tonight a lot of people are present. It is the grand finals that everyone was waiting for, and that is exactly what the Guwahati city is known for. It's known for the crowd that shows up when it matters, and tonight, the people who are here, you are the one who make the show, because without you, we won't be here doing this event, and that's why we love every one of you here. But Sarah, now it's about time that we welcome the teams, the guys who are going to set the stage on fire. So first of all, I would like to take the mic and introduce Team GodLike. I will be introducing the names one by one along with their roles. Make sure you clap and cheer for the guys as they enter, because this is the best grand finals ever. So are you ready, Guwahati? And with this, we are about to call Team GodLike first. And first of all, I would like to invite the rover, the guy who has changed the statistics, the guy who has shaped the game by himself, Mr. Art.
And the next one to light up the stage is going to be the mid laner, the one who is the most nonchalant, and his name is Beat! And the next guy coming, who is going to rule the jungle tonight, the young boy from Meghalaya. His name is Van! And with that, The next one is going to be the guy who has shown himself time and time again. Doesn't matter what the meta is, I will always rule. His name is Fake! The last I would like to call upon is going to be the EXP laner of Team GodLike. And his name is...
Rom-com!
And this guy has already proved himself yesterday that he is definitely here to take the highlight of the tournament. But will he be able to do it tonight himself? That will be the question that will stand. But now we have to welcome the second team of the night. And Sarah, why don't you go for it?
The second team to represent India in Mythic Showdown Season 2 Grand Final, IQOO S8UL. And first up, we have the man who represented India into the international stage, the rover, Epic. Up next, the standard for all mid laners in India, the man who makes the plays, Asuna!
Where is the cheer, guys? Why are you not cheering? Come on!
Up next, the young talent, the man who makes the impossible possible with his skills, the youngest and one of the youngest junglers of India, Ho! Up next, the man who goes on breaks but never loses his style, the very awaited gold standard of India, Radio! And last but not the least, the man who carries and sustains everything for the side of IQOO S8UL. And teammates!
And with this, the lineup's introduction has been completed. We know that both these sides have already given a lot of entertainment. And that is why, once again, cheer up for the finals if you're ready. Guwahati, are you ready? And now we are going to have us a few couple of questions to make things more spicy, I guess, Sarah.
But do we really want to ask them before the game though? Because the mentality right now, I think we should let them have it for after the game.
All right.
We're gonna save it for that. But for now, we need to get the toss done. And we would like to call out the team leaders to please come to the middle and the referee for the coin toss.
And with that, the referee, he has to be here at the moment. And probably want to make it here, right?
I think so. We should be making it.
Yes, anyone could come up on stage. The referee, please be here so that we can have the toss right away.
I'm just gonna make the run for it, right?
Bye-bye. And we just got, okay, we just received the news that the toss just happened. And can you tell me who's the one who won the toss? Us. All right, so they were the ones who won the toss. And you are going to take, of course, big. All right, then. With that, thank you so much. You can have a handshake. Everything is well and done. And of course, the teams can now all shake hands and go to the podium. The teams are showing a good amount of sportsmanship because we all know sportsmanship is everything that we require for the game to go smoothly. But with that, Sarah.
The competition is on, the rivalry, the most heated rivalry in MOBA 5v5 right now. we are going to see IQOO S8UL versus GodLike Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up once more for the players. And we are going to pass the mic on to our very amazing casters. Take it away.
Do I have enough energy to go on more? Because I think that scene was hype enough that I could not hold my excitement anymore. That intro was just amazing one. So, of course, right now we're going to be starting off with the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. And this was, of course, this is going to be an experience that Guwahati has not witnessed before. They have seen, similar scenes before. Of course, we've had LAN events all across, of course, India as well as Northeast. But this time is going to be IQOO S8UL and, of course, GodLike coming onto the stage in this long best of 7 series. So, Sarah, you were just there on the stage. I don't know if you saw me. I think you should see me, right? I think you saw me. I was screaming the heck out of my, So I think I will conserve my energy for a while, or maybe I won't, because we got to make sure that the audience is hyped up for what's coming in next, right?
Exactly so. And this is going to be honestly one of those games which I think everybody present here as well as in our online audience have been waiting for so long. We saw yesterday GodLike practically swept the floor with a 3-1 score. But tonight the strategies are going to be different. They have got a day's rest to plan out the meta, they plan out the new patch and possibly play to their strengths. Just before this, S8UL, they took down Higgs Boson with a 3-0. So that is something huge to achieve against a team who actually took down IQOO RNTX just the day before.
Yep. One of the things I think, it is not, I think, a biased thing to say that a lot of people, we usually have the audience votes, right? If I'm not mistaken, 81% of the online audience itself was voting towards RNTX taking that game. Doesn't matter sweep or doesn't matter like what the score would have been. They were expecting RNTX to at least make it to the lower bracket finals. But they couldn't do it. Why? Because Higgs Boson just showed that they adapted to the new patch immediately well better than everyone else. So that just goes to show if they are able to defeat IQOO RNTX, S8UL also was on the thread. We were also expecting them. I think, I was on the stage, I said the score might go to 3-2, but I was wrong. S8UL took a day and did their research to prepare, and I think yesterday's blunder right now can be changed, Sarah.
Mistakes, that's what happened yesterday. And I believe there have been promises that mistakes will not be made for the second time by both the sides. And both the team leaders, honestly, they are out for blood. Both of them want to pull off a 4-0 against each other. And I think the audience, as well as us casters, we don't really want a 4-0. We want a full 7-game blast. As we used to see in the past year, we have seen back in the previous lineups, they went head-to-head and they ended up in a 4-3 almost every single time. And honestly, now that the rivalry is even more heated up because it is GodLike versus IQOO S8UL, I think that things are just going to be 10 times, 100 times more interesting.
Absolutely, because, they have clashed their swords. They have fought many times, numerous times before, like all throughout this past 365 days with different names. But right now, they're on the stage with those beautiful jerseys, right? I mean, especially, yeah, S8UL's jersey, right? I love the color because it's matching in with the drinks, right? That green and that black theme. Well, I was not I'm going to be honest, I was not a fan of it like a year before, but now I am. I really love that color. But anyways, right now, that rivalry is here, of course. They have, S8UL though, they've had this lineup for the longest period. Same can be said about the GodLike. They have had switch-ups on their gold lane and EXP lane. But other than that, I think one of the most important factors that revolve around the meta, no matter how many patch updates it will show up, it's the fact that the mid lane and the roamer, their bond strategy is the most important one. And both of these teams, Apex, Asuna, Art and Bid, they have been unseparated for literally the longest time, and that is what matters. So Many teams, they've had their roamers changed, their mid laners changed, but this team, they haven't had it changed at all. And I think this makes them really worthy of a grand finalist, because what really comes down is the strategy. No matter how much of a micro you have, how much there's going to be bloodthirst, I know, because they're going to be energized right now. I mean, S8UL just got the boost from 3-0, and I think they want to convert it to a 4-0, but hey, I don't think that will happen.
We do not really want to see that, but if it happens, good for them. But being an audience and a caster, we don't really want to see that. But
I mean, it's nice, you know, it goes to show S8UL is really strong, or like GodLike is really strong if they get a 4-0, but where's the hype in that? Come on, we want to see a full 50-50, to the point we want that Game 7 to happen, where you don't know who's going to be the champion, or else it's not that exciting, right? I mean, after all, this is the LAN event in Guwahati itself. This is the Mythic Showdown Season 2, the last biggest tournament in 2025. That too in December. New Year is just around the corner. So it would be pretty great if they also walk out with that grand trophy that's right now on the stage. And I think both of the teams, you know, they're probably, you know, exercising with their bicep curls or something to pick it up. The trophy is pretty heavy. I'm not saying it's really heavy. Trust me, it's heavy. It might look light, guys, but it's not. It's very heavy.
Heavy indeed, and so is the pressure which is resting onto the shoulders of these two teams right now. Yesterday, they gave us a preview of what is going to happen tonight. Will the history be repeated, or will we get to see something different is the real question. Team IQOO S8UL, they have an amazing track record. In the previous LAN in Guwahati, they swept it for themselves, but they took a break, and once they have come back, they are back into the same location all over again to look for that redemption
Ironic, isn't
stage.
it?
Exactly, that redemption which they need so badly. Meanwhile, we've got GodLike Esports. GodLike, they have a track record of 12 victories, 12 tournament trophies into their portfolio right now. And guess what? This might just be
Their
the 13th. Maybe their 13th reason why as well.
There are so many coincidences and irony that I feel like this was fated. Lame. I know it's a lame pun because fate is right there, right? But honestly, it feels ironic because, first of all, the fact that, you know, GodLike has a 12 victory, 12 trophies on their belt on the 12th month of a year. That is insane, isn't it? Like, this is the 12th month and they have 12 trophies. And now they can break that, you know, month record and make it a 13. That is ironic. Second thing, we've mentioned, I really wanted to mention it, thank you, Sarah, is the fact that IQOO S8UL was here in Guwahati last year. That was the last LAN event that they played, and they won it. They took a trophy home from Northeast, from Guwahati itself, and they're back again to try to do the same thing. But at the same hand, ladies and gentlemen, this auditorium, Rukmini Nagar, where you're right now, the audience offline is witnessing, and of course, the ones online, you guys might not know it, but just a month ago, literally a month ago, GodLike came here and took a trophy home as well. It's like both of these teams, one came to Guwahati and took a trophy last year, and one came to Guwahati and took a trophy home last month. How fated is this matchup? Because I feel like if there was any better matchup, I wouldn't agree on that. This is definitely written on their destinies. But whose destiny it is to lift the Mythic Showdown Season 2 Championship Trophy?
That is obviously the very important question that we will be finding the answer to in a few hours from now. And as all the preparations are underway, we need to find a way into the draft for these teams, because currently IQOO S8UL, they have got a bit of that momentum even after the break, after pulling off that 3-0. But GodLike Esports, they've got a momentum running for them for months. So we will have to see what plays out better for these two teams, because the rivalry which we have witnessed yesterday will be tenfold tonight.
Tenfold or 13-fold? Because 13, no, I should be over that number right now, because of course, I mean, I'm just going to be waiting in for the draft for one simple reason. Yesterday, of course, the matches, I didn't get to cast because I was on the stage as a host, but I was witnessing the games. So I'm really curious, like what the draft. Yesterday I think they were taking their time to get used to it. Sudden patch note drop in midst of the tournament, it can really affect your performance, doesn't it?
But you know what? We have seen a beautiful pattern into these two teams. Like, let's talk about their draft, right? Both of them have got some amazing masterminds. One with international experience, one with the experience of 12 trophies in India itself. And somehow, these two teams often try to outdraft each other with some picks which have never been seen in the Indian community
Gold.
before. Amon Gold, Tank Amon Jungle, Freya Gold. What else? We have literally seen every single hero being played out by these two teams. And that honestly makes us wonder what is the potential that they really hold in themselves.
S8UL has been pulling up with those. I mean, in a general perspective, as a caster I get it, okay, the reasons I get it, but on a general perspective, it feels like a really weird pick, right? Like, who could have thought about that? The Amon Gold, like, he's an assassin, right? That too, an assassin that doesn't exactly, specialize on like a gold lane. He's not even played on to the mid lane instead because he's a mage assassin, right? So nobody could have imagined that could have come up, but they made it work many times, right? They made it work twice. And we asked Radium why. He just said he got it from Mumbai server in a solo rank 2. He didn't even play with his team. He went solo. He saw Amon go lane, and I think something just clicked inside it as, hey, I should do it in Mythic Showdown Season 2. And he did it, he executed, and he won it. I think that deserves a flex, honestly.
It does for sure. And you know what? These picks which come out from these two teams, it has been so unusual. Like, we mentioned that already, but the fact that there are some things about these two teams that we just cannot figure out how it works, and that fact kind of changes the predictability of the scores which might be seen tonight. Like, we have seen 4-0s, we have seen 4-3s, but for tonight, what exactly is going to be the result?
I love the emphasis. I love the emphasis on the. I get it. You're saying FOR, okay, 4, but I just can't wrap my head around the 4 in the sense that 4 is needed to win the game. We all want the 4-3. We've talked about 4-0 and 4-3, but there's of course a chance of a 4-1 and a 4-2. Of course, that's on the table, right? Those are the 4 possible scenarios: 4-3, 4-2, 4-1, or 4-0. We would all love to see that 4-3, but I think there's a massive chance of a 4-2 happening as well. It could just push it to the game 6 only. I mean, both of the teams are really head-to-head right now because there's no better, there's no lesser. This is the grand finals, and both of them are the grand finalists. Because after all, ladies and gentlemen, I obviously want to remind you that finalists do, of course, get a chance to, even if they do not win, they walk out with that 1 lakh cash prize on their hands. They are a winner on that, but hey, getting the trophy, getting to lift the trophy when everything, all those effects on the stage show up, that's a different thing. That gives you those bragging rights. But for now, it looks like they're still, discussing about the draft itself, because of course, I think that requires a lot of discussion, right, Sarah? Because this patch note coming in midst of a grand finals itself, I mean, not today, but still, right before the finals, I think it really hindered their momentum, both of every teams actually. I think that was one of the reasons where RNTX also struggled.
That is exactly what we saw in the RNTX versus IQOO game, that the early game completely being controlled by the side of RNTX. Like, they had everything under their control, but somehow that miraculous base defense coming in from the side of IQOO, it built up the morale for the side of them, while RNTX's confidence was kind of shattered after that first game, which was very much visible up in the late game phases of the rest of the 3 games. And that is, I think, one of the major factors why tonight these teams will need to focus on their not just their finger health or arm health or whatever. They can play out their micro mechanics. We know they are capable of that. What they need to do is keep up their mental. That one thing is going to be the major definition of who gets the upper hand in the games.
I mean, one of the main things that many people actually forget to consider is the fact that this game, of course, it's a little bit draining, right? I mean, anything, if you do it for long, it becomes draining. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but of course, it's sports. It's esports, guys. And it requires that mind power, of course, and you're talking about that finger and arm strength, right? That is also considered because you have to keep grabbing it. But the thing is, endurance is actually one of the biggest things. I think in previous LAN events that were held throughout Northeast, I saw a few teams that made it to the grand finals. They were doing great. Why do you think reverse sweeps happen? They do happen for a lot of reasons, right? Like strategies, there is limited. Like some teams, they have strategies for 3 games. On the 4th, they start to struggle, and then they start losing, and that's when reverse sweeps happen. But there's another reason reverse sweeps happen: endurance. Of course, everybody has different stamina and endurances. People think just because you're sitting and playing, it's something that it's not that physical. You know, you're not running like a marathon runner, or you're not lifting something, but it does require that endurance. Many people forget to consider that, and I've noticed that some teams and some players, they struggle in a best of 7. Best of 3, all good. Best of 5, they can make do. Best of 7, that's where your endurance shows up. Because playing from your comfort of your home, you're sitting in a bed, lying down, or in the cold, you have the blanket wrapped up or something. Just joking, guys. I mean, they can play in their comfort zone, right? You basically get it. They play in their comfort zone, and they basically have that endurance. But here, they're playing in front of a giant audience, online and offline. They can hear, there's the casters right there. Usually, they cannot even see the casters, right, commenting on them. But right now, they can see the casters. There's a tension. There's a little bit of stress, a little bit of... You basically get the idea of what I'm trying to say, right? So all of that considered, once it goes beyond that 4th and 5th game, that 6th and 7th not just becomes a competition of who's better at strategy, skills, macro and micro. It becomes a thing about endurance. How long can they last before they ultimately lose it all?
And that fact honestly changes the fact that these people, they have the experience. They have been playing this game for years, 7, 8 years on end, if I'm not wrong.
6, 7?
No, wait. It's from 2016. This is 2025 is about to end. I could even say 9, but that would have been an overstretch.
I think they have been playing for 6, 7 years,
It's fine. We can just say 7, 8. Let's exaggerate it a bit. But other than that, that amount of experience will have trained them for moments like these. Some of them, this is literally a dream come true, and they are currently
For
living...
me as well, right? Us moment.
Yep. They are literally living their dream, and they are just one step away from achieving the tournament of their dreams. This kind of stage in India, this is a very first, and there's a whole road ahead of them. And the first stepping stone, the foundation, is exactly what matters.
Absolutely right. Because right now, usually what happens is that we usually see the draft a little bit later on, or maybe the offline audience sometimes doesn't get to see the draft. They just see of course, the gameplay itself. But right now on this stage, the draft is laid out for everyone to see. If they mispick, the audience, of course, can be also a critic, right? You can hear their excitement and everything. I mean, that's one of the things about the LAN events itself, offline esports events in general. The audience plays a massive part. When you're... Of course, there are S8UL supporters and there are GodLike supporters in the crowd. Nobody's supporting both. I mean, that's the truth. Hey, nobody's supporting the both. And you just asked me which one I supported when I was, trying to be on both sides. I was just saying, hey, I support both of the teams. You asked me just one team. I will forget about that. But hey, there's, of course, people who would be cheering on for S8UL, right? And whenever that cheer comes in, GodLike will be feeling that pressure, basically, right? But at the same time, whenever they're cheering for GodLike, IQOO S8UL will feel the pressure as well. That audience atmosphere is also something that is actually one of the most crucial factors, actually, especially today on the grand finals, as we're getting the venue full, is going to be even louder. The screams, louder, the clapping, more noisy, and those things are going to be impacting the mental, solitude. What is this? This strength, basically. You get the idea. Sometimes there's a word on tip of my mouth, but sometimes it just doesn't come out. But you get the idea, right? So let's see. As soon as the draft begins, we'll soon start to see how good the strategy will be laid out. It's a best of 7 series. There are 2 things they can do. First of all, try to build the momentum. Go all in 100%. Or do you save the pocket picks? I want to see if one of the teams will hold back, because it's just a game number 1.
It's all going to be about the strategies which you make. It's going to be about the cunningness. One, you test the waters into the first 2 matches. You experiment. And then on, you bring out your secrets. And then you show the other team that you are capable of something more. Break their momentum, build up your own, and then go forward with that. That's what we do for a reverse sweep. But this time around, we have jumped right into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Mythic Showdown Season 2 Grand Finals, game number 1. Let's have a big cheer, because this is IQOO S8UL versus GodLike Esports. And there we go.
You know, I love the pose that Art is doing. He's a roamer. There's not a gunner character in the roam category. Why is he doing the finger gun? If we had a wait, does that tease? Is he going to play a marksman roam? Please do it, Art. Just for the memes of it, but yeah, really great poses. I love all the dynamic poses they're doing. Usually, you know, they do that cross arm. You know, just the cross arm. It's not bad. It's the usual pose, but I love all the dynamics, especially Art. That finger gun. That is just spectacular. But with it, the bans have already started, and you can clearly see GodLike does not want those pocket picks that was visible on the round robin, and they don't want it either on this grand finals. The Martis and the Amon 100% won't see the light of the day throughout these matches.
That's a strategy being utilized by the side of Higgs boson as well, but the execution, it didn't exactly work out the way they would have wanted it to, and IQOO S8UL, they found a way around those bans. But look at that, those 3 respect bans immediately for Crisis. I mean, come on, respect bans every now and then, but Fate on the CC as the first pick.
He's a monster on this. But the thing is about the predictability. When you go a little bit predictable, it is easy to lay out your weaknesses. Yes, you can be the best at what you do, but if you keep on repeating it nonstop, eventually they will find the loopholes. They will find a way to defeat you. So it's great. It's a great pick nonetheless, but first pick, I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm going to be waiting to see what the next picks are going to be. But at the same time, of course, this is the dangerous grass map, which means one thing. The Kadita and the Hilda had to be banned out. So, of course, both of the teams, I like this. Both of the teams, they just decide, like, you know what? We're not going to go for any trades. We're just going to make sure that the dangerous grass, most utility hero gets banned out. But what am I seeing that? Oh, my God. Immediately, the Filipino import pulls out the Filipino fighter, which is, of course, the Lapu Lapu. And at the same time, first game, I'm not going to say it Fanny anymore. It's Vanny. You know, Vanny. Is it Vanny? You know, it's
Vanny.
It's Vanny. Van on Fanny, it's Vanny at this point. Wait a second.
But
Are they going all guns blazing? They don't care?
They do not care. Both the teams, they're absolutely going all out in game 1 itself. Fate, CC, Romcom, Lapu, Van on his Vanny, Apex, Gatot, Asna, Yves, Jay-Ho on the Xborg. This is one of those miracle drafts which both the teams have been playing for so long, and this is practically showing all your strength cards right into the first deck of the game.
They just don't care. They absolutely just don't care for a simple reason. They want to go all out, basically. They have been on this stage. They see, of course, the support from the audiences. And at this point, they're basically like, you know what? Right away in the game 1, let's throw everything that is possible onto the stage. Or else, I think, I'm just thinking, what are they going to do for game number 2? How do they top this? How do they top this? This is a game 6, game 7 material, okay? I was thinking the Xborg will be coming in later on. The Fanny will be coming in later on. Where you least expect it, it will show up. This is like so weird, you know, Sarah? We were expecting the Fanny eventually, right? But not expecting it to be coming in so first. So is this an expectation subversion, or is it meeting our expectations? I can't really say anything about that. But with it, the first 3 picks are done. The bans are going in. Of course, IQOO S8UL don't want bid to have the mages that can give them the most consistency, right? So once that's done, let's see. Okay, going for the Ruby ban. For Radium, is it? Just for the Fanny.
It is going to be a double-edged sword right there. They have banned out on the Ruby, so it's going to be free access for Van right there to go in and try to find Asuna before the team fights. But that is going to leave the Granger out open for Radium to pick up. And we saw in the first game that he played amazingly well, even against Godspeed's Fanny. And there were a lot of dive-in heroes at the same time. There was a CC, there was a Fanny. So it's kind of like a deja vu for them as well.
I mean, both of these teams, okay, both of these teams are not exactly, strangers to handling a Fanny, so it's not going to be that much of an issue for them. That's obviously given. But the thing is that this is Vanny. Van has made miracles happen before. Even when you thought, there are moments our casters have judged and criticized, and it was valid, okay? It was valid because it felt like, why the Fanny? It felt like this is the worst possible pick that you can really go for. But one second, I will get back to the Fanny 1 second, but they are not pulling back, are they? Game 1, immediately Xborg. Xborg has flames, so they want to heat up the stage. They said, let's heat up the stage twice. They go for the Thamus. Game 1, Thamus. Are they planning to not keep anything in the game number 2? Guys, this is a best of 7, not a BO1. Come on. You're not supposed to give your absolute best completely. And on the other side, GodLike also pulls out the Kimmy into the hands of, oh my God, they do not stop. It just keeps on coming again and again. They're not pulling back punches. They are just basically, this is a boxing match. They're going to go for every uppercut possible. There is no jabs, guys. There is no undercuts. It's straight up uppercuts each time around. And last pick.
We are hoping for something which Radium is so good at, and that good is going to be on the Black Dragon. The draft is set from both the teams, except there is just one little difference. GodLike have got the Kimmy, which means they will be having quite a lot of range along with the CC. So that Walking Demon Hunter sword might just be a little bit of an issue for the side of IQOO S8UL. But if the draft from the side of IQOO S8UL and the synchronization of their ultimates for the AOG, the RWM, the Lasting Insanity, and the Petrify, it works out all together. It is going to be an absolute massacre on the field. And the main criteria for the side of IQOO S8UL to win here is going to be able to land Apex's taunt onto Van, Fate, or Bid. Those are your 3 prime targets. Same goes for the side of GodLike though. They also need to burst down JO's Firaga Ama and also take down Asuna before a team fight begins.
Absolutely right, Sarah. And right now the draft has been settled on. Let's take a look into the spells. Of course, nothing out of the ordinary. The mandatory Revitalize, the mandatory Petrify, Vengeances are on the table. And of course, the flickers for Bid, Art, and Romcom is also right there. But one of the things that we have to consider is the fact that there is a 1v1 potential on the EXP lane. Thamus wins against the Lapu Lapu 100% of the times. And that is something that GodLike has to take into consideration. Romcom, easily one of the best in India itself. Obviously contending with Anti. But you cannot exactly go against the mechanics of heroes. You cannot do that, right? So because of that, one of the important things that right now Romcom really has to watch out is to avoid any 1 versus 1 confrontations. Because if he does that, there's a 90% chance he loses it. If he loses his lane, it's an over story. You don't want that to be happening at any point in time. So let's just see what they will do. Will they go for those 1 versus 1 confrontations? Other than that, gold lane. What do you think about the gold lane matchup? Radium versus Fate, the Yuzhong and CC. But I think we can discuss that because Sarah, take us
to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1 of the grand finals of Mythic Showdown Season 2. This is GodLike Esports versus IQOO S8UL, starting off the game.
I'm not hearing enough applauses and screams. Guys, this is gonna be the best of 7 series. It's the first game, and this is where the final lap starts off. Cheer for your teams, because this is where the journey, the end of this long journey begins now. And of course, we're into the land of dawn. The trade-off will start, and immediately the teams are up for blood right now. And you can clearly see pokes are already happening. What is that happening?
And
Van!
Already trying to go in for something. Definitely the pokes are on from the side of GodLike. They are giving the dangerous shots to the side of IQOO S8UL, and for now, they will be holding on to their strong momentum, which IQOO S8UL is doing as well. But they are the ones taking in a little bit more damage. Look at Art, though. He's trying to go in for a little bit of that space. He's doing what Apex does, and this time around, Apex is the one getting cornered. And he needs to avoid that if he wants to create the space which Asuna needs so badly, which Radium needs so badly to mark down Bid into the backlines before fighting it out in a team fight.
You know, one of the things already that is really important in the mid lane is the poking. It's the fact that it's not about how many kills you get in the early game. Yes, you can get a kill and you can start the snowball immediately, but hey, you're facing... If you're GodLike, you're facing one of the best, and if you're IQOO S8UL, you're facing one of the best. It's 50-50. So the thing that's going to be mattering a lot is the HP trade-off. How many times can you push back the roamer and the mid lane for a recall? How much can you delay their minion farm, and how much gap can you create that? And how much pressure will you be putting into the river for this turtle fight that's going to be oncoming this few seconds? The turtles already spawned in. What's happening in right now? Do they want to go in for a poke? Looks like they will maintain some distance right now here, Sarah. A lot of trades, bot lane forced out, but the turtle, it's looking juicy, and I think the flames might grill it. Art, what are you doing?
He goes in. He is the one getting
The
poked.
chessboard.
RWM. Art
First
will give
blood.
away the first blood, but Van is going to take down Asuna instantly. Black Dragon comes in for the fight. Van will be taken down very
Radium.
low, but Radium is trying to mark down Bid
Bid.
all over again.
Bid.
He's going to find out while Radium finds Bid into the back line. But Romcom takes down Apex. A 2-4-3 going on. It's still not over, but as the teams back off, that is going to be still the goal lead being maintained in the hands of GodLike.
Immediately the 2-4-3 score pops up. S8UL does have the score lead, but you can clearly see the goal lead has shifted. Level ranking wise as well, GodLike. Look at that, Fate, Romcom, Van, they're the ones leading on that EXP chart. Just goes to show that they might be one kill behind. They're still up on the leaderboard, and right now they're putting the pressure on to that turtle face. But Apex is trying to get a little bit of a vision, trying to get that zone in. Jeho wants to come in at any second. Can he go for a clutch steal? Is it going to be happening? Romcom.
He goes in for the raging sandstorm right there, and he is going to make it out
Van.
alive, but Van will get the retribution immediately. Lasting insanity onto Art, but he will stay alive. But
Apex,
goes for
Apex.
the stun AOG being used defensively. He will live to see another day.
And with it, they're going to be making a steadfast retreat. The score remains the same. No bodies fallen just yet. But so far, that first hurdle gives them that 400 goal lead. And right now, they're going to be charging towards that 700 mark. In this early game, touching that 1,000 is the main key point. But oh, Romcom, what are you doing? 1 versus 1 inside the turret. That was a close one. Anti wants a little bit of blood, but decides it's not the correct time. Fate, though, gets that War X, and so does Romcom. Getting the first item before IQOO.
Top side.
Okay, what's happening? Do they want to go in? Okay. Anyways, Anti will get the Thunder Belt as well. Okay, he's going in for that tanky Samus immediately. Instead of going for usual, like, they go for full tanky, or they like to go for the corrosion side. But looks like he wants to go in for a little bit of true damage as well. But still, the goal lead hasn't shifted that much. IQOO S8UL is climbing back as much as possible. But top lane, look at the pressure that they're putting in on Anti. Oh my God!
He'll get it. He gets the kill immediately. Lapu with the engage. Van with the kill secure. GodLike. It's not warning shots. It's death shots being fired from their side already. And now they aren't even done yet, as S8UL makes a move towards their top side to desperately prevent taking down that first tower. They need to find a way to protect these objectives.
But how long can they do those protections? But okay, let's take a look. Oh, what was that? Radium, you're taken down really low on that bottom side, but he's going to be making a recall. He's going to be okay, but that means he might not be coming back on time. But at the same time, oh my God, Romcom.
AOG comes in under the turret, but he's still taking down the damage. But Art will go in as Jeho secures the double kill. Anti is still looking for something a little bit more, but Fate is trying to go in, but he is not going to find. But Van looks for the steel cables, but will be backing off.
This has been, like, what do I say? I forgot the word about it. Basically, have another word for it, but I don't want to use that one. Basically, they're putting it in suspense. Fade, better watch out. He gets taken down by Jeho. A killing spree when you least expected it. But a turtle, it gets away. And right now, the Lord's coming in back in 120 seconds. First item priority right now comes into the eve. 3-4-6 score. The goal lead doesn't shift that much though, because IQOO S8UL still, despite being ahead in kills, Sarah, look at that 3-6, but it's actually GodLike ahead. It's mainly because of that bottom turret and the fact that they have gotten more objectives. So far, GodLike looks to be playing that objective gameplay rather than going for those kills. But S8UL, they're all about up for blood. They want it. They want to get it. But let's see, 80 seconds for the Lord. And you know it, they're going to be going in all ham. Oh, Van and Jeho into the bottom lane.
They are fighting it out.
Whoa.
Of course, Van loses the energy, will be backing off with the steel cables as the lasting insanity will be used. But Anti on the top side is going to find the kill onto Art, a bit of an overextend. But Fate now being the one to be marked down by Radium. But the lethal ignition
Asuna
finds the kill onto Anti as
Radium.
well as Asuna. They'll find Radium in that overextension.
They immediately, I was just talking about them not being that bloodthirsty. They were just like, just wait up a little bit. We're going to be showing you that we're up for the blood. Van just got his Malefic Roar as well. And right now, that power spike is going to be making sure that the fact that IQOO S8UL, especially Apex, even if he does build up the armor, the fact that he's still level 7 compared to Van, who's already about to reach level 11, it's an easy kill. Look at that. The level difference is just insane. Level 11 compared to level 7. Asuna, better watch out. Whoa.
No. It is going to be the lethal ignition, which will find Asuna right under that mid lane tower. And they are still getting cornered into their own river area, because look at the top side. Art and Romcom clearly omnipresent, continuously targeting down Anti onto that Thamus. They've left Radium alone because they know that Fate is handling his lane way too properly.
Oh, Apex.
Now, Van targeting down Apex. Warning shots again. The steel cables are dealing quite a lot of damage. S8UL needs to find a way to turn this around, because otherwise things are looking far too deep for them.
The fact that, those warning shots, it's really forcing, Apex, I think what Van does, of course, he wants to force that AOG on a retreat. But Apex has been holding on to it. I feel like that's a really good decision. Because for a second, even I was worried for a second there that Apex might get taken down. But that was a good strategic move to just hold it, not commit to it just yet. Because that AOG is going to be the bane of their existence. It's going to be the main thing that will really be crucial on this Lord fight that's popping in. Already, the Lord dance has started off. Art wants to go in. Romcom.
They are going in for the Raging Sandstorm onto the back line, and the
AOJ
will also be used. It is not going to hit anyone,
with
but Asuna with
chessboard.
an amazing positioning on the RW, and will find 3 onto the backside, but Dark Dragon goes in onto Art. Now they are trying to find one more. It's a 1-0 lead in favor of Team S8UL, but Bit is going to make out it alive. But finds Asuna. They are looking for more. They will find more. Make it a double for the side of GodLike. They are going to maintain their lead.
And with it, the Lord will just be laid out open for them, as Van will get it with no competition. Jeho just cannot get close to it. 2 of his members are down. He has the vision, but it's all of GodLike against him. He cannot really go in for a seal, and Van will just get it with no contest on his hand. But I really love one thing, the score being 9-9. But the thing that's different is that 5,000 gold lead. Hey, look at that emote. But anyways, with it right now, oi, Romcom, what is that emote coming in just to taunt the side of IQOO S8UL? But he's going to be using the Brave Fighter, but the low cooldowns right now will help him to come back any second. Lord coming in from, oh, look at that. Kimmy with the Divine Glaive, 3rd item immediately. They don't want any form of magic resist to be showing up from the side of IQOO S8UL right now. Lord's going to be knocking in on the bot side. That is going to go to waste though, because, wait, 1 second, that blast was on the minions. The Lord is still on the full health, isn't it? But they will take care of it. The main thing is going to be the mid lane. Look at the positioning of the Van. Van wants to go for it, and I think they will be able to do so. Lord gets taken down, but right now it looks like the mid lane might be the main place where they might contest. Van, no. Do they go in? Radium!
Radium, petrified right onto bid right there, but he is chasing
Radium!
them down. But will he find it or not is the question. He is way too low. Cut
Radium!
comes in, but he will stay alive for now. Steel cables again onto the back line, but S8UL is trying to back off as far as possible. But GodLike, they aren't giving up either. They're going in for the chase, and look at Art's positioning, simply waiting to catch even a single prey available for him.
And I think right now, the map pressure we got to take into the macro actually, because micro-wise both of these teams have been doing good. Van is just styling in right now. Okay, 1 second. Asuna only got his blood wings right now. He's really behind Kimi. Kimi already has a Skypiercer and a Divine Glaive. That is one item ahead. Around 2,000 gold lead on the mid lane itself. I think that is going to be creating a lot of major differences. And right now, that basically means that IQOO S8UL has to play on the back seat. They will have to surrender the control for a while, because look at the damage deal rankings as well. We can clearly see, as well as the gold advantage, it is around, on that Lord alone, they were able to get that 2,000 gold advantage. And they're right now leading with that 5.5k and building up. Look at 5.7 already. I think it will climb to that 6,000 mark. And when that happens, I think IQOO S8UL will have to be a little bit more cautious. Romcom comes in with the bravest fighter. Does he want to go in for a little bit more? Look at Art!
Amazing Sandstorm!
Whoa, all that brawl!
It will come in!
It's a brawl! It's a brawl!
GodLike Esports going in for that
They go in for a wipeout!
This
It's a wipeout!
GodLike Esports showing their dominance.
They are showing that they are the gods in this arena. A full 5v5, none taken down. All 5 down from IQOO S8UL as Team GodLike takes game number 1 in this best of 7 series, ladies and gentlemen.
Game number 1 being secured in the most dominating way they possibly could have imagined, Ray. This is the power of GodLike when you make them mad, and they are mad right now. And I think the performance was enough to show us the power that they hold in their hands.
I had to lay my mic down for a little bit for a simple reason. I expected, of course, GodLike was dominating the game, right? Maybe GodLike would have won it, maybe IQOO S8UL would have won it, but who would have expected that in the last moment, the 5 clashed their swords, and the ones who broke down was IQOO S8UL. Nobody fell down from the side of GodLike. Not a single soul was taken down from the side of GodLike. Just, they are doing their name justice. They are like gods. They stood tall. They were none taken, and they made IQOO S8UL bend down before them, bow down in a stance, and that was just insane. And right now, I think we're going to be seeing, of course, our MVP showing up onto the screen pretty soon. It is none other than Robcom on that Lapu Lapu, showing that the joke about the Filipino import is not a joke. He's the best at it because Lapu Lapu is one of the Filipino legends. So, of course, and he is not a legend. He is a myth. And ladies and gentlemen, in Mythic Showdown Season 2, Romcom has showed again and again that he will remain one of the best of the best. But it is still early. It was game number 1. Yes, that dominant fashion was unseen before, but they can make a comeback. IQOO S8UL, there's still 6 more games. Guys, we're not even like 10%. We still have a long journey in front of us. And I think, but one thing is really important, Sarah, is the fact that the pressure. IQOO S8UL just immediately got wiped out in that last second. Right now, they have to figure out what really went wrong.
They need to reconsider their strategies, because that setup, the Raging Sandstorm, at the very last moment, I think it made quite a lot of difference.
I think so as well, because I think I think it will create a lot of mental pressure right now. Because, simple reason, I think they were expecting at least one member to stay alive or take down a few members from the side of GodLike, but none were taken down. So it just really felt like it was kind of one-sided, wasn't it? So
Yep.
I think it is going to be impacting how they move forward. They will have to reconsider their win conditions, and you'll have to think about how to really reorganize the strategy, because it felt really good on the draft, right? They had a Thamos, one of it literally wins against the Lapu Lapu. 1 versus 1, you can never lose it. Apex on Gatot Kacha, one of his signatures, and also the fact that Gatot Kacha is just hella broken. Like this guy for almost 5 seasons right now, Gatot Kacha has been nerfed and adjusted a few times, but his mechanics, that AOG, that unbreakable taunt, it is one of the most deadliest things, but it was impactful, but the impact wasn't enough to stop GodLike. So what do they do right now? If they laid out all their cards, or was it all a sham? Was it all just a mist of, a fake out? They were basically showing this is us going all in, but not yet. What if IQOO S8UL just comes in with something different?
That is what. And guess what? Team GodLike, they haven't even done their full potential yet. This is something they have been doing for so long into the games already. This is a repeated pattern from them. Both the heroes and their strategies which they played. The Khalid, we knew it was coming. The Raging Sandstorm, the moment he played, we knew those kind of setups were going to be coming. But S8UL, they need to find a way back into their heads, play the mind games that they are so good at. And I think they need to give Asuna just a little bit more space, because the moment he picks up the Yeep, he is picking up a very vulnerable mage. And the problem is that GodLike, they are constantly going in for the assassins like the Fanny, like the Joy, and that is pressurizing Asuna every single time ever since yesterday.
But I love to see the fact that, of course, NT got the sandbag role. Goes to show that he was able to fulfill the duty that was given to him. By Samus is one of those heroes that really needs to be that forefront, needs to be that brick wall. I mean, literally the sandbag, right? To take all the punches, and he did that. But it wasn't enough just yet. Wasn't enough just yet. But, okay, right now we're going to be looking into the players again. Of course, right now, GodLike, they have done it. But the thing is it all they've got? Because if this is all they've got, it could be a little bit dangerous, It could be something that might be proving fatal, because if they do not have another strategy on their hand, they might be, there's a thing called one-trick pony. I don't want to call them one-trick pony, but the sense that you get it. If this is the best they've got, they have to bring out even better. They have to bring better from the best, because that is the only way. Because if this is the best they can do, and if they try to recreate it, maybe they can win game 2. But game 3, IQOO S8UL will see through it. They will break through this mirage, and they will destroy them, this glass wall. It might look impenetrable right now, but if this strategy is repeated again and again and then again, you can win 2 games, you can win 3 games, but on that 4th one, when it's the most crucial, IQOO S8UL will finally see through all your illusions, and they will break you down.
That's exactly what. Like I told you, these teams, they are good at reading each other's minds. But the only problem is that if GodLike is still hiding their strategies, they will not be able to try and find a possible excuse that they are losing or winning a game. But IQOO S8UL, they are also good at reading drafts. They test the waters into the first 2 games, and eventually, 3rd game onwards, they start coming back. But this is a BO7. You cannot take any risks more than 2 games, because giving away even the 3rd game is going to be considered something like, you know what? We are just going to give you this. That is not the mindset you want tonight. BO7, grand finals, you need to find a way to try and come back at least in the 3rd game. 2nd game, you can still read it. But that 3rd and 4th game, get it to a 2-2. That's where things start getting interesting.
I mean, first game, of course, we were really, really hyped about it, of course, because it's the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the end of Mythic Showdown Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where tonight we unveil the grandest champion. I mean, this is something I've been talking about. I mean, I want to keep repeating about the fate, but I feel like that would be like too one-sided. I want to talk about destiny. That it feels like a destiny that this is the last esports event of MOBA 5v5, ladies and gentlemen. And it's being held in the last month, the last thing that they can get before 2025 ends, because we're already nearing the end of December. Today is 19th December 2025. They've got only 12 days 12 days, right?
Exactly.
They've got 12 days to... The irony, the coincidences just speak for itself. Godlike with 12 trophies on the 12th month of 2025 as 12 days are left on the table. It is just peak, I would say. But with it, we move into the drafting phase, Sarah. We see a few similar bans, but this time around, IQOO S8UL will ban out that Vanny on their hands, as this is going to be an expanding river map. Hilda is left out alone, though.
Hilda is indeed still available. And guess what? IQOO S8UL have got the first pick. But instead, they will give away the CC to Ante. Maybe even Radium could play it out into the goal lane. But there has to be a way that GodLike is thinking to counter this. They can pick up the Hilda for themselves, which is going to be a very beautiful choice. And they could even go in for the Jushin this time around. It is very well open. The Yeve, that too, can be taken away by the side of GodLike right here. They have got some amazing choices. All they need to do is find a way to make that draft work for themselves. And IQOO S8UL, they need to find a way to try and find a counter to those picks.
There are two things that they can really go for, Let GodLike, or S8UL, either of these teams, they can go in for, let them pick, we go for the counter. But at the same time, they can go for another strategy. Go for heroes that basically are, there are some scenarios where if you pick a hero and you force them to pick a counter, it's actually bad. Because that hero basically doesn't fit into the composition. That can happen, but oh my god, GodLike, they show up with a Zushin, and I think, bro, come on. I gotta say it, that's my wife right there, homie. I mean, I'm sitting with Sarah, right? She showed her husband yesterday. I get to show my wife, right? I don't know if the camera is here, but of course, I have my wife right here on my ID card. Once the camera shifts, I will show you. But anyways, right now, the draft will... Oh, one second. What is that? Oh my god! Radium on his iconic...
Granger finally being picked up by IQOO S8UL into the second game, along with the Gato CC combo. The curtain call and the AOG is a cult classic to be played out at international tournaments, and now it is being picked up by IQOO S8UL. But there is one advantage which GodLike has, which is the Jushin and the Lapu and the Hilda into their hands, which can mark down the Granger terribly unknowingly, and that is going to make a lot of difference. But because, you know what? The Lapu Lapu and Romcom on the Lapu Lapu, they go in with the flicker every single time, trying to mark down either Asuna or Radium. But this time around, Asuna should be able to lock in onto the Yi, which works well against that Jushin. But of course, GodLike, they would be banning out that Yi pretty soon.
I think so as well, because the Yeves, I mean, I get it, okay? They were able to counter Eve once, right? But why risk it the second time, right? It's better to just make sure the chess queen doesn't really show up to, lay out her chessboard, and you just take the safe route overall. That should be your strategy. So maybe they will just ban it out, or maybe they might not. It really depends upon them. But you can clearly see right now, as we look into their faces, the stress is there. They're thinking. They're really trying to process. You can see it on Radium's face. He has picked up the Granger, but it's not about the confidence anymore, right? It's the fact that he is well aware that both of these teams right now, they've played against, this rivalry goes back time, like it transcends time. Literally, it starts from where Sarah started, right? All the way to last year's summer season. From that point on, they know each other really, really well. So it's not like Radium's Granger is, of course, it's something that you cannot really go for. It has worked 99% of the time, but 1% when it doesn't work out, it always has been Art Bid on that mid lane, really making sure that flank happens and they don't get that window of opportunity. So Radium right now, he really, really needs to watch out. He really needs to be careful, because one thing is aware, once he starts dominating, the bounty is not going to be in the game. It's going to be on his head. But on the other side, GodLike, what is that? What is that? Is it going to be fate on that Thamus?
I do think that it is going to be a Lapu Lapu Gold and a Thamus onto the EXP, but that is just a theory, which Godlike might prove me to be wrong.
game theory.
Exactly. they might prove me to be wrong, we never know, but oh, Jai-ho with the Lucas, the game-winning hero from yesterday being locked in again by the side of IQOO S8UL, while they lock in onto Asuna's Valentina once more, and he has got the bravest fighter to copy. And up next, Van, whatever hero he picks up, will need to be a clever pick, but Van locks in onto the Lancelot. All over again. And
See the smile on Art's face.
Exactly. He knew what was coming, and I think he just proved everyone here why he just outdrops everybody. But IQOO S8UL is no less though. They have got a very strong comfort draft this time around, but we will see in the game.
I love the fact that Van is the one picking up the Lancelot, but it's Art who's smiling wide. I just love to see it. He's really happy about it. And we made a joke, okay, throughout the, all the casters, of course. In the phase of the round robin phase, we talked about the Lancelot being about the Lancelot, guys. Lancelot. And, it's pretty funny that we're finally getting to see the Lancelot coming back again. This time around, we've seen a lot of, some good old golden picks. These are literal golden picks showing up on the table again. But let's take a look into the spells. It's going to be, of course, the Flickers, the Mandatory, Revitalize, and the Vengeance showing up on the CC and the Thamos. Rest just Flickers. And of course, we don't got to mention the Retribution. This matchup is really, really weird. Lucas, he's very tanky in the Beast form, but it's a little bit of a mobility. Lancelot wins the mobility anytime. He cakewalks it. It's not even a question. He's an assassin. But the second thing, Lancelot and Lucas, where do they come equal? On the department of immunity. Lucas, throughout his flash-to-flash combo, he's immune. So is Lancelot. It's really crucial when the CC, the crowd control from Bid will show up. Jai-ho, a perfect flash combo, will basically make it useless. And Zushin, she's been adjusted a little bit, but that adjustment doesn't really change that much. What really impacts is basically Zushin can only pick him up once. And that too, he can immune it.
And now with the new changes though, Jushin can actually pick you up only once in 4 seconds. 4 seconds, we know it's a very small duration in the laning phase.
Very long
in
when
the
you
first
play.
2 minutes. But before we discuss that, welcome back once again to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Make some
number
noise.
2. This is IQOO S8UL versus GodLike Esports. Game 2 in the grand finals. And we are back into the land of dawn. Both the teams again going in for some amazing competition. The early pressure already onto the mid side. Art marking down Apex. Bid launching him into the air. And both of the mid laners will be fighting it out for that mid control.
And the mid control on this game is a little bit weird. Because both of these mages, it's pretty obvious. Look at that. Asuna cannot really win it because it's a Valentina. She has only one skill to clear the lane. Her ultimate is a utility. Her second skill is a dash. So Asuna is going to be losing that laning phase. That much is obvious. But what is happening? Apex comes in with a taunt. Bid might get first blood right here, but it might not be there enough. Apex better watch out his positioning as well. But Asuna still contending. Van gets the first blood on his hand. And right now he wants to go in for Apex, but is it enough though? Jeho comes in with a flash-to-flash combo, but is it enough? It's not going to be enough. The damage is going to be there. Apex gets taken down. Double kill for, of course, Van. He will make it a triple kill right under 2 minutes. But at the same time, Asuna makes a trade, tries to equalize it, but Van already shows the Lancelot is just his forte.
Unbelievable early game coming in from the side of GodLike Esports. A triple kill under the 1 minute mark, while only 1 kill being secured by Asuna onto Art, who was already very low. This is going to give them a major nearly 1k lead right under 2 minutes, which means that the first neutral objective at the turtle is going to be a very easy secure for the side of GodLike, because Jeho, he doesn't have his level 4 as the jungler, and he is working desperately. But Fate tries to go in with the bravest fighter, will be marking down Jay, misses out on
Jeho
the
is not
stun,
level 4.
But Jay,
No
he
beast?
finally
Oh, beast form?
reaches- Yep, there comes the beast form. He tried to go in for a
Whoa.
little bit more. Fate is going to get chopped down.
Fate's
He finally
down.
gets taken down by the side of S8UL
Bid.
Esports. Biz will be using the Crimson Beacon to back off, but Art is there to back him up, and both the teams will disengage.
They disengage for now. Oh, Van into the top lane. Takes a lot of damage from NT, but he's going to be fine. 2-4-3 score. And of course, GodLike right now in the lead. The turtle is going to be showing up. Let's take a look at it into their emblems. I think nothing is out of the ordinary right there. Yeah, most of them have went in with the default settings. But right now, look at Art coming into their position. They might be going in for the turtle fight. Is it going to be enough though? No, Jeho will get the turtle with no competition coming in from the side of GodLike. Looks like they're going in a little bit more bloodthirsty instead of trying to go in for, more of an objective fight. Art, though, gets a little bit of a taunt right there. Apex might be going in for a little bit more. Look at that, the engage, popping in from the side. Oh!
There we go. There comes the knock-up from the side of GodLike, but Radium will be the one finding Art into that team fight. And now, there we go. Asuna will be coming up the bravest fighter, but will be using it defensively. They are going to back off, but at the moment, the lead is slightly into the hands of IQOO S8UL for the first time in 2 games. But Jeho trying to get marked by Bid. The mark is there onto him, but he will be backing off eventually.
The score will be 3-4-3. IQOO S8UL has that slight 100 goal lead. I don't think that really matters right now, right? What's really going to be mattering is the goal lane. The goal lane is a little bit weird this time around. Oh, the positioning from Art. Look at the AOG coming in as well. Radio better watch out. Art gets taken down. Here comes the Crimson Beacon. It's not going to be enough. Bid gets taken down by Jeho. And right now the next one is going to be Fate. But the flash-to-flash combo is not there. And they will make a retreat.
They are going in for the shots themselves.
Rom-com.
Oh,
Rom-com.
He is the one in danger. He is fighting it out. There's 4 people in front of him. And he gets the curtain call onto him. He is getting marked down. There comes the vengeance on from him. But it is not going to be enough to save him, as Anti is going to find the kill onto Rom-com right away. But the rest of GodL, they are here for the back off. And this is another engage coming in from the side of GodL, but no, those are
Van.
shots, but
Van.
But Anti
Van.
will not be alive. The punctures are enough to take him down again.
That was, I was not expecting that. How did it happen? The minion wave. The minion wave. Was it luck? Was it calculated? Was it something that they were expecting? But look at Anti. Oh, Art, better watch out. He will take a retreat. Radium, you don't have enough kills, but you have a bounty on your hand. Because, not your hand, your head, your foot to tall, everything. Because right now, they are hungry for you. They want to take you down. But with it, Van will get the turtle. Another one secured into the board of GodLike. But look at the flash-to-flash combo. Might be showing up in a second. Apex comes in with the taunt a little bit. Bid with the lantern flare. Not enough right here. They will just wait out for a while. But until then, recalls are being made. They will go for a little bit. But look at the level ranking. Van with level 8. NT catching up. Oh, NT is actually already a little bit ahead. But right now, Van dishes out enough damage, but will go back. Let's take a look at the itemization right now. War axes for most of the fighters. War axe not... Oh, Lucas is a little bit behind. His war axe is not done yet, Sarah.
That is exactly what, despite having more of the kills here, he is leading behind in terms of items. But Van going in for a bit of engage, but the curtain call is there. But the puncture will be enough to save him. That's the advantage of having a Lancelot into your draft. You can technically run away from the dangerous situations like these. But GodL, they aren't going to give up. They are still trying to look for a bit of those engages here and there. They have the level advantage, Apex being the one being the sandbag at the moment. But Art is in a beautiful positioning to try and catch Avasuna off guard, but it has to be the side of GodLike. If they want to win, they need to target
Lapu.
But Vate is getting marked down right away. That is quite a lot of damage being taken, but Apex will now be the one who is going to get taken down low.
Apex
trying to go in for the fight. The Revitalize comes in, but Romcom, he will be fighting it out. Radium dealing quite a bit of damage right there. AOG being used defensively, but Radium will be the one securing that killing spree. Van still trying to look for
Van.
puncture. Asuna's lives. But Van is
flash
now the
flash.
one in danger. Jeho marking down the backline. Will get the kill out to Bid. And Art is going to have to flicker it out as Radium gets the shot down onto Van right away. Double kill for Radium. A 4-4-0 for the side of IQOO S8UL.
10-4 score immediately. It was GodLike until now, writing the story in this novel. But right now, S8UL just changed the story and became the script writer. And right now, they will be that keynote. They will take that pen and stroke the main pages. But let's see for how long before it gets snatched away from them again, because we know it. We know it. GodLike is right now just going to be waiting. Look at that. Bid gets one of the most important key factors, the item, of course, that glowing wand. And that is going to be helping in with the HP-based damage. But let's see how good it's going to be with a 10-4 score right now. 4,000 goal advantage. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Radium got his malefic roar. I think it's just going to be unstoppable for now. But at the same time, Art has that 7 Cs. That 7 Cs is enough to take down Radium all by himself if he can find a good flank. But that's the question, if he can find a good flank.
That is the point, because the late game is something that can change everything. One wrong initiation, and look at the positioning right now.
Jeho,
he's getting targeted down. Romcom
Jeho.
for the backup. Beast form comes in. He runs out. He dashes out.
Jeho.
Romcom is still trying to go in for a little bit of that chase, but the damage is there. Backup is coming in from the side of IQOO S8UL, but they will decide to not go in for the fight. Gets taunted, runs away with the puncture. He will be alive for now, but traction is on the side of IQOO S8UL as they are trying to find down the tier 2 up, down, top, but the Lord will be up in another 45 seconds. Apex trying to look for an engage. The mark is onto him, but Bid doesn't exactly commit to that knockup because he knows he needs to wait for his team to be around in order to make a change.
And I think that change is going to be I don't think the change will come until the 12-minute mark. But the reason simply being that the level difference is a little bit too much right now. Because Apex is only level 9. They need him. Okay, 1 second though. Fate is just got his Hunter Strike. One of the most key important power spikes. That is really important right now. But okay, mid lane, flash to flash combo. Jeho, there is going to be the AOG popping in as well. The Crimson Beacon is going to be enough though. Asuna showing up as well. The damage is going to be there. Is it going to be enough though to take down the side of GodLike? No, it is going to be Radiant taking down, and the recall taunts show up as well. Bid tries to maintain some distance, but Radium with that recall taunt just goes to show that he has the key pen on his again, and this Lord will go into their hands, Sarah.
You should not be recalling too early, Radium, because the game isn't over yet, and Art is out for you right now along with Romcom. They do not have the best of KDAs, but if they want to find you, they will, and you need to be wary of that. And that is exactly what GodLike is planning right now, and IQOO S8UL needs to watch out. They've got a 6.5k goal lead into their hands, but if they want to hold on to this, they need to find a way to protect Asuna and Radium for as long as possible. From that Hilda, from that Lapu Lapu, from that Lancelot, as well as Romcom. But the damage potential coming in from the side of Radium right now is insane. The taunt is onto Art. Fate tries to go in for the bravest fighter, but that tier 2 onto the mid lane will fall in the hands of IQOO S8UL. But the Lord up top will be chunked down. Jeho!
Whoa!
Will not find the third row, saves Van. And now Jeho will be the one in danger. He needs to run away as fast as possible. Art will be the one chasing him down. But for now, both the teams are safe from danger.
That movement of Van just literally dodging, it felt like a scene out of the Matrix. He just basically dodged the nuke that was coming in face towards him. He was dead at that point on if it wasn't for the reflexes. Macro is important, but that moment just goes to show that the micro is just as important, especially on the Lancelot. I feel like that is one of the key points that makes you different from everything else right now. But with it, you can clearly see dominance eyes coming into the hands of the Thamos. But look at the engage popping in. If Fate might be having to take it down pretty soon, but Radium will take Fate down, and right now flash to flash combo coming in for Romcom. Romcom will get taken down as well. Radium gets a double kill, and right now Art has to run out. Look at the bomb coming in, and looks like Art will fall down as well. A triple kill for Radium, and with it the score is 15-4 and a 10,000 goal lead for the side of team IQOO S8UL as they knock the doors of GodLike, as they want the Nexus. Can they make it an end. Is it gonna be happening? Bid already taken down really low. Van is really trying to defend it, but is it gonna be happening enough though? Goes in for the combo, but it's not gonna be enough. And Fate is back and looks like, oh, he comes in with another combo as well. But they're trying to defend for the mid lane. It's gonna be happening though. Anti really taken down really low. They're kind of retaliating. Oh, Radiant better watch out. But Apex actually gets taken down. Another legendary for Radiant. Romcom still going in. J-Ho will take down Radiant. Triple after triple. He doesn't stop. He wants more. And with Tate, IQOO, S8UL will put in the pressure. They will come in with the retaliation as Team IQOO, S8UL will keep on pushing for the minions. Are not there, but the wipeout will be. And with it, IQOO, S8UL takes game number 2.
This is game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. IQOO S8UL with the comeback. Radium onto that Granger, taking away everything for themselves. 1-1 is your score for this grand final.
You know, I needed to take a little bit of a break after that intense moment. It was a recreation, a deja vu of what happened in the previous game, right? It was a deja vu, but it was a full-on 180. It was IQOO S8UL that changed the pace, that changed the positioning, that changed everything about it. So the score is equal, Sarah. The score has been made equal.
It's a 1-1. I told you these teams love to go for the long game, and of course
If it
is
isn't
your
him.
man, Radium Kumar with that 1403. He will be the man of the game with a nearly 1k GPM, which is huge into the grand final stage. But Ray, I think we have some new talents joining us. It is going to be Fredo and Debbie taking over the caster's desk while the post-draft is ongoing.
Thank you so much for the old casters that we have seen right there. But what an amazing game it was, Fredo. What do you want to say about the 1403?
I mean, this guy, right? This guy. He has been in this community from a long time, okay? I mean, people used to doubt him when he was very, very new. People doubted him. Why is this guy having so much ego? Tonight he proved that his ego is what makes him the beast. Radium in the goal lane is something that you do not want to challenge, especially when he's on that Granger. And when he picks up a Sky Piercer first item, you know that true damage is going to land on your face before you know it. The bullets are going to go through your heart and pierce you through. And of course, when a bullet goes through your heart, that means he is your, of course, the favorite guy, right? And that's why, man, that's why. The favorite goal laner of every Indian right now, Radium.
Definitely a man of the match. Deservingly so. 0 deaths, by the way. And I feel like, you know, there was something that we don't usually see that's coming through from the side of GodLike as well. Fate never been this bad onto the Lapu Lapu, but this time around he hasn't been able to pull up something up his sleeve. But we do have game number 3 though. 20-6 is the score, and I don't think Lancelot did work out here for Van because this whole tournament it hasn't been opened. But today it has been let go by S8UL. And you know there is also a factor that they usually go for whenever there is a hero that has been undefeated. They usually let it go because they are ready to have an answer to that. And I think this is the answer for the side of S8UL for Van's Lancelot. The early game was looking good, but then again J-Ho, he got to pull out the buffed Lucas with a buff onto his ultimate as well, and the low cooldown of the beast forms is just making him available all of the time. When he have his items and the tenacities, he was able to get the perfect timing to go for.
And now we're going for looking at the mid lane where Asuna and Bit are showing their magic. When of course, then next we are having the, I mean, if there are 2 guys in this entire auditorium right now who have notebooks in their hand while they are playing, it's these guys on the screen right now. Apex and Art, all right? Just for your information. They study the game, all right. Instead of us who just play it, these guys, they go into detail and they break down every single thing. And of course, talking about the guy who has aura farmed this entire tournament. This match was the game where his opponent shined. And man, oh man, the two guys, look at the symmetry. The left shoulder, the right shoulder, the left uppercut, the right jab is all right there on your screen. Radium and Apex steal the show tonight with that performance. And that is why IQOO S8UL are known to be the most dominant force in MOBA Legends Esports right now. But Debbie, GodLike.
GodLike.
The thing is, a lot of people do not know it, but when you get 7 kills in this game, the notification, the announcement, the thing that shows up is
GodLike.
And right now, the thing is, it's a BO7. So do you think that this could go to 7 games?
I'm hoping it could go to 7 games because...
Is 7 the magic number?
It's probably is because, like you said, GodLike, and 7, that can happen. But S8UL, man, they do have a very, very good start
Devi,
onto their lineup. Oh,
what's the time right now?
it's 7 o'clock.
Oh my God, 7 is the magic number tonight. Guys, do you think we're going to see this game to a best of 7? What do you think, yes or no? And that is why I also feel like tonight we could go to 7 magic games. But honestly, ladies and gentlemen, 7 games is not what these guys want.
Yes.
They want to get it over as soon as possible. The pressure just gets way too much if you keep extending.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we are seeing a 1-to-1 is in the game, which just means that, I usually think that most of the time when a team aren't able to get that first win, they use out their mentality. But not for S8UL. They are very ready. They try to have a tread of the waters into the starting, and then even if they lose it out, they come back stronger, and especially into the hands of Radium, they pull out the big guns. And of course, the big guns was the Rhapsody, right?
Exactly. But the bigger gun was the Dead Sonata.
Oh.
And of course, tonight, the game is pretty hype. The auditorium is just filling up with people that have never witnessed a LAN this big. And if you are missing out, you can at least come to the auditorium if you want. But if you are not coming, then why are you, stopping yourself from sharing the experience with your friends?
True. That's why. You got to share your experience with your friends as well, because to let them know Mythic Showdown is happening right now, and it is a best of 7 grand finale that we are watching with 2 of the best teams of India brawling it out. They already have a 1-to-1 onto the score. We are closer to witnessing the epicness of this game so far. So Fredo, game number 3, we're waiting for it.
And talking about game number 3, you can see the fact that this thing right here, it has 3 lines drawn on it. Can you see that? The 3 lines drawn on it, it just indicates what this tonight's game is all about. All these guys right here on the stage who are playing the game, they are just unleashing their monster.
Wow.
And that is exactly why we have our energy drink partner for the evening, Monster, here with us, who are serving drinks as well, as they are here to entertain the audience. Of course, energize the audience with their drinks. So yeah, shout out to Monster for coming to tonight's event.
I think I really, really needed this because they even opened it up for me too, so that I can just consume it so far, because into the casting, right, you want to have a good throat. And now they're supporting that. I'm so grateful that we have this right now. So this casting, I think we can go head on, right?
I mean, if Monster doesn't, unleash the monster for you, then man, what is the monster for, right? So yeah, with that, the fact that we've already had a can of this is going to energize us for the rest of the game. And with that, into the draft already. Oh my God. The thing is, the last time I was casting for GodLike, they were banning the Martis, and it has been already more than 24 hours since I have banned, but this Martis ban is Definitely not leaving the band section of GodLike.
This is what NT holds, right? You always talk about paranoia. This is a real paranoia. You do not want to let go of a Savage Mortis because he got the Savage, by the way. NT has the most Savage in the Mythic Showdown Season 2 with an XP lane Mortis. So you do not want to let that go. So now GodLike do understand that they have to prioritize onto their CC because Fate can be onto the CC as well. But look at the bands coming through. It's going to be the funny. Oh my goodness. Granger, first pick for S8UL.
Man, Granger is, of course, the best marksman right now in this meta. Even with that nerf, right? How can you exactly reach a marksman which has that much mobility?
No.
And how can you reach... Oh, Bid has been given away the Yves, and Lapu has been given to probably the guy that uses it better in that lineup. I'm not talking about Fate, I'm talking about Romcom, right?
Romcom.
But on the other side as well, that Hilda just showed up, and I don't really know if Ivan is going to be comfortable tonight because Apex is not going to let that mistake happen twice.
Absolutely true. Now they know that Evan, like you said, is usually comfortable onto the assassins, but they pick out the Hilda already for Apex. We can see what he can do. Just divert the attention of the team with the Hilda. So they are going to be stopped to pick up the assassins, so he's going to be forced to pick up something utility, right? Even if he pick up the assassins, it's going to be not having the greatest time that you usually do. But let's see how IQOO S8UL are going to be banning it out because it's going to be the Yi Chunshen. Another nerfed onto the jungle. 3 jungle bans, Fredo.
And, you know, the fact that 3 jungle bans have come in kind of shows that they do respect Ivan.
Yes.
And that's why they have been kind of targeted banning him. And that also goes to show that Ivan, even though people do not really, you know, a lot of people are fans of Such Is Life, but not a lot of fans, you know, think of Ivan as the best jungler. But right now, you can see that even the best team is respecting his prowess on those assassins because they understand if you give Ivan the heroes that he can play, he can literally carry the game for his own side.
Actually, true. That is why you usually do not want to give him a carry hero, right? And they are so good in, you know, capitalizing the farm that you usually used to get. So that's the reason why IQOO S8UL do know that they have to remove other jungles for the side of Mr. Van here. So, for GodLike, what can they remove here? Oh my goodness, Guinevere is gone though.
Best because, you know, GodLike did use that Guinevere out of nowhere once.
Yes.
And that was really, really unfortunate for the other side. And that's why maybe the Guinevere is banned this time around. But, yo, the thing is, Asuna is on a hero that Bit actually made kind of, I would say, in our very little small world of esports, he did make headlines with that Valentina pick a couple of days ago as well.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. It's usually one of the best hero you wanna... And I think he used this as for a bit of a utility, but Zeho will be onto the Lucas yet again. So now they're kind of forcing GodLike to play the Lancelot Vance a lot. So let's see if they are going to pick up the Lancelot yet again, but I don't think it is going to be a Lancelot again because we can see even though the early game he was good on it, the Lucas was kind of stopping everything of his dash. So they need an enabler, but also they need a damage dealer. Now that Fate is onto a hero like the CC, oh my goodness. No Lancelot, it's going to be the Suyo.
And with that, Ivan has just proved that Jay is not the only one who can get creative when times get tough. He can do it as well. But the thing is, you have picked it up. Let's see how you perform. And the thing is, I actually had a talk, Debbie. I had a talk with Ivan last time. He usually goes for those steel cables and you know, does those clutch retributions, right?
Yeah.
But when Jay picked up the Lucas, he did kind of face some problems.
Yes, he can't. He couldn't, right?
Yes.
So that's kind of stopping. I think the Lucas pick is very definitely good for the side of S8UL to try to counter GodLike. And now we can see that the Elise is going to be put into the hands of NT. The first time that he's going to be picking out the Elise.
And that is exactly why I'm really interested to see if I mean, Anti is the one playing Alice, but whenever Alice gets picked, you know it reminds you of the guy.
Muriel?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I think he's here though.
Yes, he's probably watching. He's probably going to see if Anti can do what he could not. The job that he left undone.
Undone.
Is Anti going to fulfill the prophecy? Because man, you know the relationship between these teams, right?
Yeah.
S8UL and Revenant X Spark are
Yeah,
like brothers.
brothers.
IQ are their sponsors.
Oh,
Man,
together.
there's so much chemistry right there.
Okay, that's why you usually want to take out the revenge play for your team, right? For your friend. So I think NT can bring it out that here, a little bit of a behind story for that. But the lineups are already in, Fredo, and we can see that the S8UL for the first time in a while into the LAN event, it happened here into the hands of Van yet again. Because, you know, Van, in his peak to plummet days and impurity days, he was the one known for the S8UL. So if that is the old one that we are looking for, I'm definitely going to be seeing a big performance that we are looking for right now. But then again, Jeho is on a very, very big cancellation hero. Beast Form is always going to be available. And IQOO S8UL, they're going to be playing for Granger again. Radium is going to be the man of the match yet again.
Yes, that is a question that has been asked once and once again, because man of the match does matter, because you need that guy, the core guy on your team who performs. Because in this tournament, you just saw in the last game, Radium has always been the guy that they have to rely on whenever they are pushed to the corners.
Yes.
Because Radium has always been the person who performs under pressure.
Yep.
And right now on the other side, Romcom, the highlight guy of the tournament so far, was forced into a pickle in the last game. But this time around, he's on that Lapu Lapu where he performs the best.
So let's see how game number 3 is going to be happening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have your game number 3. GodLike will be going against IQOO S8UL. 1-1 is the score, and we have your lineups rating in Apex again. Onto the Hilda being the Apex Predator for Van Satoru. So let's see how the game will be going out right now.
Exactly. We are going to see how this game is going to progress as S8UL and GodLike are going to see what they can do against each other in the first 2 minutes. First 2 minutes really important. And Debbie, if you want to talk about the emblems, you can do it.
Yes, we want to talk about the emblems here because this is going to be the festival of blood. Oh, mid lane though.
Oh my god, a fight breaking out here. Art could be in trouble in the early game. Take a look at the rotation from Anti, all the way from the EXP lane. They want to get that man advantage as well. Romcom kind of late to the party, but even then, Apex, so much damage. The taunt comes through, but that is just some warning shots going on in the early game. Oh, Van really low inside his own jungle area. Anti does know how to play the Alice in the early game. You know that nobody can burst you down, and you have enough sustain.
That is enough sustain that we are looking for, and a big part of prioritizing is prioritization onto the goal, onto the jungle side for the side of GodLike here. Anti with the early rotation, which is usually going to be trying to go for here right now. Into the mid lane though, it's going to be a great clearance, but the top lane side is what we want to focus on because Fade and Radium, oh never mind, bottom lane Romcom is going to be taunted quite a bit. That's going to be a damage, but hey, it's still going to be okay. These XP laners, they have something personal.
Definitely. And it goes way beyond personal after what we saw yesterday. The hammer swing is something for the books to be remembered. But now, once again, we're coming back to the game. The turtle being set up here. The one who gets level 4 first will definitely get the advantage. And if you can take a look, take a look at the difference in those EXP. Oh, bottom side. Anti could be in trouble here. And the first blood is taken by the best no more in India at the moment. First blood here secured. RWM coming in as well. Asuna, take a look at that placement. Art is stuck. Will he be falling? And yes, it is. Asuna taking that kill right there and setting things up. S8UL are already rolling. But take a look at that bush. Finn, right there. He was going for Asuna. Asuna taken down very, very low. But the Cyclone Eye just saves him right there. They're terrified. The blink is just enough for them to save for now.
Big fight coming through from the side of S8UL, and they are able to win it out with this Valentina pick that they have a stolen RWM on. The turtle is now already up. It's going to be good for any of the team to try to take it out, but Anti though might be able to zone away someone, but it's definitely going to be a damage.
Oh, Radium. That Sky Piercer stack, did it just get popped off?
Yes, he did.
Oh my god, he's going for the first item. Sky Piercer already, and with that turtle right now, they can try and use their shield to sustain some shots from the enemies. But they won't do that. They will maintain the composure. A lot of people were saying they lack discipline, and right now they're showing they do not.
That's a definite good start for the side of IQOO S8UL. And now they're trying to look for every composition that they want to go for, capitalize on the win that they had right now with the Elise pick, with the win into the XP side and the win onto the Turtle as well. And they will be having a perfect lead that they are looking for. 3 minutes of the games already, and they are able to accumulate 1K gold lead onto the hands right now. Apex still in a very good position to try to stop anyone for trying to do anything to his goal laner. Asuna, though, has stolen RWM. I don't think he will be able to engage, though.
Yeah, but that just kind of makes sure that the enemy does not come towards you because you are going to be getting immobilized. And the thing is, they also have Alice with the Throne of the Ruins who can immobilize as well. So there's a lot of immobilization on the enemy. The movement, it doesn't matter how much you have it, the immobilization is definitely going to get you stuck. But for now, if we take a look at the way Apex is playing so aggressively, oh my God, Romcom, does he want to punish the enemies?
Okay, he definitely must try to go for it. That's going to be the RWM coming through from a 7. It's going to be the revitalization pop by Art again. Another one coming through as well. There's going to be a stun coming through. Romcom able to survive, but found Sadora with the damage on Apex will be able to take him down. NT3 is trying to go for a chase. He's going to be running away, but still 1 kill for the side of GodLike.
Man, that is exactly what they were looking for. 1 kill is what makes all the difference right now. They want to recover that goal lead and they want to keep their composure. They do not want to lose away every single trade, and that trade just worked out in their favor. But the thing is, you still cannot get ahead of yourself just by winning one team fight. You got to do multiple stuff as well across the map. And that is exactly what Ivan is looking for right now by starting up that Turtle. But Romcom here, he seems to be under pressure. 2 men onto him. Oh, he misses that out. The OG lands him though, and it will be able to help him survive. And he could be the one falling next, but he's dealing out a lot of damage. Asuna arrives as well. Van gets the Turtle. Oh, look at that. The beast has been unleashed. And with that, they're going in for more. Not enough damage to take anyone down, but Van will still fall. Jeho takes down Romcom as well. Jeho still going inside the Turtle. He gets a triple under the tower.
What a damage deal coming through from the side of IQOO S8UL. But Radium, he got to be careful, but he's definitely okay right now. But Jeho doing everything that he could today's match. Even though he was taken down, he was able to get a perfect beast beaming light onto 2 members. Even the dive was amazingly well done, which costed them 2 of the members for the side of GodL as well as the turret too. And now it's definitely going to be a good start for them right now. But still, things are looking very good for not good for GodLike. Romcom, bravest fighter very early on.
Yeah, the bravest fighter, maybe just to make sure that the enemy doesn't come towards him or something, because the thing is, they do not want anything wrong to go. And exactly that's what the referees want as well. The moment the players face any problems, the referees pause the game to make sure and understand the problem which is bothering the player, because you do not want to be playing a game with high ping. We all know the red MS, right? I mean, people live in the world of 120 MS these days because, man, everyone is always delaying to, of course, like the stream.
That's what Tredo always wanted to say, like the stream. But never mind, I think it's definitely going to be a good post for the side of Team GodLike as well as S8UL, because they really, really want to grab their mentality back. It's not started yet, but Twilight is always zooming on people, don't it? Onto the girls, definitely. But they're going to be starting back into the game again right now. The mid lane is what they want to focus on for both of the teams. One turret already taken down. Look at the taunt.
That seems to be a bad position. RWM, 2 RWMs, Throne of the Ruins, anti the set of a lifetime. Radium trying to capitalize on it, but not enough damage. Jeho still gets a double, and they're still going in. Take a look at that mid lane. Romcom, he gets the stun, but does not connect the damage. That bravest fighter, that final slash will not land. But with that, the warning shots have definitely been delivered, and Jeho is the one who gets those kills.
Jeho been getting all the kills that he deemed necessary. 5-1-2 is a score for him right now, and what a good set coming through from Anti onto those turrets. Even definitely something that they wanted to go for. The Skypers are already built up by Radium and the Hunter Strike as well. A bit of a movement speed as well as penetration. He really, really definitely is a rich guy right there. But I think there's also the Curse Helmet coming through from the Alice, and he is able to help out all of those extra HPs that he's got necessary necessary onto his kit because he's the one who's going to be diving in. It's not going to be Apex. It's going to be him who's going to always have to go in. But right now, Apex, with the ever so lovely of the Thunder Bell, he's going to be building it up yet again. But now the turtle is free for the taking for Jeho, but it's going to be into the hands of Radiant.
What?
Yes.
What's happening right now? I think they're trying. Oh, Jeho. Okay, this time around, the guy is going to be like, chill, guys. I'm not going to do it again and again. You can actually relax for a while.
Yeah, that's why. You know, this is what Jeho has always been doing. He's so like very generous whenever there is Radiant onto the Granger. He give away the stake most of the time. But now that the Warwicks are already built away and the Brute Force onto the hands of Jeho, that means enough movement speed for him, enough spell vamp, and whenever the Beast Farm is available, they are always going to be starting the team fight most of the time. But right now, we can see Apex trying to give a little bit of a vision onto Fade as well. Level 9 for Fade. Level 11 for Radium, Fredo. This means that this Radium have all the gold that he's needed. Now it's gonna be very, very bad for GodLike if he's get the free beats.
Yes, and with that, oh my god, Radium just doubling down on the penetration that he already has. He builds the Hunter Strike. He goes for, oh my god, 1v1 amongst the junglers. Man, 1 HP escape. Jeho! A 3v1, but that was so unfortunate. Bit just lucky out there. Silver surviving by the silver of HP. But take a look at Fade. What is that position? What is he even doing there, Debbie?
Oh my goodness, that's definitely going to be not a good choice right now. It's going to be taking down another stake for the hands of Radiant yet again onto the Granger. But it's going to be a little bit of a trade up on top with the bye-bye recall coming through from Van. I think he wants that turret as a compensation for the kill of his gold laner right now. But that's a stack for the hands of Radiant. Nah, he's got to be careful. He have the turtle buff. He's level 12. Meanwhile, Fate is still stuck in his level 8 and he's still dead. But oh my goodness, Apex, he doesn't really care.
And honestly speaking, Debbie, I thought that funnel strategy was long gone. But tonight, the way S8UL is playing, they are beautifully saying that, man, strategies do not live and die. They can be used anytime.
Exactly true. And now they are able to utilize that, and they are able to start into the Lord right now. There's no way GodLike are able to try to go into this Lord pit. Look at that.
Oh my god, it is a very, very bad fight that they've taken right now. GodLike in a bad position. Take a look at Bit though. He comes in, but Radium gets a kill once again. Anti is there, been pays the price. Asuna coming in as well. Oh my god, the damage from Jeho. Just way too much for them to handle. Fate is forced to back off, but take a look at the position of Van and Romcom. They have already gathered. The enemy does not have the intel. Radium could be in trouble. 1 HP. Slicker escape from Radium. And Ivan is the one in trouble. But Fate secures the shutdown. Radium has been taken down. And now Romcom in a 2v1. It's a 2v1 for Romcom. Romcom will be going down as well. Jeho as well. Fate wants to go in for Apex. Does he want to get the tower? He takes down Apex under the tier 2.
Fade finally able to do something out there, and that's gonna be a 2 kills up on his ends. He was able to get a shutdown onto Radiant right now, but hey, you got to be careful, man. That's gonna be Asuna onto the Valentine, trying to get a taunt onto him as well. But the Lord is still gonna be standing healthily available for the taking. But both of the teams are not trying to get any of those. They're trying to stop and start slowly but surely, trying to build up something good for them.
With that, the position of Art is looking very, very good right now as he has all the intel on the enemy set makers. NT and Asuna have been spotted out, but take a look at the positioning of Jeho in the mid lane. He's still waiting for the right timing. Now he shows himself, but is it the right place and the right time to do that, Mr. Jeho? Yes, it is, or it doesn't feel like Fate could be doing an outplay here. That is the Void Blast coming in, and Radium gets that Art down. And take a look at Jeho, 2v1. Can he get? Oh my God! Double kill for Radium. And with that, the Sky Piercer stacks are getting higher and higher. And S8UL's hope for winning this tournament is getting even more higher than that.
Wow, that's definitely going to be a good trade out coming through from GodLike, not the GodLike, for S8UL as well. That's going to be a free lore for Jeho right now, but Fade, he's got the damage as done. He's able to get all the stones that he's deemed necessary right now, but Blade of Heptasis into the hands of Hilda. He will be able to get out those damages and he will be able to dive into the backlines most of the time, and he still will be able to survive because he also have the Oracle that can help him with the shield too. But onto the other hand, Jeho still, he have the tankiness, he have that Queen's Wings. Even though he goes in and try to go for a little bit of a dive into those turrets or something, he will be able to walk away with the, the shield that can help him get onto it as well. But Asuna right now, I think he's building a little bit of a tanky because of the tough boots, but he also have the Whistling Lantern as well as the anti-heal, the glowing one. Very, very good for Valentina right here, but still, he went for full damage will onto the Suyo.
Man, take a look at the mind game that Apex is playing there. They know that they have to defend the mid lane, tier 1, because that's the most important tower. And he stops that mid lane minion push right there so that they can get the tower. And with that, S8UL, they get that mid lane tier 1 down. Van trying to defend the mid lane. Romcom, he uses the bravest fighter once again. He knows that when he uses that, enemies become more careful. Oh my god, Bid, that was a nice one. But there was no follow-up, probably just trying to defend that mid lane because that is the most important tower in the entire game.
You wanna waste it out on your ultimate or lose out a life right there to try to defend onto the mid lane side. But still, I think S8UL are still in a very, very good position to try to go for a little bit of a flank here and there because they are able to take out one of the most important turrets onto the top lane side as well. So now only the outer turrets have been available for the side of GodL. Even though the mid one is standing, it's still very, very unhealthy now. The one hit, two hit is gonna be taking it down. But right now I feel like we need to highlight onto Radium as well because he's got a lot of damage already and he have a lot of second to the Sky Piercer too. Whoever he is able to get a free hit on, that is definitely gonna be a dead mid right there. But then again, GodLike, they wanna focus onto Radium. And the one who can jump onto Radium, it has to be Romcom. But he has been always been shredded down.
Exactly. And right now, Radiant, the way he has been playing, he has been given every single resource on the map. Jeho, even with the lack of resources that he's facing, because they are trying to funnel Mr. Radium, Jay has still been able to make it work because he has made every single ultimate that he has used count.
Now that when you think about it, I think the goal difference is definitely gonna be very, very bad for the side of Fate right now. Even onto the CC, you might wanna have a good lead, but then again, it's still gonna be the Granger who really wanna have that goal onto his hands. But yeah, the stack is definitely gonna be out there. He's already level 15 to a 14 level Fate. He's very healthy, and now that lore is gonna be up right now, Fredo. And the map is painted red for the side of IQOO S8UL.
But if you have noticed, Debbie, then I don't really feel like, even if they're like almost 3k goal behind at the moment, they still have good control over the macro because the number of towers are almost the same. Right now, look at Ante, it's a 4v1, Flowing Blood helps him, but take a look at the other side. Romcom cannot do that 4v1, and now Jeho, the beast, being unleashed, and there comes the AOG as well. Asuna is the one who lands that one, but he will not find a kill, and Radium could be getting away with one more. Art is the one falling. Radium gets another under his pocket, and that's another Sky Piercer in the hands of the GOAT.
That was definitely the goal into the goal line that we are talking about. He's got all the damages done, and now he's still standing, not taken down, but Bid will be falling into the hands of Asuna. What a weak position here, right there. The flicker is coming through. Van might be taken down, and that's gonna be unstoppable for Radium.
And you know the reason why he's recalling right now? He's probably saying, I got the rose gold, dog.
He's got the rose gold dog, and now he will be able to get the Lord as well. So things are looking so good for the side of IQOO S8UL. And definitely for Mr. Radiant right there, he's very comfortable onto this hero. He knows that he'll be able to carry the game with this as well, and the stacks are definitely going to be out there too. The Lord will be waltzing into the top lane side. They are trying to get a little bit of a sing onto those minions as well. They'll be able to take that the mid lane down. Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to defend that mid lane, and at least one inhibitor.
And this time, the fact that they're facing super minions, lane clearing is going to be the main priority. But if for a single moment GodLike forget that this game is about defending the towers and pushing down the enemies, then man, that tower is gone.
The tower is definitely going to be gone. It's definitely going to be in jeopardy right now. The top lane is something what we want to focus on. Look at that. Fate able to zone it away, but there might be a damage on mid lane. It's
oh!
My goodness, the ultimate from Bit stuns everyone down. The immobilization was perfect. Anti is surviving through. And take a look at Anti. He will fall. Jeho dishing out a lot of damage. But Art all left all alone into the turn line. And with that, another stack coming up for Radium. He's on 9-1-3 right now. Bro is on steroids.
Untouchable steroids that he's on. He's still able to survive, and things are looking very good for the side of S8UL. They have cracked open 2 of the inhibitors. The mid is the only one standing right now, but still, it's very, very vulnerable for the taking. Looking at the build so far, it's going to be the Antagonist for the side of War, so that he'll be able to sustain out the Rhapsodies and the Desonatas coming through from Radium, and I don't think he's able to do that too. And now we can see that Romcom unable to get all of those defenses items. He's been very, very squishy for the taken, but right now that's going to be a stun. Apex have still all the HPs that he's required, because this dude right here, he's almost full build, and the stack on the Sky Baser too, but Romcom, okay, he wasted out onto those flicker too.
And right now, both the teams, the fact that it has approached the mid game, I think it's probably late game right now, Debbie, and they need to get calm and composed. They need to relax, and we need to as well, because the game is now going to be more about the mind game.
And with that, the Jeho has suddenly unleashed the beast out of nowhere and picked things up once again. And with that, Jeho could be in trouble. But take a look at that. What is Anti doing there? Big with the retaliation with the RWM, dishing out a lot of damage. AOG! But Radium still survives. And that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But the jungler is down and the Lord is up.
The Lord is up, the jungle is down. A perfect scenario for the side of IQOO S8UL. And now this is definitely going to be an Evolve Lord yet again. And they will be able to take it so freely. This can be a possible end, though. Without the presence of one, they cannot contest onto this retribution as well. And there's no way GodLike will be able to chase them away here. They have to take care onto this base right now, so they couldn't really do anything about that. Art though.
Art, you might be going down again. But does he have the AOG? Oh, Jeho on the bit. Oh my god, that flicker. But Jeho still chases down the mid laner of GodLike and takes him down. And with that, GodLike reconsidering their decisions of taking the Lord.
That is going to be a free Lord right now, but they are still waiting and going for the chase.
Oh my god, Byan just got bursted down like he was a piece of peanut by Radium.
Radium chasing the peanut, definitely something out there. They don't really care about the Lord. They know that they have 3 members down for the side of GodLike. They are trying to dive into the backlines. Apex will be the one with the star with the hammer right there. As soon as still under the front line, Jeho trying to get out the damages.
And with that, take a look at Romcom. Romcom, he could do something right here. This is the moment that he has been looking for. Jeho down very, very low, but the base is down before he can do anything. And IQOO S8UL are the victors of the 3rd game in this BO7.
Here's your winner for the 3rd game, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be IQOO S8UL with another win onto their hands, closer to the match point that we are looking for right now. But we'll have to wait and see who's gonna be getting out the MVP, because still this is very, very bad for the side of GodLike. They now know that there's so many heroes on the sleeve of Mr. Jeho. Look at the chance. The crowd is definitely going to be happy with the win that IQOO S8UL have right now. But look at the MVP. It's going to be Mr. Asuna into the mid lane side with a 71% KP and 500 gold per minute. This dude never died, does he?
And you know the reason why he takes a lot of time to appear is because this guy is the kind of mage that never appears and is always maintains that KDA. He never, I mean, can you play a game of 18 minutes, guys, and not die even once? Can you do that?
No.
That is exactly why Asuna is there playing in IQOO S8UL.
Definitely the man of the match. We can see he was the enabler for the team. Whenever they play for Radium isn't able to get the MVPs most of the time because it's gonna be always Asuna who's always been into the backline supporting them. Even he used the Eve or the Valentinas, it's always been the same scenario. And now he's deserving of it, sir. But we have to see onto the screen. 11 kills onto the hands of Radium right now. He was able to get so much onto those Granger. The last build onto this War X was also very, very necessary for him because he got the Festival of Blood onto his itemization too. That means that he's got the heal. A little bit of tankiness here and there with the amount of hits that he was able to get that now. But props to Zeho though.
Yes, it was kind of unfortunate for Van that pick that he showed up to show that, of course, I mean, like I was saying, Jay is one of the most creative junglers in India. People usually say that he's the best jungler, and I mean, there are a lot of people that claim some other people are the best jungler, but man, the best jungler title can belong to anyone, but the title of the creative jungler out there in India belongs to Jay. The guy has used heroes that nobody can even think of. I mean, I'm on tank emblem. I mean, can you even think about that? You might think this is some warrior stuff, elite stuff, okay? But this guy is doing it on the stage that belongs to the best. And that's exactly why he's right there. Along with that now, you can take about the head-to-head. Man, Fate, this guy has never underperformed in a series. But man, this is back-to-back. What's happening?
What's happening? We have to have an answer to that because he has been the one we used to glaze the most because of the performance that he usually do. But Raiden with the 16k goal is definitely something that I did not expect to see onto him. But 14k goal for the Lucas for Jeho, which means that he was so healthy. But onto the mid side as well, I think it's a little bit of an equalization here. But Asuna played much better because of the amount of the ultimates that he could have stolen away, and that he was able to get out all of those onto the perfect timing and get into the perfect support too. But onto the Rome side as well, Apex and Art, the main masterminds of both of the teams.
I mean, yesterday when we saw it, the Katot Kacha, it did not really feel like it was nerfed. But tonight, it does feel like the nerf is kind of showing up. It does kind of feel like something is going to go wrong if they keep on going for their favorite picks. Because Romcom did make it happen in the first one, but it's not working out in this third best of 5 series. And the thing is, if it keeps going on, then I don't really know if they can keep going on forever.
That's what we are waiting for, but we can see the Ritz guy is definitely going to be Radiant with the 800 gold per minute, and the carry is definitely going to be beat as well with the Eve right now, but Sandbag and the Wingman all together in one place yet again. Mr. Apex with the perfect timing.
But take a look at the carry right there. You can see a bit in the mid lane, dishing out the most amount of damage. But man, the copy ninja. Okay. Not the copy ninja, but the copy mid laner here, Asuna, does the better thing. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you know that 3 games have just been done, and you have been watching the stream for a long time. Time to go for a water break because the boys are doing the same, as they are going to be back soon after a monster energy break. So enjoy some water, get hydrated, and we'll be back after a short break.
that it is already 2-1 for the score.
And with that, we're back from the break, Debbie. I mean, it was a very good break. We had a few monster shots, and man, if a monster shoots at you, what do? You respond with happiness because, man, I want to become a monster too tonight. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the thing is, we are watching the Mythic Showdown live together. And if you have not known it before, know it now. MOBA is there in India and MOBA Esports is real. The support tonight that we have been getting on the live stream is crazy. Because, Debbie, did you hear what is happening right now all across the internet? Every single person knows Mythic Showdown or something.
It's all thanks to you guys who was onto the internet viewing our live channel as well as the offline visitors, the viewers here. W to you guys, that's a W. So amazingly well done. We've been sharing the stream and Fredo almost cried, I know, and to the backstage. Never mind. But at least it was actually a grandeur grand finales that we have witnessed, but there's more to go. We don't know if this is going to be the end or if this is going to be a domination coming through from the side of S8UL, or if GodLike is going to be creating havoc yet again with a comeback. And you know what, Fredo? I think with the break that they have, they must be ready.
They definitely are ready. They have been charged up. They have been charged up. And of course, after the break, the audience is also coming back. Not just offline, but online as well. Because these guys have also had a water break. They are also all locked in to go on into the match, right? And, you know, honestly speaking, these guys are more, they have to get locked in as well. GodLike right now are behind. And they are behind in the entire LAN event for the first time.
That's definitely something we have to really mention, because you know they are so well versed on how they are able to read out the opponents most of the time. GodLike, they can lose. They are not unbeatable actually, but not the second time. But that is also the same story for IQOO S8UL. They are very ready, they're very sure how they are going to be able to perform here. And I think Redem also have a very cheerful words to say to Romcom too, and I think they have a talk here and there. But I think that is going to be a friendly banter.
And the thing is, Romcom is a very lovey-dovey guy. He is always a kind of guy that, you know, just kind of attracts every single one, right? Because he has a very charming character. You know the Punjabi folks, right? The Punjabi folks are so charming. That is exactly what Romcom is. The Kuti Putti, I don't know. The Kuti Putti Romcom. I mean, his name is so cute. Romcom. I mean, did anyone ever think that Romcom could be an IGN? Like, literally.
I thought it was a movie genre, but it could have been an ICN for Mr. Romcom, of course. But on to the other side, I think we have a lot of great personalities for the side of GodL, right? Meanwhile, S8UL, they look so intimidating.
Yeah, S8UL are kind of intimidating right now. They're all tall guys who tower over people like us. We're kind of short. They have aura. They definitely have aura.
Yeah,
and
look at them.
that's why, right? The aura of S8UL just piercing through the screen right now as you can see Mr. Apex showing all his beauty on the lens.
That's why he's so sure with what he's going to be preparing for the team as well. I think they're so ready. So for the side of GodLike though, Art is going to be the mastermind, right? It's going to be solely dependent on him, on how he's able to give his team the mentality that they deem necessary. So we will have to see what they'll be able to bring out onto game number 4 too. The draft is what we are all waiting for. We will be getting there anytime soon, but nevertheless, I think everyone is ready to show it down. This shouldn't be a last game, Fedo. It should not.
Exactly. This will not be a last game. The score is still 2-1. The side of S8UL need 2 more games in their bags if they want to get this win with the least number of games possible. They've already crossed the possibility of having a 4-0, right? And GodLike, they were the one who started it. They were the ones who left S8UL behind by setting the tone. But S8UL have won 2 games back to back. And the thing is, momentum is always something that kind of turns the situation on you. And the fact that right now S8UL are so much more ahead, with the confidence because they won 2 games back to back, it kind of feels like momentum could play a big part in this 4th game.
That's what we are looking for. Game number 4 is something that everyone is looking forward to. Will this be an equalizer, or will this be S8UL trying to show out dominance yet again and make it to 3-1 in the score? But we'll have to see, because the drafting phase is what we were actually waiting for. And I think this time around, GodL are also ready. And the fact that Fredo, the Amon, the Martis, and the Kadita is always banned, but it is actually J-Host Lucas that they are suffering against. There's no place for all of the bans onto the heroes.
Exactly. I mean, if you like, you have limited band slots. You
That's
cannot
why.
really dedicate it to one person, and even if you dedicate to two, the third or fourth might be just getting away with something that you do not expect. And right now, the fact that both, I mean, and the thing is, Debbie, the discussion that you just started is actually something that a lot of people always have in their minds. But another fact is that these guys right here who are playing, hero pool is hardly an issue.
No, it's never an issue. And you know, there are also some fans who think that Jay's hero pool has to be an issue. It isn't anymore, because now he have a lot of heroes up his sleeve. Thanks to the buff onto the Lucas, and now it's back into it as well. So let's see how the draft is gonna be looking like. IQOO S8UL will be going against GodLike into this game number 4 drafting phase. Here we go. It's gonna be S8UL onto the blue side, banning away the Esmeralda together with the Fanny. Oh, Fanny always has to go. The Lancelot can be handled, but still sticking to their own contradictory draft. It's gonna be the Kadita and the Amon taken away again.
Exactly. Kadita could be something that can really harm them. And for a moment, I thought, GodLike, are they forgetting their routine ban? The Martis, of course, I'm talking about. But man, they show it up, of course, as the third ban, and it does seem like, you know, GodLike are going to be following the similar draft.
Yeah.
But man, do you really want to do that when you're behind?
That's definitely something that we have to focus on as well. And I think there should be an option to ban away another hero. That has to be the Lucas. But then again, I think GodL do have an answer to that. They need to secure the Valentina for themselves if they want to stop Zeho from picking up the Lucas as well. And now with the backness of Lucas to come through onto the table yet again, I think there's something that we have to focus on right now. But it's going to be the CC first pick coming through from the side of S8UL. It can be into the hands of Henty, but it also can be into the hands of Radium. But one thing, Fredo, do you want Radium on a bit of a utility, or you know what he can do with the Granger?
I mean, if you're asking me that, do you want to place Radium on a Granger or any other hero, is Granger any day. Granger any day. And if there's a Radium fan outside there who doesn't know about Radium, then man, let me introduce those guys to his Granger.
That is definitely gonna be a cheer coming through from the crowd. They are liking what they are seeing. I see a little bit of art and a bit nameplate out there, but Granger for the first pick, that's gonna be a deny coming through from the side of GodL. They are not bending away the Lucas. They want the Granger for themselves, along with the Juicing, of course.
And like I was saying, right, if you have Granger and Radium together, you won't be able to differentiate. But the fact that right now, Fate is just, I don't know what to say. I really don't know. I do not have words, but Fate, you are denying the crowd of their enjoyment. And S8UL is probably wondering, what do we do now? Granger 2 games back to back, but it has been taken away.
Taken away. I've never been able to comprehend the first pick Granger, but now the Hilda's still going to be into the hands of the side of S8UL for Apex, and J-Hill will be picking up the Lucas yet again. Safe to say the Lucas will be a good pick right now, but for the side of GodL, they already pick out their mates, which is the Jushin. So they are trying to give a leeway for Jeho again onto the Lucas, but they can have another answer of their own. For now, GodL, they have a good picking. Should they go for a Vance hero, or should they go for a rom-com hero?
I'm not really sure either what to say, Debbie. Like, the thing is, these guys are drafting with so many strategies in their mind. Meanwhile, I am casting with nothing in my hand. All right. But
Nothing in your head.
hopefully, the notebook that you carry will guide us through this draft because that is the that is the I will say the most unique trait that any caster has. A lot of casters do not carry notebooks, but Debbie right here, she has a notebook and she's actually kind of breaking it through as to how this draft is already approaching.
You weren't supposed to reveal that, man, but I hit it so well right here. But it's okay because one, I was actually expecting him to see onto the Guinevere anytime soon, especially into the grand finals, and now it's happening right here because it is a neutralizer of a hero. No matter what the meta is gonna be, whether it's the assassin or the fighters, the Guinevere does work. And now they're gonna be playing a little bit of a utility onto Van, and they're gonna be playing for Fate onto the Granger. So this can be an answer for the side of GodL against the Lucas. So now we can see that the Herits should be banned. It's a must ban when you have a Granger. But the thing is, they are denying the heroes for Radium. But what about NT?
Exactly. The thing is, Anti, it was a long time ago, but Anti was definitely known to be an aggressor. That is the kind of gameplay that he always shows. But for the past couple of days, weeks, months, Anti has not been able to do what he always does. And the thing is, Radium is kind of doing the carry job as well. I mean, they always rely on Radium. It's not a surprise, but Anti has to step up. Anti has to step up his game. He needs to deliver tonight because Romcom has been getting all the spotlight. He has been doing all the aura farming that he could.
Yeah.
His aura could probably run out.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. But the thing is, I cannot blame NT as well because he should be playing for the team right now because his Martis is already banned away most of the time. But the last ban coming through from GodL has to be the Yiv. Very necessary bans. You want to deny out the Yiv even though you have a Jushin onto your side too. But now IQOO S8UL, Asuna, he is yet to become his hero, and the Yiv is already banned. There are many options. The Valentina can come through yet again for him, but S8UL, they have to ban one more hero for their side. It has to be along the line of a roam or the XP lane. So what are the great options that they can go for? The Grog is still available for grab, so if R is wanting to play the Grog, it can still be a deny, a very good deny, but they can nerf down the choices of Romcom though.
They definitely can mark down Romcom. He has always, in this tournament, if you're not trying to target Romcom, you're probably making a mistake. Bro has been having that advantage since day one. He has been the guy of the team, the man of the match every single time. But the thing is, for the last two matches, he has been getting shut down more than he ever has been in this entire tournament so far. This night is different. GodLike, the air tonight is different. Because the thing is, they were ahead, but now they're knocked down. It's time for GodLike to get right back up before the countdown goes to 0 and get that uppercut that they're looking for.
That is what we are focusing on. Art will be holding on to his roam right now, but Khalid is going to be banned away by S8UL. That is something that you do not want to see into the hands of Art again because of the combination that they were able to do into the game number 1. But now that the Yuzong pick away by Romcom, he was able to get a good laning phase against NT onto this Dragon yesterday. But now we don't still know if the CC is going to be into the hands of either Radium or NT. A very good flex till the very last on for the side of IQOO S8UL. But as predicted, it's going to be the Valentina again into the hands of Asuna as support kind. And then the Tamus. You mind you, Fredo. Yesterday, it was Tamus and Yuzong going against each other. And the Yuzong was winning everything. So will this be a different story? We'll have to wait and see.
Man, I am really not going to underestimate the Dragon. I mean, GodLike fans probably deserve to see a GodLike on the screen, and that is exactly what Anti delivered yesterday with their performance. 7 kills, and he showed the GodLike on the screen for the GodLike fans. And that is exactly why right now, the GodLike fans in the arena need to cheer that boy up, because that star boy who is going to shine bright in the sky tonight for the side of GodLike is picking up that hero that helped him do the same yesterday. So do you think, GodLike fans, do you think Anti can do it again? I probably slipped that line. Do you think Romcom can do it again?
We were waiting for the cheers coming through from the fans right now, but yet again, the last one coming through from the side of GodLike has to be the Joe Head, something that are lost on. But this time around, we will have to see how he will be able to use this Joe Head into the very, very crucial moment of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, you already have your draft up for grabs right now. GodLike with a different kind of drafts coming through as well, but S8UL sticking to their main lineup, which is the Hilda, the Valentina, and the Lucas all together in one place. But this time around, it's not going to be the Granger. The Granger will be into the hands of Fate right there, and S8UL will be having the CC right now.
Yes, it's Granger versus the CC. The mobility is definitely there. The second skill is the one that helps both these guys kind of outmaneuver. But the thing is, if Jeho steps in at the right time when the rondo is complete, then Fate is definitely going to be bursted down instantly because, man, the step that he does, the first one of Lucas, so much damage, right?
Plus the fast step combo has always been the cancellation of every kind of skills that can come through from the side of GodL most of the time. But now that he's got his hand again onto the Lucas, GodLike still need to have an answer to this. If the Guinevere is going to be the answer, we'll have to wait and see. But then again, with the lineups coming through from the side of GodLike, the Johan and the Guinevere all together in one place means one thing. They are the one who want to go for the initiation most of the time. They will be the one trying to go and set up for the team fight as well. The only reason that I kind of like this Johan coming through from the side of Art is that he kind of is able to cancel out the Hilda most of the time. He can knock him away. But that also means that he's going to be not the one who does the initiation, but he's going to be the one stopping everything. But do you want a Johan to do that? That is the question though.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you all, this could be the deciding game. IQOO S8UL could get their match point that they were looking for. And this is the game that could decide everything here for IQOO S8UL. Who does not want that match point? And that is IQOO S8UL. They do not want to give that match point away to GodLike. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all once again. Mythic Showdown Season 2. It is the grand finals. It's IQOO S8UL versus GodLike. And are you ready?
Good response coming through from the crowd, from the fans of GodLike as well as S8UL. You will not be able to see the screens, but we can see there right now onto the stream, S8UL. They are having a really good start in comparison to GodLike right now, are able to give out a little bit of a vision here and there, but the Lethal Wanderer was actually secured for GodLike, which means that they will be able to have a perfect goal lead. 200 is going to goal lead right now, but we have to have a little bit of a pause because of the technical issues, but right there, I think still we are going to be waiting for some of a re-engagement coming through, but now it's still going to be a dead start because you don't want to be overly aggressive.
And there seems to be a troubleshooting going on right now. And while the troubleshooting is going on, Debbie, we can definitely talk a little bit about how the Jawhead pick works.
Yeah.
You've already did the same, but one thing that I would like to mention is that there's just one game that GodLike gave away to S8UL in that series where they won it.
Yeah.
And in that match, Art had the Jawhead on him.
Yeah, that's why Jawhead has to be a little bit of a different kind of they made the win rate isn't good onto the Jawhead. But so this time around there can be a retribution coming through from the side of Art as well, a self-imploded aim from him. But on the other hand, I think there might be a little bit of an, engagement coming through onto the bot lane side. Nothing much to see right here, but Art will be able to provide onto the top lane a little bit of a vision here and there for Fate, so that he will not be getting trashed upon by the CC right now. But then again, Jeho, though, he's going to be able to get out the level 4 on time as well as one. The turtle is going to be in less than 20 seconds, and they are actually going to be waiting for it right there. But still, top lane! Radio.
My God. Fate is here, but no, take a look at S8UL as well. GodLike getting pressured inside their own jungle area. Rom compromised for the rescue, but there is not enough that they can. Van gets the special migration, and Asuna is down. He shows the recoil on his face, and this is not looking good. Oh my God, what is happening right now? The Skybears are already here for Fate. Oh, and take a look at that. Jeho still going in for Romcom. Van gets that onto Jeho. The knockup coming through from Van, but Andy is able to escape. One hit is all it takes, but he will still survive as Van will approach the turtle.
Spatial migration onto the perfect member coming through from Van. Oh my goodness, damage coming through for Fade onto Apex as well. This should be a good turtle for the side of GodLike right now. Van able to do so much with his pocket pick, the Guinevere, with the spatial migration on the special member. And now they will be able to deny a little bit of a blue, a small buff here. So he's going to be trying to level up better than J-Ho. And it's going to be looking very good right now. NT still onto the work, trying to get a little bit of a HP here and there, but they aren't able to do anything right now because the fight is still not up yet. But the turtle is definitely going to be what they are going to be prioritizing right now. Goal lead, a little bit of a goal lead, 1.4k, 5k goal lead already built up by the side of GodLike though.
Uh-oh, Ivan here. This is how the special migration. But on the other hand, it seems like this time around, NT is having a much more comfortable time. But along with that, the side of IQOO S8UL still need to build up the momentum because even with that 1 kill difference, GodLike are sitting on a 1.5k goal lead cushion, and that is just going to build up over time because Grandeur is on their side. Oh, Fate here! Oh. But that flicker just does not let S8UL, Radium and Apex, they have failed that gank right there into the goal lane, and right now they're looking for more. GodLike here does have the information. Art using the push to do something here. Oh. And take a look at the Apex. He will be falling into the hands of Fate, and Ivan as well could be in trouble. The Terrified comes through and Anti takes down Van, and with that, J-Ho could be in trouble, but that step from him will be able to save him for now.
A definite good start coming through, but then again, 3-4 is the score right now. Romcom a little bit late to the party, but then again, Joe had working through against Apex onto the hill. The Ard able to find some good exactor, but they did lose out onto the goal, onto the jungle. So that's definitely going to be a good trade for the side of S8UL. But then again, Fate still hasn't been taken down. 2 kills already on his kid, and the turtle is going to be up right now. Both of the teams are actually ready, but oh, Fate!
Here could be trouble, and that is Radium gets the kill onto Fate, and that is the goal laner down. He was 2-0-0, but now they have taken down the guy that they were giving all the resources to, and that is the opening that IQOO S8UL were looking for.
That is the compensation right now. The turtle is the only thing that they are able to achieve with the kill onto their goal laner right there. Fate trading down his life all there, but now he's still able to get out onto the colonization, onto the goal, because he's not going to be losing out. No puts for the guy. He is able to get a Skybracer on the sector.
Oh my god, that was so close to comfort there for Apex, but he was able to outmaneuver. But for now, that is J-Ho who could be in trouble.
Okay.
That's the piece form used already.
Art. He is trying to look for something right now. That's going to be the beam coming to. Not much of a damage that he's able to do right now without the stacks. So Radium still rotating out onto the mid lane side, trying to give out a little bit of a damage here and there. Fate also doing the same, trying to get a stack onto the minions too. But now the top lane is where they're going to be marching out there again. But then Apex, he is in a very, very good position where he can try to give a little bit of vision, but he should not be getting caught because there's a lot of crowd control coming through from the side of GodL right now. And if he gets caught into the position where he was in, it's going to be so bad. But Van, though, he might be onto a case.
Art providing the information like every roamer. Right now, he needs to do more than that. He needs to initiate a fight out of nowhere. He has to use that ejector in such a way that even the best mid laner right now, Asuna, could be getting off guard as well.
That's what we are scared about. So he does not, if he have the flicker and the ejector with the combination, they can come to beat with the ultimate.
Oh, J-Ho already falling. Asuna here forcing out the flicker as well. Art with the ejector, and that is Radium down. Take a look at Anti as well. He's arriving to the scene, but the backup has been called. The call was very good. Anti backs off at the right time. He was going all in with his ultimate, but he has just backed off. But the mid lane is in sight of GodLike, and they want to take it down.
They want to take it down, and they are rushing through it. That's going to be a flicker coming to a sector. And the 55 coming as well. Romcom able to get a kill. So the arm might be in trouble. Don't take it down very low. NT will be able to get get that kill. 2 kills across the board, but still in favor for the side of GodLike. The turtle is up here again without the roamers. Zeho still up here. He does have the beast. Apex though, that's gonna be the jump.
And with that, Apex, they want to do something right now. Take a look at Apex, he still survives. Radium melting down Fate, but Black Dragon is here and he's going to destroy the enemies. Anti will be falling down. Romcom still going in, and with that, Zeho getting taken down. Shutdown secured here, but Apex falls as well. Asuna will find another one, and with that, GodLike are going for the turtle.
They are going for the turtle after winning out onto the team fight, even though they did lose out onto the members, but they still have their jungler one. They have the turtle here and the mid lane as well. That's gonna be the most important turret take that they are gonna be taking right now. S8UL, things are looking actually bleak for them. Fade still healthy, even with one that he was able to get another kill of his own. Is Hector?
Oh, Asuna here could be in trouble. Take a look at Apex, he arrives. The flank is good, and that is what they were looking for. Art will be punished, and that is an important kill because now GodLike will not have the information that they need.
They don't have the information, but then they do have all the lead that they require right now. Asuna he's still able to have all of the sustain required for a Valentina right there. But now it's gonna be a very, very slow game for the side of GodLike. They need to have a good pick-off, but their pick-off might be onto Apex, because if he gets spotted out where he's in that position, things are not going to be looking good. He have to move away. But now the brute force will be built away by Radium right now. That's going to be another sustain coming through, and the movement speed as well. The dominance is already built away by NT2. He have that further side top lane.
Another time. The Black Dragon has arrived, but Fate is the one that gets the killing spree. Apex, the overextension, might be letting them pay the price. Anti here still sustaining, and take a look at Radium. He's in the enemy jungle area. He's really caught. He's sandwiched, but Zeho, on the other hand, finds a kill onto Pin. And take a look at Radium. He will not give away that kill, and that is a masterclass from Radium. But right now, Romcom here could be in trouble as well.
Oh, there might be some coming through. Mega kill for Faye right there. Able to get a kill on the top of Zeho. Will be taken down as well. Faye with the double kill. Able to grab the stack onto the Sky Piercer right there. But still, Van might be still onto the steal. He might be able to get that blue buff away from Zeho. He's not there to get it for himself. But then again, the top lane is what they want. The turret take for the side of GodLike.
GodLike are achieving things that they need to do. Going for the objective gameplay, staying disciplined. Art ejector, it's warning shot it seems. But now they're going in for the Lord, and that is what they have set their sights on. Mid lane already taken down, jungle area being exposed. GodLike, tick boxes checked. But now, Lord is what they need to take. And that is why they're trying to create the 10 pressure before the Lord take, and Van gets a red as well. And with that, this should be an easy lot for GodLike because they have secured the river area. The river is under their control. But do you think S8UL will try to go in for a clutch?
They shouldn't really go in for anything out there because they do not really have an initiator right now. But look at that.
With that, unstoppable force being used. Apex very, very low. And Fate buys the kill. And with that, the beast has been unleashed once again. Black Dragon form being used here. They could go in for Radium. They could go in for Asuna. But GodLike here will be able to catch Anti instead. And Anti will be the one falling. The GodLike appears on the screen once again.
GodLike for GodLike. 6k golden is what they have right now. The Lord will be giving them out the advantage. But Van though trying to get a little bit of a jump. Asuna trying to go in for a little bit of a poke and there, but still it is going to be a losing match for the side of S8UL if they want to go for the team fight right now. But no, they will be very, very disciplined. They have to give out onto the mid lane side, break out onto those holy blessings right there, which will help them stay into the team and defend there gonna be as much as possible. But Apex though, he's just running around the place and they don't really care. The Lord will be marching onto the top lane side. The lanes are gonna be flowing in. They can go in though.
Apex, I think he could have stopped the lane there to try and buy some more time for his teammates. It seems like he will be able to trust his teammates to clear that lane and now defend for the top. Lord arriving, godlike. They want to go in and take down that inhibitor, but will they go all in? Take a look at dive coming in. They're still holding it. They want to take down the tower first before going all in for the team fight. The Lord has already fallen down. One more hit, but the tower does not fall. Apex on the backlines and look for the flank angle, but he does not find that, and godlike will not be able to get the tower.
They aren't able to get in the tower, but they did force out onto those holy blessings. That's going to be the only thing that you can find with the start of the Lord. The primary Lord, it doesn't even have that much of an HP, so that's going to be definitely okay. But still, everything is into the lead for the side of GodL. 7k gold is what they want. Apex, they're starting to look for a little bit of a flank here and there, but will he be able to find it? But look at that, Black Dragon.
Uh-oh, finally the Black Dragon now is on the side of IQOO S8UL. This is what they were looking for, but the fight could be turning around. Fade is getting those shots, and he's low. Radium, the special migration does not land. Black Dragon still chasing him down, and he could be falling here. And Fade finds another. Romcom falls as well.
Romcom falls, but it's gonna be another kill onto the hands of Faye right there. Legendary for the guy with the Granzer, with the guns. This might be a possible end. It's Victor and the correlation coming through. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have your winner for game number 4. Equalizer for the grand finale. It's the best of 7 series, GodLike.
And the score is now tied at 2-2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you get when you see the best competing against each other. It's IQOO S8UL versus GodLike for you, ladies and gentlemen. The top teams of India battling it out. The score has been tied, and it has been done every single time. When it was 1, it was 1. It was 2, now it's 2-2. I mean, where are they taking this game, Debbie?
We don't know, but all we know is it's gonna be Fade with the Granzer, 70% KP. Congratulations, Fade. You will be able to get 13-1-1 score with a full bill onto that Granzer. Perfect maneuver. 919 gold per minute onto this game with that Granzer. 72k gold, 720k damage dealt. And he is very, very free hitting. Just one early game, that was what he suffered. It just means that the position that he was in, he was fully aware what he was doing.
And we can see on the screen the scoreboard revealing itself. And it's pretty clear as to how this game went just by looking at the numbers.
Yes.
9-20. Complete domination. First item Sky Piercer. 13-1-1. I mean, if it was 9-1-1, I would have said, call the ambulance for IQOO S8UL.
He did not have the birds, he prioritized the Sky Piercer, and he directly got the stacks. So that is the reason why he was able to get out those much of a kill as well. And he's going to be the rich guy here too. 11k gold, that is what he had right there. But we want to highlight a little bit onto one as well, onto this Guinevere. The Guinevere might just be the answer for J-host Lucas. And we can see how the start of the game was initiated by Van onto the special migration, able to jump onto the perfect member, and he was able to get all those retribution on point too. And that Guinevere shouldn't be open anymore for him. His pocket pick has always been what we were waiting for, and now that they are able to utilize on that with the combination of the ejector too. You know, once you get knocked out, you get knocked out with the Violet Requiem too, and they were able to do that. But Romcom this time around, being the support for the team, he wasn't able to get out all those wins onto the XP side because it was careful gameplay. But then again, when the team fight comes through, he was there to be the main support. Definitely well done by the side of GodL. 12 minutes.
And now we can see on the screen, the one that has been ruling the goal lane since before is up against the challenger who is here to challenge his throne. Radium versus Fate. And this time around, Fate just proves himself that Granger is not the hero that belongs to Radium. It could be belonging to me as well.
Yes, that is a statement made by Fate. We know what statement you are making right now, but Van, on the other hand, 3-1-12 is the score, but for Bid as well, able to perform so well against the Valentina, not giving away the ultimate anytime soon. And he was so good onto the Zushin too. Only taken down once, and he was there supporting the team, giving kills for Fate here and there with those displacement, and then combining it together with Art's Joehead. Yesterday, Joehead was just a teaser, it seems, and now they won on it.
Yes, I did ask the question, like, GodLike in this LAN event so far has just lost one game, and that is when Art picked up the Jawhead. But now, the win rate is at 50% just because he was able to prove that Jawhead yesterday was probably just to tease the enemy, but today I was serious. And with that, the sandbag here, the carry, the rich guy, oh my God, it's just one member you can see across the screen. It's the rich guy and the carry, Fate from Nagaland. The little boy here is really proud tonight, representing his home state.
We are proud of him, the carry, and the rich guy. That's one of the most goal that we have seen onto the goal laner, but we have to have a change onto the talents here right now. You might be fed up of, being here, sitting again and again. We want to be in the audience. I want to do that thing too, where the girls did it. Like the names here. I don't have it though. Maybe it might be.
But now is probably the time, Debbie,
Yeah.
where, a lot of people have already witnessed it. Now they can see it as well. You know that there is something wrong in this entire thing. And that's probably this. This is not working right now, guys. So I will take a break and we will be switching casters. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned, okay?
Stay tuned.
Let's go.
Well, that wasn't so smooth. I thought the switch up would be a lot more smoother, but it doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, I have lost my voice. Sarah will lose her voice soon, but the show must go on. But hey, we are at a really cliffhanger, aren't we?
Cliffhanger nobody expected but somehow wanted at the same time. GodLike 2, IQOO S8UL 2. This is the result we were manifesting for so long, and sorry to say, but both the leaders, their predictions are wrong this time around.
They are noob. They cannot even predict. Boo, Art, boo. You can hear me, right? You cannot even predict bye. Try better next time.
Try again next time, indeed. But let's not demotivate them, because this game is going to be a major challenge for both of them, because whoever secures the game point will be carrying forward that momentum into the next game, because they are going to have a break to re-strategize, and that might change a lot of things for both of these teams. We kind of saw into the previous two games how that singular Granger pick is kind of a win condition for both of these teams, and by now, I believe that both of them have realized that perfectly well, and that is exactly how the next draft should be proceeding.
I do agree with you on that, but the point is, the break, I feel it kind of broke the momentum the teams were actually looking for, right? And you're completely reading that right. Because of the grandeur, the things are changing quite a bit, and it's stirring up once again as we see the grandeur once again being picked up by Team GodLike. This is going to be Fate picking it up, but first pick grandeur, and so many heroes left open still.
It is literally an ego pick at this moment.
It is. It's like a denial pick too.
That is what. You see the Granger winning against you, you completely deny it from your enemy, and that is exactly what GodLike is doing right now.
Indeed.
IQOO S8UL though, they will lock in on the CC and the Jushin this time around, denying bid of his signature. While Anti, of course, he is going to be comfortable onto that hero this time around, and possibly we will see another pure marksman onto the goal lane for the side of IQOO S8UL.
Hopefully, I think a marksman would definitely give much more impact in the late game, because early game, yeah, you can do pretty good. I think the early game is just about maintaining that lead, maintaining quite a steady farm. But this time, what really surprises me is that IQOO S8UL finally letting go of that Eve, but they're letting it go against Bid. one of the members or one of the players that really can use this hero to the best because he is a utility kind of mage rare. But this is one of the nightmare for the side of Team IQOO S8UL from last day, right? The Yu Zhong. And in the previous game, we saw it too.
It has been like a nightmare for these players, and honestly, Romcom has been phenomenal
Too good.
onto that hero. At one time, we used to call Anti the Yuzhong god of India, but right now, I
Okay.
think Romcom is changing the standards by quite a bit. But this time around as well, Bid will have some advantage over that Jukshin onto the mid lane just because of the Void Blast, which he can cast from so far away. But for now, they really need to focus on the bans. They will be taking out the Guinevere, most possibly the Yushin up next, like they did into the second or the third game. But still then, GodLike, they will deny out the Lucas. They saw Jay spamming that hero and they are going to immediately take it away from him. And he can't even go up for the X-Borg up next because there's a Granger and a Eve who can chunk down that Viraga armor practically almost instantly.
It is true, but the Xbox still banned out. Like, they are eliminating all the possible options. At the same time, they are letting Jay pick up either the, I would say, the Eastern Shin once again, or if he wants, he can maybe just flex something new into the jungle position, but I'm not looking for something new because they already have the Grandeur onto the other side, right, for GodLike. So if you try something very risky or something really unorthodox, it has a chance that it can backfire towards you, right? But Radium onto the Harith, what are we expecting?
That is the bigger question here because currently we can see a lot of target bans for the side of Jay and Anti, but that would leave the Khalid open finally for the side of IQOO. And if you know Apex and Asuna, you know that they love the Khalid and the Jushin combo. There is the CC for the backup too. All they need to do is protect Radium from Fate because we have seen Fate win out the lane with a Granger against a Harith, even against major Harith players. So we will have to give it to Radium for this one if he wants to win it out against Fate. On the hands of GodLike though, they have quite a few choices right now. They can still go up for the Grok. It would work wonders against Khalid for those constant knockbacks and stuns.
Even the Kalea is open.
Even the Kalia is open.
Nah, that's a criminal move picked by, of course, one and then Art with the Kalea, like I said.
It is going to be his signature Kalia into game number 5. He knows he needs to go all out, and that is exactly what he is doing right now. IQOO S8UL, what will be your last pick? It is going to be the Baxia, providing as much frontline as possible for Radium onto that Harith.
I think this is quite a different path that J-Ho is going for. We have not seen the Baxia onto him yet, but against the Lancelot, the Baxia, like the rotation would be quite let's say, on an equal path, they can rotate fast. But what about the damage? He needs to depend on his team, and for J-Ho, he's a player who'd really prioritize on the farm. And if he doesn't have the farm, he will really not benefit from this Baxia. It can get melted down very easily.
That is exactly what. And you know what is ironical about this time around? That in game number 3, we saw a Van go up for the Suyo. And that is not something we have seen him play into the higher stages of the tournament. And it did not work out for them well. This time around, we are seeing Jay go in for the Baxia, which is also something he doesn't play that much. So will this affect IQOO S8UL negatively, or can they turn things around? Because the Baxia Khalid and Jushin combo is a cult classic, and if they can execute it, if they can target down Fate, it might just be on their side.
You know, what I really love is the fact that they have put the respect on towards the Kalea pick, because they have taken 2 Purifies onto their main damage dealer. Let's just say the Zushin is more of a utility, but can deal damage somewhat. But the fact that this dive has been respected can also backfire towards them due to the fact that there's a Lancelot that can dive really easily. There's a Grandeur that can lock you even from far away. And all these things combined, you're not really safe because there is a rom-com lurking around with the Black Dragon form.
And you know what? Romcom has been extremely good at marking down the back line. But before that, welcome to game number 5. It is going to be a decider, all right, because we have GodLike at 2 points, IQOO S8UL at 2 points. This is going to be the tiebreaker. This is going to be the momentum setter as well as the changer, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Land of Dawn, Mythic Showdown, Season 2 Grand Finals, game number 5. And both the teams will be starting off strong.
Ooh, this is not even the last game, but the hype is already there, right? Because you already mentioned this will be the momentum breaker. And if you take a look at the items, not the items, but the emblems out here, is still nothing out of the ordinary. The Zuxin will go for the basic common emblem with the tenacity, of course, right? That is a very common thing, but what really surprises me is the fact that Radium actually went for the Bargain Hunter to actually farm really quickly, and even for Bit, he has picked up the Bargain Hunter. So this is going to be quite a different, like the mage they want to get, like the magic damage will scale quite soon enough, rather than actually, just waiting for the items to be there. But again, this is a broken walls map, and in a broken walls map, the pressure always be there because your buffs, your resources will always be invaded, and the heroes like the Khalid, the heroes like the Kalea, they will not let you off the hook that easily. But at the same time, the early game, right, the rotation, the way they can actually, create the information net around the map is really, really going to be vital for the first turtle take.
It is honestly a very interesting rotation coming in from the side of S8UL at this point, though, because usually they pressure the EXP side a bit more. We have seen that. But this time around, they aren't going to pressure it. They are going to take away their resources from it and move back towards the mid because they know who the threat is this time around. It is Bid and Fate, and they need to keep a watch on this one. Game number 1, we saw GodL completely pressuring Anti, and maybe this time around, if S8UL commits to the goal lane, it might work out. But Shinryu, the turtle fight is going to be breaking up very soon. Apex is far into the back lines, and he is providing quite a lot of vision. The turtle is far too low, but Art will get knocked up. He is low here. RWM is going to come in from Bid. Van gets to secure the retribution, and they are still trying to get the first blood onto Jay. Apex trying to target down Art, but it is not going to be enough yet. Art still staying alive, but Anti will be the one to secure that kill, and both teams secure a 1-for-1. But GodL will take away the turtle with themselves.
The turtle definitely made the difference because they walked out with a bit of trade, and getting that lead, a slight lead, doesn't matter. The lead is a lead in the early game. It really can snowball once the damage dealer will get the farm. And by securing an objective, you're not only getting the gold, you're also getting the shield on towards your heroes, which can help you survive for a bit longer than you would have when you do not have the turtle. Now, since IQOO S8UL did not get the turtle, they would want to pressure the jungle a lot more, especially for one, because they need to slow down his farm. If he's farming freely, and if they cannot, and they have to worry about another person, that would be Fate on the Grandeur. And if they do not keep check on these two members, I think it's going to be very hard from the mid to late game.
That is exactly the point, because Fate in the previous game literally at 1 or 2 deaths, and he had like 10 plus kills. So that made the huge deal. He was 8-1-1 at one point, which goes to say a lot that early Sky Piercer enabled him to be the main damage dealer for the side of GodLike. And even this time around, he needs to find those stacks as soon as possible, because a Harriet scaling against a Granger is kind of a bad deal for you. But there is Art for the setup. Romcom could go in and bait out that Purify, and Art would instantly lock him down with the Flicker and the Tsunami Slam once his resources are used up.
They have to change the CC really well. If they do not, then there's a high possibility that the side of Team IQOO S8UL can punish them quite easily. The Tidal Strike as well as the Tsunami Slam needs to be there, but look at that.
Sandstorm going to come in, but the Flicker will be used up by Art defensively. So that's one important resource getting taken away before the turtle. But here, river area control will be in the hands of Apex as he tries to go in for something. But the Tsunami Slam is going to come in. Asuna purifies out of that situation, and he will be using the Crimson Beacon to run away, but he needs to re-engage. J-Ho trying to go in onto Romcom. This time around, the Black Dragon will be used up, but back with by Asuna. Fate getting targeted down by Apex, but he is being able able to flicker out of that situation, but he doesn't have the flicker now. And if Radiant decides to go for the Zaman Force, it will be indirectly negative impact for the side of GodLike.
Oh, wait.
But Van is still going in for more. Romcom finds the Petrify, and he will secure the kill with the Mark of the Dragon. And again and again and again, GodLike prove they will reign superior now and again.
Oh my goodness, that's already good enough. They got the turtle once again, and now with that, they will get a lead onto the side of GodLike, because you can see they got 2 kills, right? The momentum, they completely broke up. It was 1 for 1, and because of that kill, the lead will now break through. I think with this kind of lead after the 5 minutes, with the gold plating already down. Wait.
And both sides, Fate will get taken down again. This time the pressure finally onto the right target. IQOO S8UL realizing who the threat is. They will be enabling Radium to, you know what? Get the farm he needs. Fate at a 0-1-0 right now while Radium is at 1-0-0. This might differentiate a lot of things for the side of IQOO S8UL.
Absolutely, but again, you can see O1, he wants to a little bit of bloodbath out there, but he's all by himself. Do not want to engage against 2 members, but you know, he can change his mind anytime because that's a Lancelot. He can just go in and get the kill, but at the same time, the momentum is kind of shifting now, but again, one being the one getting engaged on, but instantly backs out. But okay, Art.
Tsunami Slam once more, but the Purify will be used up. Raging Sandstorm 2. Art has to flicker out of that situation. RW will dog down Asuna, but the Black Dragon Petrify will get Asuna into the backline, and now he's still going in for more. He's trying to take them down, but as he will find Romcom onto the backside. Jay trying to mark down Art, but Fate gets the double for the side of GodLike, and he is still going in for more. Now the mid lane completely vulnerable for the side of IQOO S8UL, and GodLike will do exactly that.
They have finally pulled the trigger, but Radium on the mid lane, he wants to clear that wave really desperately. You can see the Zaman Force out, but look at Art.
Oh, Radium, if he gets it.
Oh!
Art with 1 HP will make it out alive. But now GodLike, they might just be losing the turtle because Kalia, he is going to take some time to go back to that turtle. But Jeho backs off, realizing that the members of GodLike are already around.
They need to know where their enemies are, and if they don't, they can get punished instantly. That's what we saw with the Yu Zhong going in and locking down Asuna. They did not have the vision on towards him, and now since the turtle is out there, you can see that already the pressure being built up just for the setup. The turtle is not even started, it's getting resetted. But still, Jeho, really aggressive.
Again, the Tsunami Slam comes in, but Jeho is the Baksha. He's going to sustain it all. Apex trying to chase down Fate, zone him away. Arch will be the one getting taken down by Apex. Radium trying to deal some damage. Romcom will be taken down immediately. Anti is still trying to sustain it all, but Van gets the killing spree onto the Khalid, and he is still getting targeted down. But Anti-Mate, the double kill onto that CC, and he is still trying to go in for the turtle. Is going to steal it away without having any retribution into his hands.
Oh my, who said there's only one jungler from the side of GodLike? Fate says, let me hold my drink, I can get the turtle too. And with this, all the 3 turtle of this game have been secured by the side of GodLike. And now with this kind of lead, they have already taken down the tier 1 onto the bot lane, but the same cross-map play has been done by the side of Team IQOO S8UL. So in terms of objectives, the neutral objectives, they are in lead, GodLike of course, but the structures around the map, not so much. The kills, 7 for 6, almost 9 minutes into the game, but the momentum is just pendulum. It's like a pendulum. It's just going back and forth, but at the end, there is no confirmed winner that can just take down a lot of the lead towards one side. Yes, GodLike has 2k goal lead, but it's just a one team fight away where they can just lose it all. But look at the mid lane. There's a lot of movements happening, but since GodLike, they know they do not have the vision, they would still want to maintain the distance, create the separation out there.
This is not something you want to mess with, because at the moment, Apex is creating the space. He is back into his form. And Anti, he is constantly baiting down the skills and spells from the side of GodLike, especially onto Bid. He is targeting down the right targets. And here, Jeho, he's trying to go in for a little bit of an engage, but under the turret wouldn't be the best of decisions, and even Fan decides to back off. But Art will get the Tsunami Slam onto Apex. Apex backs off with the Raging Sandstorm, but the RWM is enough to secure him in place. And GodLike GodLike will try to back off with that kill. But Radium is here though. He is trying to defend it as much as possible. But without a front line, he cannot really go forward anymore.
They cannot go forward anymore. They need to back out. They need to wait for the Lord. The neutral objective will just spawn in about 3 seconds. And this is going to be a very important one. Since GodLike, they have the lead. The kills, it does not really matter. It's just one engage. If any of the team, they can get the damage dealer down. They can really capitalize on that. But at the same time, I think IQOO, S8UL, they're not really keeping an eye on the turrets of their map. But the Purify will save Radiant for now. But Art?
He is being targeted on by Anti. The damage is a little too much for them to handle. The knockup comes in. He has to figure out. Raging Sandstorm! Apex! He will find Art immediately, but Fate is there to get the backup. Fate trying to deal some damage with the Death Sonata, but Van will be the one getting targeted down here by Asuna. But they have to back off because Fate is going to deal the damage with the Rhapsody. Perfectly on target onto Asuna. But even now, they are still going in for more. Jeho! He gets taken down. Too much of an overextend right inside the RWM. But now Romcom will be the one zoning them out, and they are still having to back off.
Oh, that was pretty close, team. IQOO, S8UL, they could have lost 3 more members, but they're still waiting for it. And now they will lose the Lord advantage. Without a jungler, it's almost as if it's impossible to get the Lord away. But now, with the Lord advantage, it seems like GodLike can at least take down one or at least the front second tiers, and then maybe some of the inhibitors. But with Radium securing 3 of his core items, I think there is still some hope for the side of Team IQOO, S8UL. He has not fallen even once. He's 1, 0, and 4. So with the side laners winning quite by a big margin, there's still some hope for Team IQOO, S8UL. All they need to do is still hold on to the holy defense, but it's almost 12 minutes, and I think it will just fall off because that's the time limit for the holy defenses to be there, and it's gone.
It is gone, and that is a very healthy Lord charging down the top lane. The minions are synced. The mid lane tier 2 is in danger here. Jeho tries to look for a stun, but the RWM will lock him down again. Radiant trying to march down mid with the command force, and he is trying to go in for more, but Romco will be taken down mid-air. Van trying to march down the back line, but he is diving in a little too much. Radium will be backing up, but the Lord will find a lot of that inhibitor. One inhibitor will fall from the side of IQOO, S8UL. They need to play it safer. They need to mark down the turret damage dealers, which is going to be Fate. And again, Radium will fall to the Phantom execution. Raging Sandstorm is not going to save you, as Art is going to take the Flicker Tsunami Slam in your face. And a GodLike Esports take away another 2 kills in their hands. And IQOO, S8UL forced to back off once more. But Art taking in a lot of that turret damage, and he will not be able to make it out alive.
He will not be able to make it out alive, but it seems like GodLike is still looking for more blood. Asuna will be low on HP. The RWM drop down, but they will be able to back out. But look at Anti is going in with the curtain call and the Yo-Yo Bliss. He was the kill, but can he get the final kill? One more kill, but no, it falls. But Fate gets the shutdown. Mega kill locked on towards Anti. And with this, Team IQOO, S8UL, they are able to defend, but at the cost of an inhibitor, at the cost of almost losing their whole lineup, but it's still a defend done, and they can have a sigh of relief for now. But the Lord, just being 46 seconds away, might be another pressure that they have to take if they cannot secure it. If they leave it open for Team GodLike, they're most likely to take it. They will not give it or just leave it out there, right? And as you can see, Art is trying to lock the members down, but the Purify has been the problem every time he goes in.
That is exactly the problem. Art makes one jump onto that Jushin, and she will be forced to use up her Purify. And the next second, that jump has a 10-second cooldown, but the Purify, it has a 60-second cooldown.
Yeah.
So one engage, one bait, and the next engage, you are practically dead meat. And that is exactly what IQOO, S8UL need to watch out for here. Their only ray of hope right now is going to be Radium onto that Harriet, because he is the only one with the highest amount of farm right now. But IQOO, S8UL looking for the farm. They are marking down Van. Condros comes in from Van, but he will get knocked up, and Asura will be getting the killing spree onto him as Romcom is trying to sustain it all, but he will not be able to do it. Asura gets the double kill onto Romcom. He is still going in for more. Rage will be the one getting marked down. I think he's to back off along with Apex. They are very low, but the Lord is up, and 2 members down from the side of Gordon. Can IQOO, S8UL take down this Lord? Shinryu, take it away. away.
Oh no, they're still waiting for it. But look at that, the Lord is the target. But the minions still going inside the base of Team IQOO as well. They need to clear it down. Apex has to respond, but still 3 members would be lurking around the Lord. They have the number advantage, but look at Tsunami Slam! Fate takes it down, but J.O. will secure the Lord. Art is low on HP, but Fate still trying to free hit. Art falls in the hands of Radium. Asuna trying to run, but they will be able to get out of their spot quite safely. But as of now, the Lord will already spawn and be marching from the bot lane of the map. GodLike, they lost the Lord, but did they lose this game yet? I don't think so. There's still time, but IQOO S8UL, if they can pull one more team fight like that, if they can get one more shutdown like that, especially on Fate, especially on one, it could be a game over.
This very well could be. This is the map opener for the side of IQOO S8UL. They haven't found many turrets yet. The mid lane is still being defended by the side of GodLike, as Fate will try to get a solo defense onto that Lord, and the minions will be charging down from all possible lanes. But IQOO S8UL right now, they have kind of abandoned the Lord, and only Apex and J-Ho will be the ones moving toward it. Mid lane will be protected by the side of GodLike Esports, and that is not a good sign. You take an enhanced Lord, you try to push forward, but then Fate has to figure out. Petrify comes in from Romcom to save his teammate. The knockup is going to come, but Kumar! Moxia gets kidnapped inside the turret, and Fate will be finding the monster kill onto J-Ho as IQOO S8UL struggles to find the inhibitors. They need to back off, but onto the backside, Phantom Execution from Van, but will he be able to find any kills is the question, but no, he will be able to defend the tier 2 onto the mid lane.
The good thing is that they were able to defend the Lord. The only bad part is that they cannot do anything out of this. They have to wait, they have to find and engage, but the thing is the stack for Fate is keep on increasing, and as long as it increased, it's going to be very difficult for the frontliners to sustain that once they are low HP. Yes, Asuna is doing a phenomenal job in keeping the safe distance from his team, especially from Radium, especially from himself, but it's just a matter of second if they get engaged on. If they do not have the Purify, it might be very difficult, but as of now, with 2 inhibitors already down from the mid and the top lane, the bot one, just two hits away, I would say, and the Lord not being there, Team IQOO S8UL, they are having their back against the wall, but it's not a dead end. There is no dead end in this game because just one momentum break can shift the tides, and IQOO S8UL, they know it the best because sometimes, not only sometimes, most of the time in the late game, they make the right decisions, and if they can do the same, then the game will turn around. But for GodLike, they have to maintain this momentum. They have to let those minions slow push. They have to let Team IQOO S8UL engage first and commit the mistake because they have a very good punish tools. And if they can find those engages, then it seems like they can also get the full advantage out of it.
And honestly, Van is dealing a lot of damage right now. Like, one Thorn rose from him, and Apex was turned down to nearly 60% of his HP. But now the Lord is being started by the side of GodLike, and IQOO S8UL need to find a way to that. But Art, once again, warning shots from me. He will be looking to find the Tsunami Slam onto J-Ho. Once again, recreating that famous moment. But Art tries to go in, will find the Tsunami Slam. J-Ho, though, he will sustain the Tastam onto Fate as well as Van onto the back line, but they have to back off. J-Ho is low, Anti is low, Vengeance comes in, Radium trying to deal some damage, but Fate will get the GodLike onto Apex, and now IQOO S8UL need to back off. Radium survives, but Fate with the flicker play. Now Harith, IQOO S8UL will fall. Only Jay and Asura being the survivors. A huge chunk of minions coming in. The base is open. Can Fate and Lancelot do this? The minions are being cleared.
They're doing it.
But Anti is going to take down
They're doing it.
The turret damage. But Fate with the Granger gets the legendary. Will pop down the immortality. He is looking for the base. Gets the double onto Anti, and now he will find the base. This is GodLike Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
GodLike Esports will get the breakthrough. The 5th game is theirs, and now the lead is into their hands. We are 2 games away, or maybe 1 if it's another win for Team GodLike. But for now, S8UL will not get the victory in that game. They were already at the mercy of their minions, and once that team fight broke out, the minions, they already kept on pushing, and the problem was they committed so much into that team fight. By the time they backed out, they were too deep inside the enemy territory, and you know what happened. You saw what happened. Fate was in the side of Team Godlike, and now they have to just get sure that this grandeur does not go to either of this team, because that is the problem. The grandeur getting juggled around has been the problem. Fate with a KD of 10, 1, and 4. Those Sky Piercer stacks were hurting.
Always. It's always the Sky Piercer stacks which hurt you. And we have seen Martis, Amon, Khadita respect bans. We have seen Joy, Fanny respect bans, Esmeralda respect ban. But it's time we see a Granger respect ban coming in from both of these teams. If you can't pick it, you don't want to give it away. And Fate proved exactly that.
Absolutely. I think Fate definitely proved that, but the way the team also helped him play that game, right? One always constantly tailing the back line and putting the pressure, especially from Romcom. And I think in this game, the Baxia was just the front liner soaking the damage, but the utility out of that was very less, because he could not reach Romcom at any time to actually just, we will just seeing that he was going in, but at the same time, they were having a problem by not being able to burst down the backline. There was nobody to reach the backline except for Apex, but he's just the roamer at the end of the day, right? And you cannot expect Radium to go so far inside with the Purify. If he had a Flicker, different story, but if he goes into the Flicker, it's already good night for him, right? But apart from that, it's still victory for the side of Team Godlike. 3-4-2 will be the score after a 19 minutes and 15 seconds game. And look at the score too, 19 for 15. It's quite a ring to it, right? The timer and the score of this game.
It's like one of those coincidences you don't want to see, but then you see and then you realize that, oh wait, this actually happened. And we got to witness it. Because wow, 19, 9, and 15, it was the closest match we have seen into this series. And the stakes are just going to keep getting higher. You know what? We have seen Godlike win 2 games. We have seen IQOO S8UL win 2 games. And the next game, Godlike is sitting at match point.
They are.
Will IQOO S8UL be able to change that? Or will Godlike take home the victory streak that they have been continuing is the main question. And honestly enough, IQOO S8UL, they need to re-strategize. We will be going in on a break and we will be throwing this head to our host, Scissor, as well as Ray, to go ahead with the audience interaction and the break while the players get some time for themselves to cool off and get new plans for the games ahead.
but I hope everyone enjoyed the dance. Sarah, I'm really sad to say my voice is not being my best friend today, but I hope the teams are once again ready. But I think in the break, a lot of things happened, and we even got to know a few of the informations, right? Why don't we get to tell the people what actually is going to happen in the near future?
That is what we need to inform the people of the strategies that the teams may have made. But the problem is that if we reveal that now, it might disrupt the plan that they actually made. So I think we are going to put a hold on it at least until the draft begins. Because if the audience gets to know the strategy, then where's the fun? Where's the surprise element?
I love secrets,
Exactly.
you know. I
Where's
mean,
the surprise
I'm
element?
very good at keeping secrets. I mean, I told my best friend about it the other day. Wait, I was not supposed to do that, but I hope these teams are ready and not going to reveal their strats to their opponents. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Mythic Showdown Season 2 presented to you by War Drum Game. The grand finale is not over yet because Team IQOO, S8UL and GodLike, they're yet to have a winner. And guess what? The score now stands 3-2 in favor of Team GodLike. So, a match point for GodLike, IQOO, S8UL. They have to win 2 games if they want to turn it around, but it's going to be really momentum break because we had a break, right? But apart from that, Sarah, this is quite an ordeal we have in front of us, right? I think a lot of the fans, they have been supporting them quite tirelessly, entire series that we have been going through. But what do you think? What do you think will happen? I mean, you can just give a prediction. You can be biased as much as you want. Nobody's gonna flame you. I mean, they can, but I can promise you that. So, what do you think?
I want a 7 game no matter what.
Of course you do.
Yep.
Of course
I
you
know.
do.
Because guess what? A break is something where you make the plans, and into the 6th game, that is something you need to execute. And how that execution goes is going to define the next score. Will
True.
it be a 4-2 or will it be a 4-3? What am I saying?
Sir,
it's going to be
what's
a
your
3-3.
command?
But I think
is
the draft
banning.
is about to begin, and we will be heading into the draft very soon because we can hear that thing. We are just yet to see it.
Yeah, we can
So-
hear a lot of things.
Exactly.
But once again, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the grand finale? This could be the final game. So can we hear some cheers for the team? Make your presence known, Guwahati. Are you ready?
If you cannot both.
That was very weak. Once again, are you ready, Guwahati? There we go. Let's let the game begin. Game number 6 it is. They are ready for it, are we?
We are ready too because we have headed into the draft phase this time around. S8UL will be
night
banning
sky
away the
tells all
Fanny, the
he
Joy,
is
the
banning.
Esmeralda once again. And GodLike will take away the Kadita, the Amon, and the Martis. Staple bans 6 games in a row,
And not a
Shiju.
single
And that
worthy
goes
foe.
to show how potent those heroes are.
Experience
But
the
this
youth
time
of your
around,
Oh.
Radium with the Granger once again. Will he make it work for the side of IQOO S8UL? Or will GodLike find a way to break that confidence?
Well, the grandeur has been the contention for both these teams, and at this point, I think the grandeur could really change the tide a lot more. But what really matters is that how these team godlike gonna respond to that. They have quite a well array of heroes that they can go for, and they pick up the Zuxian along with the Lapu Lapu, which is a very good flex. But are we gonna still see a fighter versus a marksman goal lane?
I do think it is quite possible unless, of course, Fate picks up another signature pocket pick up later. Him and Romcom, they could actually swap it out. But for now, IQOO S8UL needs to think what they will do. They can pick up on the Yi. They can pick up on the CC. And that is exactly what they do.
Stop predicting the future. I repeat, stop predicting the future. This is not we are here for. We are not here to draft for them, Sarah. Let them draft, but the idea behind is quite the same. I think you guys think alike because the heroes on the screen are the same, which you just mentioned. And this is again another denial, but against the Zuxian, the Eve is such a good pick. But coupled with the Joy this time, it is definitely going in the hands of Radium, not Radium, Anti. So that is going to be really, really good. But what's even better is coming on the screen. It's going to be the Yuzhong in the hands of Romcom.
The threat, the nightmare, ever since yesterday, it won GodLike 4 games, giving away only 1 game to the side of S8UL yesterday. But today itself, that Yuzhong pick has a win record of 100% for the side of GodLike, and the score is 3-2. And this time around, again, it is going to be the Yuzhong onto the EXP, while there's a Lapu onto the goal lane. So the Granger, technically, they have an advantage over the Lapu onto the goal side, but they need to find a way to let Granger have some space, have an amazing amount of vision and farm up into the mid-game phase, at least, because we need to find that Granger, that heave, that CC, a space which they need to farm up.
They definitely need a lot of space, especially they know what both the junglers would like to go for, but as of now you can see a lot of the heroes are being denied to both the junglers who have not yet locked in a hero. The land slot's still open, but Will, Jay, right now I think the pick is in the hands of Team GodLike, so they can still go for the land slot if they want. But apart from that, the Kalea could be another option which is still left open in the hands of Art. But the Grok 2 could be a solid option. They can just deny that, the escape route that they need. But apart from that, they still need a setup to be there. They have 2 heroes for the setup, but they need something more. But it doesn't matter. They still will lock in the land slot because one has been very consistent on this pick.
Wait, what?
Uranus jungle?
In the 6th game! That is the most experiential draft I have. Experimental, I apologize, but that is the most experimental draft I have seen in the 6th game of a grand finals like this, when you are up against GodLike Esports. And Art here, he has the freedom to lock in onto the Kalia again, but GodLike doesn't have a burst this time, so the Uranus technically will not be a target for that Kalia if he decides to go for it. But the Khalid is still open, the Grok is still open. So what if he decides to go for those things?
I think they can go for something that can lock them down, but okay. The signature hero from Art finally taking a debut in the grand finale. And I tell you, this is the hero that Art has spammed the most in the previous season. So finally, we are going to see a lot of the team fights with the chip being there. This teleportation is really going to hurt because you do not have any global ultimate to actually answer back that pick. You do not have the Valentina, you do not have the Louis, and you do not have any kind of way to get to the other map, except for the fact that if you walk inside the portal of the chip, which might happen, might not.
But you know what? We have seen the drafts. We know the potential of these 2 teams, but there is something we need to announce to India. We need to announce to the audience present here and online. So, Shinryu, why don't you do the honors?
Ladies and gentlemen, you know the War Drum Games, it is actually behind a phase. It's called Tanta. And now Tanta, they have declared that in the next year, 2026, they're coming to Mumbai for the National LAN tournament. The dates are not fixed, but the tournament is going to happen. It's going to be a LAN which will feature in the heart of Maharashtra, Mumbai, of course, and guess what? The prize pool might be even bigger than what we have, and expect really, really big things. We will promise you that Mythic Showdown is already big, but this is gonna be even much bigger. So big W for Tanta for pulling out this move and surprising us as well, isn't it?
Exactly so, and not only that, in tonight's stream, we have crossed 5,000 likes and we will be giving away 25,000 diamonds to all our viewers and 10 Attack on Titan skins to the VIP members present here tonight. So stay tuned and do not go anywhere because we are landing into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th out of the 7th game. IQOO S8UL versus GodLike once again. GodLike leading with 3 points and IQOO still at 2. Can they make it a 3 and go for the last and final tiebreaker, or will GodLike win this one as well?
This is the game that could GodLike really win, but Art already chunked low on HP, has to back out. The Void Blast cannot take him down yet, but he's holding on to the Flicker. The fact that you can see already one being so aggressive in the early game means that the team would want to rotate together. But again, like you mentioned, will Team GodLike win this game and break the momentum? I mean, will Team IQOO S8UL win this game? But no, before that, one got taken down. Art survives, slither of HP, but still okay.
That's a very early advantage which was required, but they managed to shut down Van from the early game itself. And like I said, GodLike, they do not have a burst. They have what's called chain CC, but will that be enough to take down a Uranus onto the late game is the question, because
Indeed.
IQOO S8UL, they have got Heave, they have got CC, they can chase down as well as burst down at the same time, because that Granger will have an amazing amount of front line, unless of course Romcom the playmaker goes back to the line with the Petrify and targets only and only Radium. But here we go, the Petrify comes in again and Apex will be the one falling apart for going in too deep.
They are doing it slowly but surely, dismantling the way Team IQOO S8UL want to play this game. They're starting with Apex right now because their jungler got taken down and they had to respond to that before the first turtle. But look at Jeho, is already being aggressive up top. The Romcom chucked low but able to get the heal, the region back out of his passive. But Art low on HP.
And he will be the one falling again. 0-1-1 and 0-1-1 for both Chip and Lancelot. Now the turtle fight will be the one to break out. Fate was here, but that was a little bit of an early rotation coming in from his side. But what can we say? Team GodLike, they are not going to commit to the turtle yet.
They're not gonna commit to the turtle yet. They're gonna wait it down, but seems like they're still waiting for this ship to hit the level 4. Jeho is gonna be there around the turtle pit, and the rest of the team, they do want to be there, but can they reach there on time?
That is the question. Art with the flicker will use the teleport right onto Asuna, but Asuna flickers out right on time. Romcom trying to get the Black Dragon onto him, will find Asuna, and Fate will be locking in him again, and once well, but the flicker, but Van will steal him with the turtle from Jeho, as Romcom secures the double kill onto Anti, but onto the back line. Apex will be chasing down Art! He survives, and Gordon, early domination once again.
They got that team fight completely to their side, and with the turtle, the lead now will favor to the side of GodLike. But Radium, free farming, he did not want to be part of the team fight, right? He just want to farm, and that's a very positive thing that the side of IQOO S8UL they're doing. They're distracting with the rest 4, and they want Radium to have a free lane, but how long can they pull that off? I think in GodLike, they know that too. Their one objective for winning this game would be shutting that Granger down as early as he can, and the quicker they can do it, the better. But the thing is, you can see Apex already putting that pressure as well, but Lapu Lapu going in with the bravest fighter.
He is definitely dealing the damage that he would have loved to, but Apex has the sustain as an Hilda, but Asuna will be spotting Art into that position once again, but Radium is the one in danger here. He needs to be very cautious. He has the backup from his team right now, but
Hasuna, he is going to spot the Lancelot there. Van will be stealing away the blue buff from Jeho, so that's a major disadvantage but the teleport comes in. RWM will be there to lock them down, but Apex is going to be in danger. He has to outmaneuver everyone else into that team fight. Radium trying to flicker out of the situation. He has to be there. Romcom with a mega kill onto Hilda. He is still being the nightmare, which he is. Gets the double onto Anti, but Jeho onto the back line trying to target down Van. Can Van survive this? He will do it with the Phantom execution. Jeho now being caught. Gives away the triple kill to Romcom.
Oh my goodness, Romcom single-handedly turning that team fight around. One could have been in a huge deficit if he got taken down, but now Radium locked in.
Again, he will be taking the stun, but he manages to dash back into the turret, so that is 1 degree of safety right there. But Asuna has to figure out. Puncture comes in from Van, and Van will get the kill on to Asuna again.
Once again, they are punishing really good. The scores, the shift is just too fast. The gears picked up by the side of GodLike. That will give them the impetus to get this turtle quite easily, because the side of IQOO S8UL, they cannot open up the map this easily. But look at the turtle, it got taken by fate, not even one. So they wanted to save it down, but look at the confidence coming from Romcom. He is just feeling this game menacingly out there. But GodLike, how you gonna answer back if you just get too deep into the enemy territory? IQOO S8UL, they have the toolkits to punish. All they need right now would be time. But GodLike, they are denying that time however and whatever ways they can find.
That is exactly what they are doing, and they have the 3K lead. RWM onto the bot side, but Romcom, the man, takes down Radium, while Apex will be trying to escape with a smart little play onto that teleporter. But turrets are falling again and again. Top side on one. Apex gets knocked back. Can Bet do this? He will not. That 4-second cooldown was the last breath of relief for the side of IQOO S8UL. But now Jay trying to go in for a fight all by himself.
He's trying to go for a fight all by himself, but the thing is that they still lack the damage. They can soak the damage, but the goal deficit as of now was 4.5k, right? Just 7 minutes into the game. And this is hurting the side of IQOO S8UL. They need the items quite urgently. And that urgency is making them take those fights which they normally would not. I think there's a slight of desperation that we can see visible from the side of IQOO S8UL. This is not characteristic of them. They should be just slowly farming both Asuna and Radium however they can. But GodLike is just pushing them to those uncomfortable spots.
It comes on onto Apex, Phantom execution as well, and Van will find Apex. Needs to run back, he is quite low. Radium, his damage is coming online, but if these kind of setups start to come in from the side of GodLike with an advantage of 11-2 right now, Romcom! On to 3, now Anti will be the one getting targeted down. Fate needs to go back if he doesn't want to get taken down, but Jeho here trying to get as much damage as possible, but Fate, backline, flicker, but he has to run back. The inhibitor turret damage, and now Fate will be the one in the danger. Apex trying to mark him down. Can Apex do it? Fate runs away. Teleport comes in while Van is going to fight Jeho into the backline as Asuna will get taken down as well. Van Satoru onto that Lancelot final play coming in.
Oh my goodness, GodLike, they are just too fiercely engaging. They do not care about the consequences. All they want is the kills, the turrets, and they are just doing it so systematically. They have completely dismantled the bot side, and now they are shifting their focus to the mid-second tier. And the lot 2 quite planned well by them, and IQOO S8UL, whatever game plan they had is not yet working. But what are we expecting that can happen from here on? Because they still can defend this. It's still a defendable pot they are in. But look at that, another shortcut.
Again, the RWM, it is going to lock 3, but that is not going to be enough for the side of S8UL to find any kills, because they are lacking a lot of farm. They need to find a way to get the comeback if they want to. They need to protect the CC as well as the Granger and the Eve at the same time. Because ironically, if you look at that, Asuna is at a 0-4-0, which isn't the best of things in the 6th game.
This is really bad, KDA for Asuna. You've mentioned that quite right, because of the amount of dive available, and that too with the chip, right? He can go in and enable this team fight, but Romcom has been the constant instigator of this team fight, which they are doing really good. But
Radium,
Radium!
He makes the, but no, Mike, no way. He actually makes it back out alive. Radium also manages to dodge that phantom execution at the very last moment. But GodLike Esports, that is an absolute domination coming in from all the lanes right now. And now the inhibitor will be taken down very low. And Black Dragon, it is going to come in. R tries to go in for the stun. J-Ho manages to dash back. But come on, S8UL, can you defend this? And GodLike, can you end this is the question. Because ladies and gentlemen, the goal difference is at a 10,000. We talked about S8UL having the highest goal difference in Game 3. But now it's Game 6 and GodLike have turned it around.
They have turned it around. They still have the lead. But what can they do? Another shortcut being used up.
The teleport will come in onto J-Ho, but he will be able to sustain it and run back for now because the Lord is going to be up in another 80 seconds and S8UL need to do whatever they can. Asuna will dodge away the Thornrows and the Phantom Execution, but can he stay alive for long enough for Granger to farm up? Or will GodLike end this all by themselves? Because look at the confidence coming in from Romcom as well as Van.
Oh, wait. They are still going for more. Asuna. So close from being taken down. The flicker committed, and now that's a very vulnerable Eve that we are looking at. But the waves are not yet in favor of Team GodLike. They are also waiting for the Lord, still playing discipline, but the waves that are being pushed in will give some gold in the hands of IQOO S8UL. But J-Ho is trying to be the front line, but whatever he's trying, it can be punished because of the goal difference that these two teams have. If you take a look at the items, you can see the direct difference whatsoever. Grandeur just have 2 items, not even enough. And that recall is just gonna be there. But J-Ho picked up, displaced, but yet survives for the time being. 15 seconds for the Lord. And GodLike, they know this game so far is still in their hand, and they should not be making any unnecessary moves to just give away the lead to IQOO S8UL. But this Lord, can it end the game?
It possibly can. IQOO S8UL have 2 kills and both of them are into the hands of the Hilda, which is being played by Apex. But the point is, this Lord, it is going to be a strong one. And at the 12-minute mark, the Heavenly Shields will not be present anymore. They have already been taken down. In fact, and GodLike have the second Lord advantage into their hands. And if they want, they could very well end this game right here and now. But IQOO S8UL, what can they do?
What can they do? They do not have the holy defenses anymore. And the problem is the amount of dive that they can go for. And with this kind of a lead, 11.5k is just an astronomical number that you cannot even imagine can deal or can make such a huge difference. With the Lord marching from the mid lane, IQOO S8UL, they have a defense of their lifetime to make. If they can defend, they can turn it around. But what GodLike wants to do here is gonna be watched now.
The Lord is going to charge in with the charge, and it will take down the inhibitor. Apex and Jay trying to pull away the Lord to the inhibitor, but it is not in their favor. It is going to be targeting down, but the Phantom Execution as well as the Thorn Rose onto the backside. Fate try to go in for something. Will miss the flicker stun, but Romcom will be rectified this time around. But the shutdown onto Van from Jay as Anti gets the shutdown onto Romcom. They will be chasing down for a little bit more, and it is going to be Jay trying to sustain everything he possibly can. 2 shutdowns into their hand. The goal difference dips by 2k, but the inhibitors are still very, very vulnerable. They only have 1 left at 1 HP. Can IQOO S8UL look for a possible comeback, or is GodLike? But no, GodLike answers. They will target down Apex is gonna find him. Paige and Art need to back off, but Anti won't let him just yet. Art going in for
shortcut.
Radium flickers out. Teleport is here. Romcom will be using the Black Dragon. They are going in for more. Thornrose comes in. Black Dragon wasted for this time, but as he backs off, and members of S8UL forced to go back to their base.
Ooh, that's still a very solid defense by the side of IQOO S8UL. They're not yet down. They're still holding on to the last breath, but the lead has been reduced. They got some really good shutdown. But the thing is that Radium did not pick up the skills. He has still 0 stack onto his Sky Piercer, so he might want to farm a little bit quickly if he can possibly, because now with the 14-minute mark, the game will just get more harder as the death timers would be much longer. And with this death timers, the defense, if they fall, it's going to be much more difficult to perform. But at the same time, GodLike, they have so many ways to go in. The shortcut, the Black Dragon from the bravest fighter, they have everything. And on top of that, they have the Lancelot that can even engage too. Now in the mercy of the Nexus and just clearing those waves, they have to just stay still inside the base. But if they want to contest for the slot, Sarah, it's gonna be a Hail Mary play by the side of IQOO S8UL.
Hail Mary indeed. And that is what they read right now. A miracle is something they need to save them from this imminent 4-2 from happening. Can they make the play is the question, but I believe this will be an uncontested Lord for the side of GodLike. Once again, that enhanced Lord charging down with the mighty minions right down the mid lane. But the flicker play from Art.
Oh, shortcut.
To teleport. Asuna will be marked out right away. Art
oh, no.
something, but can he break it? And he will not.
Away.
Right inside the base. Radiant trying to deal some damage as much as possible. Art gets targeted down inside the base. If he gets taken down here, things might change a bit, but he is going to survive. Our WM wasn't the play he needed. But Asuna and Apex are going to fall. Minions are charging in from all the ways. Radium, he has to do it
no.
for his team. But GodLike are charging in,
no.
but Radium will find Art. That's a shutdown for him right then and there, as well as some stacks which he needs. The minions are
Can
still
they?
here. Fate
IQOO
goes
S8UL.
in with the bravest fighter. Will try to mark down Radium.
Can they defend this?
But they pull off a defense as Jeho zones them away. But no, it's not over yet.
Not
Black
over
Dragon
yet.
comes in. It will be forced away. Jai falls. The one front line down. Asuna, no! What is that? Because Romcom will take you down. GodLike Esports, they will find two. Radium left alone. Apex being the one in
Oh no!
Radium got to check. Can he plan? He do it. No, the base.
The base!
Esports are your Mythic Showdown 2 champion.
Team GodLike will be the champion of Mythic Showdown Season 2. They have finally done it. They have done it. They have taken down Team IQOO S8UL with the score of 4-2, securing the final title, securing their reign at the last LAN of 2026. And they are your champions. So make some noise for Team GodLike.
An undefeated streak, going to a defeated streak, and now back to back 2 wins against IQOO S8UL is what GodLike Esports pulled off. But now we will be going to the players to get their thoughts. But come on, ladies and gentlemen, don't stop cheering, because GodLike Esports is your champions for Mythic Showdown Season 2. And 2025 is going to be a happy and jolly end for them.
Oh my goodness, I think they're still in disbelief, but as of now, what a game it was, what a series it was. Can we have a huge round of applause for both the teams? Team IQOO S8UL, they pulled off an amazing performance, and so did GodLike. They are our champions, and now we would give the mic to the host for them to just take some words out of these two teams. So let the stage be taken by our lovely host.
A full-on, full evening, ladies and gentlemen, and at the end of top, GodLike was able to climb that summit, and they were able to become the grandest champions of Mythic Showdown Season 2. But right now, of course, we want to really want to hear from, of course, right now, the first runner-up of Mythic Showdown Season 2, Team IQOO S8UL. Please come in here. Of course, we want to hear from your end. And of course, we would love to hear about your experiences. Of course, right, Sarah?
Yep, we would love to. So if you could please come to the center of the stage.
Guys, of course, come into the stage. Because after all, being the finalist makes you also one of the... I mean, you might not have gotten the champion title, but you're still a champion in itself. You are a finalist, and you are also qualified for that, of course, massive cash prize pool as well. Looks like Art is the one who's very more eager to come in
you,
first.
Art. Get back to your
Art,
place.
you will
We
get your
didn't call
call. You'll get your call, come on.
We didn't call you. Go back. Go back.
They forced you. Come on.
Go back.
IQOO, S8UL, please guys, come in. We want to hear from you. The audience wants to hear from you. Apex, Radium as usual, the one stepping up, always in front. But of course, Apex, tonight, we want to hear from you. You can see the crowd is still cheering for you. You might think you've lost, but you're the finalist of Mythic Showdown Season 2. You're the first runner-up, and you also get that cash. You get that, of course, cash from the prize pool, right? So overall, it's a basic question. How was your experience in Mythic Showdown Season 2?
It was really good. I can't say much, but I think it was really good. Far beyond expectation.
Far beyond our expectations. I just want to ask one more thing. It's been a really long time after, it's been a really long time since you've played an offline event. You know, you had a really, really long gap, right? So, do you think that gap could have affected your performance? Because GodLike had been, playing non-stop LAN events. Do you think that could have been an X factor, or was it something else? I just want to know, why do you think you ended up on the first run-up? Just an honest opinion or anything.
I think, of course, I think that gap might even... But they played actually. We were lacking synergy and they played well. That we need to understand.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for, of course, their sportsmanship and, of course, the first runners-up and the finalists of Mythic Showdown Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team IQOO S8UL Esports. Sarah, anything you want to say on your hand?
We do know that a lot of things went wrong. But if there is anything that you wanted to do better, what would it be?
What? Do better?
Yeah.
Play with a better synergy, but I think they played actually very well. That Yuzong 100% win rate, so pretty good. And the production has done a great job. Whatever we have between us and Fredo, I think we can keep that aside. And the event was pretty good, so I want to congratulate him on that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, cheer for, of course, the finalist, the grand finalist. I don't hear enough cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for the grand finalist. Come on, make some noise. Bolo Dil Se IQOO S8UL. Come on, I want to hear you say it. Dil Se Bol.
IQOO Soul!
Dil Se Bol.
IQOO Soul! IQOO Soul!
You've heard the cheers. Does it make you feel better? I hope it does to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
There's one more thing.
Okay. Yes.
There is one more thing.
Okay.
There is a promise we want from you all. Guess what? Ask what? We want you to come back stronger. Is that
Of course. Definitely.
Thank you for that. Give it up once more for IQOO S8UL.
Right now, guys, you can take your final bow as a finalist of the Mythic Showdown Season 2. Thank you to Team IQOO S8UL, and we hope to see you guys once again. Please take your final bow as you walk out the stage. The grand finalist of Mythic Showdown Season 2.
And now, the one and only, the
noise.
champions,
The grand
the
champions.
GodLike, Romcom, Biz, Art, Van, and Fade. Come on up.
I love the cheers that are coming in right. Like, who should we first approach? Like, Romcom or Mart? Romcom. He's in the middle though. They want to hear from you, of course. I'm not gonna ask you anything because I feel like you should be the one to say what you feel like in your heart. Apne dil se.
First of all, thank you everyone for supporting. Like, you know, like the like in online Robin round, we were not like almost we didn't qualify. Like almost from not qualifying to like we became champions. So and and out like everyone was planning to like you know disqualify our team, but only two teams. Only two teams believed in us, like Noctura and Yama Sports. I want to say thanks. I want to say thanks to like Noctura and Yama Sports for giving us second chance.
That is like a first time sportsmanship if I've ever seen one to thank other teams because of course they made it here by almost not making it. And now they're the champions. And of course, right now we're going to be hearing from their leader, you know, the mastermind. I mean, the one that pulls up all the strategies. He have drew on this canvas because he is Art himself. So Art, Romcom has already made his statements. You know, he has thanked the teams that has made it possible. What do you want to say? Hey, you told me a lot of things before. Anything you want to cover up?
I just want to say to ABM, who told you that you can come to Northeast and take the trophy 2 fucking times?
Oh my God. Too much spice, Sarah? You like spice?
Spice is good. ये तो सालों का भरस निकल रहा है इस स्टेज पे बैठ के अभी.
You made me speechless. What? You know, I was thinking there were like, you know, like Doctor Strange, right? 30 million possibilities because this is your 13th win streak. Ladies and gentlemen, they are not the grandest champions. This is their 13th win streak. Nah, I'll say 13th because, you know, it's going to sound even better. It's the 13th win streak because you're the champions of Mythic Showdown Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that was too spicy. Anything sweet? Anything sweet?
Nah.
He doesn't want anything sweet. He wants rivalry. He wants the heat to be staying all the time. So, Sarah, anything you want to bring it onto it?
These people, they honestly played so well. They made us
They did.
casters lose our voice for the next 3 months. So it's honestly fine.
Make it 4.
Make it 4. But Art, अंदर की बातें तो बहुत है. अभी audience को थोड़ा कुछ हो जाए.
More spice. You've done like most of it. और थोड़ा कर दो. Anything?
I'll just say, Dil se godlike.
Dil se godlike. Come on. Where's the chanting? Dil se. Come on. Dil se. Dil se. Dil se. Come on. Where's the gesture? I'm not seeing enough gesture. Dil se. Do the gestures. Come on. I'm not seeing enough people. You do it as well. All of you. Dil se. Come on. Do it. Do it. Dil se. Dil se. Dil se. Yes. Love to see it.
And now, GodLike Esports, please take the final bow. Uska intezar rahega. Trophy has to wait because teams are being requested to wait for the winner's ceremony, which will be held in the few upcoming minutes. So don't go anywhere.
थोड़ा रुक जाओ. Movie बाकी है ना.
And now, the moment everybody has been waiting for. First up, we would like to call upon on stage IQOO Revenant X-Park for securing 4th position in Mythic Showdown Season 2. Give it up for IQOO RNTX. इतना भी डेड नहीं होना है guys. It's IQOO RNTX. Cheer for them. Where's the rest of the people? Ah, they slept. It's fine. They need the rest. We can give them that. And Fredo, would you like to please present their award? Coming up, the 3rd runners-up of Mythic Showdown Season 2, IQOO Revenant X-Park. Yes, thank you, everyone. Which Mirio, Aaron, thank you for being here. And up next, we will be calling up the 2nd runners-up, the 3rd place holders. IQOO Esports, come up on stage. Beautiful cheers coming in from them. Can we have it once more? Fredo, please present the award to Roro, Shenzu, Madara, and Corey and Julius. Broccoli man has turned into a broccoli, guys. Bring in their awards, guys. Let's give it up once more. IQOO Esports. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being here till the end. It means a lot. We hope you enjoy your award. And now, the finalist which almost made it. The first runners-up, IQOO S8UL. Let's have you on the stage, guys. Radia, Masuda, Apex, Anti, and Jay. Let's give it up for their beautiful sportsmanship and the effort. They made it so far, they can go further. Fredo, please present their award. Cheer for them, guys! The runners-up with a prize pool of 1 lakh cash and 30,000 diamonds. Huge feat for them. Give it up one last time for IQOO S8UL. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here. You may please take your seat now. And last, but not the least, definitely the biggest of them all, your champions, your first place holders. Give it up for GodLike Esports. And the moment they have been grinding for months on end. Let us present them their award, the Mythic Showdown Trophy. Fredo, do the honors. Present them what they have been waiting for. This is the moment. Everyone on your seats, cheer it up. Enjoy it, guys, because now the bigger one is left. There's something even five of you can't hold. Bring in the check for the champions, Fredo. This is the one. This is your prize of 2,50,000 and 50,000 diamonds, ladies and gentlemen. The This isn't over yet, guys. This is not over. We have one more special segment which will be up on the board in a few seconds. Can anybody in the audience guess what it is? Aotic skin is for later, you selfish people. But we do have the special award for the finals most valuable player. The MVP of Mythic Showdown Season 2 Grand Finals will be on your screen right away. It is none other than the other party, the PH Import of India, Romcom. Thank you very much. अकेले उठाओ guys. One person is enough. Yuzong खेलता है अकेले check नहीं उठा पा रहा. But that, I believe, will conclude Mythic Showdown Season 2. But we won't let it conclude without having the man, the Fredo, give us the closing speech, because this was his initiation and he made it possible for India to reach this height. So Fredo, come on up.
Honestly speaking, I'll just tell you guys the entire thing, okay? 1 year back, we all know what happened, and the date on which I made that video was December 20. And tonight when the clock strikes 12, it will be December 21 again, 20 once again. It's exactly 1 year after that video that we have done this thing. I love all of you who have supported tonight. I never expected such support. Since 1 year, we have been grinding our asses. Nobody knows what's going behind the scenes. But today, you have all seen that hard work does pay off. If you believe in what you can do, then definitely things can happen. And that is what we have proved just today. You do not need excuses. Do not need excuses. And with that, I'm really happy. I'm really happy today. I never really thought that I will cry for this game. I'll cry for esports. But tonight, I did. And it was all because of you guys. Because of you guys.
Let's have some W's for Fredo in the chat and W's for Fredo in the audience as well. Fredo, give it up.
And of course, we have had all these tournaments. But of course, you know that we could not include Hindi casters. But right now, we have the two best Hindi casters that everyone has ever seen. SM Bhai and RV Bhai. Please come on the stage. Please come on the stage. We have not been able to take it out here, but you still traveled by yourself. You made your way here, and that is why I'm inviting you on the stage. I really want to know what you guys feel about the game, because in case you guys did not know, when I was trying to become an esports player, I played in SM Bhai's tournament. Imagine that. तो अभी मैं हिंदी में पूछना चाहूँगा. मेरा हिंदी थोड़ा कमज़ोर है, बुरा मत मानना. बट SM भाई, आपको ये जो इवेंट है कैसा लगा?
देखो, इवेंट आज के दिन में जो रोलर कोस्टर रहा है एकदम मज़ेदार रहा है. और ये एक बड़ी ही जीत है मोबा कम्युनिटी के लिए भी कि आप इंस्टाग्राम देखोगे तो जो हेल्थी बेंटर्स होते हैं और जो अदर गेम्स है, जो अदर टाइटल्स है, उनके जो कास्टर्स हैं बड़े, उनके जो प्रो प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी शेयर कर रहे हैं. और आज के दिन में जो ऑडियंस का सपोर्ट आया वो काफ़ी कमाल का था। और आप जो लाइव के स्टैट्स देखोगे तो वो कमाल का रहा है। फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा हुआ है, लास्ट टाइम हमने देखा था कि कुछ 3000 आसपास हुआ था। आज जो है सारे रिकॉर्ड्स टूट चुके हैं। तो ये सब आपकी वजह से हुआ है, ये आपकी जीत है, ये मोबा की जीत है, ये वॉर ड्रम गेम्स की जीत है दोस्तों।
आरवी भाई, एक बात तो मैं वो कहना चाहूंगा, 6 लाख तो आया नहीं, 6 लाख तो आया नहीं।
शांति शांति शांति। 6 लाख मैंने बोला था, पैसे नहीं आए बट व्यूज आ गए हैं। रुक जा। एंड व्यूज के साथ साथ हमें क्या कहते हैं बीजीएमआई कम्युनिटी से जो सपोर्ट मिला है ना, क्रेजी लेवल का मिला है। एसएम भाई ने सही बोला कि ये जो जीत है, भले गॉड लाइक जीत गया पर इन टोटल मोबा कम्युनिटी ने फाड़ दिया भाई। सबको पता चल गया कि मोबा MLB 5 करके भी एक गेम है जो एग्जिस्ट करती है, जिसमें बहुत स्कोप है। तो सभी प्लेयर्स रेडी हो जाओ भाई। अभी मैं वो शब्द नहीं बोल सकता बट क्रेजी सीन होने वाला है। जो अभी घर पे प्रैक्टिस करते थे अंडरडॉग्स से ना, तुम्हारा टाइम आ गया है। जो कर सकते हो करो। पहले अगर आप 4 आवर्स ग्राइंड करते थे ना, तो लगे रहो भाई, जितना ग्राइंड कर सकते हो करो, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट ईयर 2026 इज गोइंग टू बी द मोस्ट सक्सेसफुल ईयर फॉर द मोबा कम्युनिटी।
And because 2026 is mentioned, like Shinryu said before, War Drum Games is coming to Mumbai. And yo, you know that Munna Bhai ka dialogue? Good morning, Mumbai. That's what we are going to do for you guys. We are going to Mumbai because Mumbai is the place where everything takes place. Am I right or wrong? And that is exactly why War Drum Games is also going to Mumbai. You are going to experience the event like no other. And that is exactly why next year, 2026, is going to be a big year. Please do look ahead to the event. And man, आरवी भाई, 6 लाख जो बोला ना आपने, मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा लकी चार्म दे दिया और इसी वजह से आज इतना व्यूज आया है। आरवी भाई को थोड़ा सा हाथ ताली बनता है गाइस। हाँ ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच एसएम भाई, थैंक यू सो मच आरवी भाई, थैंक यू सो मच। In Hindi.
Say something, Fredo.
And see
Try to
guys,
say something. Come on.
See, this is a third-party tournament, official hai in one way also, but because things are so casual, I would just like to invite them once again. They want to interview the players in Hindi. Do you mind? Then SM RV bhai, I am so sorry आपको भेजा, आप वापस आ जाओ please. SM bhai, RV bhai, Prime Brook. वापस आइए। आपको इंटरव्यू लेना था, आप इंटरव्यू ले सकते हैं। आपको लेना है कि नहीं लाओ, आप बताओ।
Oi, GodLike, don't be so overwhelmed with your victory. Come to the stage.
Sorry guys, वो मोबा मसाले के लिए लेना था, sorry. ये यहाँ पे नहीं लेना था, वहाँ पे लेना था, sorry. तो इसी के साथ प्रसाद भाई, we done with the event?
We are not.
What is left?
We have one little segment left.
Okay.
Guess, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly so.
Arey.
We are going to give away 10 AOT skins to our SVIP pass holders, and the winners will be announced very soon.
सारा तुम announce कर दो.
The first winner is Suhail Debarma, who has won 3 AOT skins. If you're here in the chat, please, here in the audience, please raise up your hands. There we go, there's the winner. Can we have the camera focus on him, please? Mr. Suhail Debarma. That's our winner for 3 AOT skins. The second winner had bought 2 tickets and it paid off because Kushi Pradhan has won 2 AOT skins. Let's have a camera on her for a while. Let's go. And there's another one. He is called
Killjoy, and he will have one AOT skin. Are you here in the audience right now? There we go, there's our winner. Let's have the camera on him, ladies and gentlemen. And I think those are all the SVIP pass holders which we had, which means that they will be directly getting these AOT skins for them. But don't forget, the online audience gets something too. We reached 5,000 likes, you listen to us, so now we will be giving to you 25,000 diamonds. The winners will be announced tomorrow on our Discord server. So make sure to join and share the server with your friends, because like we promised, War Drum Games is coming to Mumbai in 2026.
Guys, first of all, I would like to thank every one of you who have supported, and I would like to thank every one of you who have supported, and I would like to thank our news partner, Prague News, and of course, the people behind who are War Drum Games. Of course, War Drum Games is the one who organized, and I would like to thank them as well. And the people in the production, जो यहाँ पे कैमरा लेके खड़े हैं, उनको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. उन्होंने बहुत support किया, इसीलिए हम ये event कर पाए. And that's why big cheers for them as well. Please, guys. And with that, not to forget, event करने के लिए energy चाहिए. आप लोग अगर यहाँ पे थे तो आपने देखा ही होगा. I was just running around the entire time. Monster Fuel, guys, Monster Fuel as well. So thank you and shout out to Monster Fuel as well for coming here and hydrating everyone who was present over here. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have ended the Mythic Showdown. We have bigger plans coming. So please do not forget to subscribe to War Drum Games and stay tuned for more events, because we will not stop after the support that we have gotten. Because you know why I continued War Drum Games? It's only because I saw the support on my video and I was like, man, I think there is an audience that is waiting for someone to make it happen. And tonight I realized the audience that wanted things to happen has finally saw that it can happen. And with that, good night, everyone!